Good morning and welcome to our second day of Atlantic Forum's Autumn Conference. My name is Petra Citsvaric and I'm a conference chair. In case you skipped yesterday, please do not worry, we have saved all of our videos and panels so you can just rewatch them at your convenience and also share them with your colleagues and your friends. Yesterday was an interesting day. We opened up with an interesting and very valuable address by Brigadier General Didier Pollemet, who is the Chief of Staff Strategic Plans and Policy and Defence Planning at NATO ACT. On our second session, we were joined by Captain Sigrist and Alexander Martin for an in-depth analysis of the history of discontinuities, underlying the importance of preparing for the unexpected. The panel elaborated on NATO's resilience program and discussed how NATO can continue to effectively prepare for the unexpected together with the civilian organizations. We finished the day with a lively and a casual discussion about the Atlantic Forum, its remarkable journey, work, and what are we going to do about these continuities in due time. Today we will explore some exciting topics. We are starting the day with the chair of the NATO Military Committee, Admiral Roy Bowers' keynote address, followed by sessions dedicated to future of law and war, a long-term geostrategy in space. Then we will, after a quick lunch break, join for the session on cybersecurity, where we're going to look into emerging disruptive technologies addressing both state and non-state actors within this domain. In order to conclude the day, we will be looking into hybrid warfare and how we can improve our resilience against it. As a friendly reminder, please do join our discussion here on YouTube in our comment sections so you can pose all your pressing questions alongside of the Slido and Slido polls as well. Having said all of that, I wish you all a lovely day today, and it is now my great pleasure to open the second day of Atlantic Forum's Autumn Conference, looking into NATO and its continuities, Rethinking Security, by the keynote address from Chair of the NATO Military Committee, Admiral Roy Bowers.
Ladies and gentlemen, expect the unexpected. It is a personal mantra for me and a sacred precept for every military force. In the 40 years I've been in the military, I've seen it time and time again. The fall of the Berlin Wall, 9/11, Georgia in 2008, the rise of ISIL, Ukraine and Crimea in 2014, and COVID in 2020. Each time we were surprised. In fact, in this rapidly changing security environment, the only thing we know for sure is that we will be surprised again. And when, not if, but when that happens, we need to be prepared. Prepared to expect the unexpected. In this autumn conference, the Atlantic Forum looks at discontinuities in international security. It brings together young people, students, researchers, and young professionals to talk about the importance of the what-if mentality. The common assumption is that young people are at an advantage here because they have a fresher look at how the world works and are more likely to challenge what older generations perceive to be normal. This is true, of course, but in the end, the what-if mentality comes down to resilience. And I can think of no one more resilient than my 92-year-old mother, who lived through World War II, suffered great personal loss later in her life, and pulled through the COVID crisis in a calm and collected manner. She never assumes things will Ladies and gentlemen, expect the unexpected. It is a personal mantra for me and a sacred precept for every military force. In the 40 years I've been in the military, I've seen it time and time again. The fall of the Berlin Wall, 9/11, Georgia in 2008, the rise of ISIL, Ukraine and Crimea in 2014, and COVID in 2020. Each time we were surprised. In fact, in this rapidly changing security environment, the only thing we know for sure is that we will be surprised again. And when, not if, but when that happens, we need to be prepared. Prepared to expect the unexpected. In this autumn conference, the Atlantic Forum looks at discontinuities in international security. It brings together young people, students, researchers, and young professionals to talk about the importance of the Ladies and gentlemen, expect the unexpected. It is a personal mantra for me and a sacred precept for every military force. In the 40 years I've been in the military, I have seen it time and time again. The fall of the Berlin Wall, 9/11, Georgia in 2008, the rise of ISIL, Ukraine and Crimea in 2014, and COVID in 2020. Each time we were surprised. In fact, in this rapidly changing security environment, the only thing we know for sure is that we will be surprised again. And when, not if, but when that happens, we need to be prepared. Prepared to expect the unexpected. In this autumn conference, the Atlantic Forum looks at discontinuities in international security. It brings together young people, students, researchers, and young professionals to talk about the importance of the what-if mentality. The common assumption is that young people are at an advantage here because they have a fresher look at how the world works and are more likely to challenge what older generations perceive to be normal. This is true, of course, but in the end, the what-if mentality comes down to resilience. And I can think of no one more resilient than my 92-year-old mother, who lived through World War II, suffered great personal loss later in her life, and pulled through the COVID crisis in a calm and collected manner. She never assumes things will turn out okay. She prepares herself for all scenarios. She is self-reliant. And by doing so, she is a stellar example for her children, grandchildren, and now even her great-grandchildren. Therefore, I believe we need all generations to work together to make sure our societies are resilient. And the time to do that is now. NATO is in the midst of a fundamental shift. For the last 25 years, we have focused on crisis management. We were able to extensively plan our missions and operations. Time was our friend. Now we have entered an era in which we must be ready to be surprised at any given time, in any given region, in any given domain, space, cyber, land, air, and maritime. Or even more likely, in several domains at the same time. This fundamental shift will influence the way we think, plan, and act. It will impact our procurement of required capabilities and our command and control. But it goes much further than that. If we want to be resilient, we need a whole of society approach. We need to agree on where our common challenges lie. And then we need different groups to look at the same challenge from a different angle. I think a platform like the Atlantic Forum can contribute to that. One of its guiding principles is open dialogue. This perfectly aligns with the Latin motto on the wall of the main conference room here in the NATO headquarters in Brussels. It says, "Animus in consulendo liber," which means that when you are debating an issue, keep an open mind. It means you should be aware of any prejudice or assumptions you might have. But it also means that if someone makes a valid argument, you must allow yourself to be persuaded. We must always prevent debates from becoming a collection of statements. Debates are about listening, just as much as they are about talking. That's where NATO's true strength lies. Not only are we stronger in numbers, we derive strength from our diversity, from our willingness to learn from each other, and our steadfast loyalty to our shared values and to the international rules-based order. We have achieved something none of our adversaries can achieve: a political and military alliance of 13 nations which are in daily contact on all relevant issues. I want to thank the Atlantic Forum for helping younger generations to become a part of that. Building on what generations before them have created and changing what is necessary to remain relevant and fit for purpose. Together, we can be ready to expect the unexpected. Thank you and have an inspiring conference.
Hello, everybody. My name is Amber Short, and it's my pleasure to welcome you all to the first panel of the day, which is titled The Future of Law and War. Thank you to everybody who has taken time to participate in this panel, and not to mention all of the people in the audience whose support we greatly appreciate. This panel has been designed in a way to encourage discussion and debate whilst we consider the changing nature of international security and conflict through a lawfare lens, and in doing so, we will consider the legal discontinuities that may be involved in such an evolution. It is important to remember that war is not the absence of law, but rather it is a heavily rule-governed activity filled with regulation. As the nature of international security and conflict is evolving, it is critical that the law progresses alongside of them. However, emerging trends in warfare are seeing the law being utilised as a weapon of war, and this is what we call lawfare. It is important now that I give the audience an insight into what we mean by lawfare and why it is so important that we discuss this issue today. Lawfare is a method of war, however, it employs non-kinetic means to influence the opposing party for the benefit of strategic objectives by changing legal paradigms. There has been a reluctance to define the term, as at this moment in time, a definition would be extremely vague. However, in an article co-written by one of our distinguished panelists, Dr. Sasha Dove-Bachmann, it has been said to apply to situations where an actor has utilised the law to create similar effects to those seen in conventional military activities, or when an actor's motivation is to weaken or destroy an adversary against which the lawfare is being deployed. Whilst international treaty law can be exploited in a way that utilises lawfare as a weapon, there are also circumstances where the law could be utilised affirmatively. It is imperative that states and international organisations such as NATO employ means to counter lawfare in order to prevent opponents from exploiting the law for their own objectives. To explore these issues today, we will begin our discussion by hearing from Dr. Sasha Dove-Bachmann, who will tell us more about what he considers to be looming lawfare threats that NATO should be cognizant of as a means of preempting future situations in the hopes of reducing response and recovery times. Dr. Bachmann is professor in law at the Canberra Law School and an international scholar. He is a former lieutenant colonel with operational experience in the Balkans and as an exchange officer with the US Marines. Dr. Bachmann has worked in various capacities and functions in the USA, the Middle East, South Africa, and a number of European countries. He is a regular contributor to NATO's Legal Advisor web, with many of his publications being used as NATO reference documents, which comes as no surprise, as any of his publications that I've come across have proven to be nothing short of brilliant. Following on from Dr. Bachmann's discussion, we will talk to Mr. Rodrigo Benitez, who is a member of the legal operations team at NATO's Supreme Headquarters, Allied Powers Europe, which is commonly known as NATO SHAPE. Rodrigo has constructed a remarkable career in a short time frame, and he has dedicated much of his work to lawfare and hybrid threats, and he coordinates with other SHAPE divisions, the broader NATO community, and academia in an effort to counter and prepare the alliance against these new threats. Due to his unique professional expertise, he will dedicate his speech today to outlining how international organisations can utilise their legal teams as a means of countering and preparing for evolving lawfare threats, and by telling us some of the great work his legal team are doing on the issue of lawfare. Our third panelist, Ms. Pauline Pfaff, is a research associate with the Public International Law and Policy Group and has previous professional experience working as an intern in the International Criminal Court and Global Legal Action Network. Having completed her bachelor's degree in international relations, she continued on to study an LLM in international criminal law at the Irish Centre for Human Rights in the National University of Ireland, Galway, which is one of the leading human rights research institutes worldwide. Pauline's upward trajectory has not stopped there, and she is currently furthering her academic career this year by taking out another master's degree in international crime, conflict, and criminology, where she's focusing her studies on war crimes. Pauline's discussion today will outline what her primary concerns are regarding future Hadesian lawfare threats that NATO should consider for 2030 and beyond. And finally, we have Mr. Peter Mayoko, who is also a graduate from the Irish Centre for Human Rights at the National University of Ireland, Galway, where he specialised in peace operations, international humanitarian law, and conflict. During his studies, he has displayed an exceptional knowledge of the laws relative to conflict and human rights, and he has proven to have a great understanding of how those laws are applicable to specific circumstances, and he is skilled in critically assessing situations under the rule of law. Peter's skills have allowed him to continuously contribute valuable information-based insights to discussions, and I look forward to hearing everything he has to say during our panel today. Before I move along to the rest of our panel, I would like to bring the audience's attention to the Slido QR code and event code, which can be found in the bottom corner of the screen, where you can send any questions you may have or take the opportunity to answer some of our polls. Finally, I should stress that all of our speakers reserve the right to refuse any questions that are not in accordance with the housekeeping rules. And now, moving on to hear from our esteemed speakers, who I'm so thankful to for being here this Saturday morning and Saturday evening in Dr. Backman's case, who I will now give the floor to.
Thank you very much for having me here. It's a great pleasure. Feels a little bit sentimental. You are just about to enjoy your day while our day is over. That's the beauty of being down under. When it comes to lawfare, I always would like us to remember how fast this topic is evolving. 2015, it was actually my then co-author and a colleague here of Rodrigo Andres Muniz, who met for the first time in Exeter. And it was actually back then that people who have become now experts on hybrid, for example, they said, is hybrid warfare not just basically old wine in new bottles? And then when we move to lawfare, the use of law as a weapon, people basically tend to say to you, well, this is what the others are doing, not we. And back then it was somebody from the Army Legal Services, which is a very distinguished institution or branch of the UK military, where lawfare was seen as what basically, and now comes the term, the Hadesian approach. And again here we already heard from that you quoted from this article, the Lawfare and Hybrid Wars, the 21st Century Warfare, in the Journal of International Humanitarian Legal Studies, which Andres and I published, and where we for the first time brought this Hadesian and the Soysian basically approach to lawfare to the attention of the wider public. So I will mostly look at the Hadesian side. This is the malicious side, that is the disruptive side, not what we are doing, hopefully, the proactive side. So we're talking of basically the challenges which I can identify. And I think we actually stated that already back in 2016 in that article. It was then picked up by Colonel Moore in a publication on basically the subject. Because what we did is we moved this whole lawfare into the hybrid communication-based perspective. And what we back then argued was that when it comes to lawfare, that the lawfare can be compared with, and I quote, reached the desired target as the warhead. So lawfare is the warhead of a missile, while media information operation, InfoOps and Stratcom would be the power flight of that missile. So that is taken here from Colonel Moore, defining lawfare in an article which he wrote in New Concepts of Lawfare in the Free Swords magazine in 2017. And he referred here to the quoted article in the Journal of International Humanitarian Legal Studies, Lawfare and Hybrid Wars. So you can say that lawfare as the basic warhead and the information domain as the potentially the force multiplier. And that is where the danger comes in. I mean, we're talking, we are now 2021, COVID information warfare comes to mind. We are talking about how we can influence, I would say, democracy by manipulating law, that is the Hadesian malicious use of law. And then what we do is basically we use the information domain, the fifth dimension, so to speak, to enhance, you can say, the impact. And that is the biggest danger. And whether you tie that now to the COVID misinformation dash disinformation, whether you tie that to information warfare, or whether you tie that to, for example, topics like climate change. There are always elements, and if we do not, and that is where the challenge comes, if we do not identify, analyze, then we cannot deter. That brings me back to NATO. NATO, we don't have a lawfare, or NATO doesn't have a lawfare. Obviously, Rodrigo, I'm not taking anything away from you, but obviously I write about it, and I'm still a very proud fellow for your organization here in the Indo-Pacific. So whenever I write about it, and I move my focus from back then what we explained when we looked at Russia, when we looked at Crimea, when we looked at the use of lawfare by Russia, and then I moved into the Indo-Pacific, and I looked at basically what is happening here. And when it comes to us countering, number one, or firstly, we and the US, we don't have a lawfare doctrine, full stop, we don't have it. What we're doing at the moment, and this is where Rodrigo will come in later, I'm quite sure, is basically what lawfares or lawfars quite aptly put together. It comes here to basically recognizing, attributing, ready to assist, analyze, deter, or as NATO says, prepare, deter, defend. And I'm here now at stage one, and that is to prepare. We have to prepare. That means we have to create the knowledge and the networks looking at all these dimensions, whether it is commercial law, civil law, health law, whether it's policy, whether it is media, information, you name it, and see it through the lens of an information warfare approach. And that brings me immediately to what a competitor is doing. Because if we look at, for example, what a competitor is doing, then we automatically come to 2003, the CCP Central Committee and the Central Military Commission, CMC, approves the concept of the three warfares. It's a book which you actually should buy. It's a very good translation, which consists of, among others, public opinion, psychological warfare, and then legal warfare. Using national international law to claim China's legal high ground, interests, and build international support to precondition and change public international law in the benefit of China's interests. That has been taken from an article which I wrote here for the Fletcher Forum just recently, COVID information warfare and the future of great power competition. It was co-authored with the Vice Air Marshal and now Director RAND Australia, Andrew Dowse, and an American colleague, Duvan Lee. And we looked at basically our hybrid warfare concept. We looked at the involvement of lawfare. We looked at the three warfares as a subcategory to unrestricted warfare. And that is the point. We go back to what NATO at the moment is basically trying to achieve, and that goes back to our old 2010 capstone of hybrid threats. It is to be able to recognize and then work towards resilience. That is awareness and then resilience. And we have to apply the same, basically you can say, playbook from 2010. I was a subject matter expert for cyber and lawfare back then. And we said we need a comprehensive approach. And that means, first of all, we have to be able to identify and analyze and get ready for that, as prepare. And then we have to work as part of the comprehensive approach, a multi-stakeholder, civil, military, state, business approach to counter that. This is what we have in cyber. Cyber defense cannot work only through state bodies and state organizations. And we need the same in the context of information warfare and lawfare. And I have moved on. I see lawfare nowadays more like the Chinese free warfares. I see lawfare as an integral part of an information warfare approach. And that brings us back to what we stated back then in our Brill publication with Andres, where we said it is the warhead, and then you have basically the rocket being powered by the information domain. And that leads me then to the question: are we actually assessing how international law is being corrupted, how it's being undermined, whether it is the enforcement side? Here we're talking about, for example, being able to field directors or people who are basically sympathetic to you when it comes to enforcement. And then comes the question basically to, do we see a change in international law? When it comes to the competitor which I mentioned, China, we have to be quite straightforward. We have seen the first attempt of basically lawfare failing in the South China Sea, when trying to sell us the UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas, basically trying to be used for arguing that artificial man-made islands would be basically islands in terms of the convention. They failed, and then they basically just decided that might is right, and we just ignore it. That's the one side. That is where the information dimension comes in, because now through social media, through targeted audiences, etc., we all are familiar with the official government accounts are doing in terms of, for example, MSMs. We are basically continuing a fake narrative. That is one way of doing it. But then we look at other, for example, examples. And a good example is Australia being punished. We are the target of China's economic warfare. And Australia identified that. And Australia tries to push back. That goes back to defend, prepare and defend. China started with its trade war against Australia, targeting wine, targeting lobster, targeting beef. Australia looked at it, tried to negotiate. Over months, the various ministers tried to phone Beijing. They were not even answered the phone calls. And now Australia has got three actions before the WTO, the World Trade Organization. That is one way of doing it. Other examples for Chinese lawfare is obviously the national security law in Hong Kong, which has got universal jurisdiction. I don't know whether we actually pay attention to that. China has got extradition agreements with something like, I think, 2/3 of all states. Majority of these were actually entered on behalf of Hong Kong, but obviously being taken over can be utilized. So even NATO states like Greece, for example, have an extradition treaty with the authorities in Beijing. So that means a dissident, but also, for example, a European or Australian-based critic could easily be arrested when flying through Athens. That is the reality. That is Hadesian lawfare. That is the misuse of the rule of law, because the arrangements under Interpol, international arrest warrants, they were not meant to do exactly the opposite of what we are trying since 1945 or 1946 if you take the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That is exactly not what it's intended to. Other examples, when we look, for example, at what is happening here in our region, and it brings us back again to how China sees law. According to Marxist legal tradition, Beijing sees law primarily as an instrument of the Communist Party of China. Consequently, it is not appropriate to translate the Chinese term "fashi," which was officially introduced in 1997, as rule of law in Western discourse. The CPC does not accept the intrinsic value of the law. The translation "rule by law" is more appropriate. The suffix with Chinese characteristics, according to Cheat thought, underlies Beijing's intention to create its own Chinese legal systems that also draws on traditional Chinese legal concepts from having a global impact. And that has been taken here from Mr. Dr. Moritz Rudolph, postdoctoral fellow at the Yale School Paul Tsai China Center. So we have a real issue here. I remember when I just started in England as a senior lecturer, I attended the International Law Association, I think the Hague conference it was, and there the first Chinese ICJ judge, a lady, was introduced to us. And she spoke about this is the sign of basically China opening and rule of law and globalization. But that is when we see what has been basically on the books in what is called unrestricted warfare, the use of law, yes, but more importantly, to use enforcement mechanisms to ensure that the Chinese approach to a global order and the rule of law-based order is successful. And we see that as a march for the institutions. So we have a double problem. We have a country basically adopting legislation with a universal, establishing universal jurisdiction is something what is not the first time. But such a country needs cooperation, judicial cooperation, for example, extradition agreements. And China has these in place. So suddenly something what would be illegal in terms, for example, of our constitution or constitutional principles, rule of law, fair trial, you name it, suddenly that is completely undermined when we see basically domestic legislation establishing universal jurisdiction. Just one more example here. America has suffered and is suffering under the biggest IP theft in human history. There's a very good book with the title Stealth War. You have to read it. It's about basically the ongoing, you can say, theft of IP, how institutions are being corrupted, you name it. This is the whole basic shenanigans. But the thing is, and that's the point, it was always Western nations approaching China and saying, do something IP-wise, intellectual property-wise. And then China sometimes said, yeah, we're going to do something, we're going to enforce something, etc., etc. China has turned that around. China nowadays brings IP infringement action before their own courts against Western countries, basically trying to turn the tables. China's new legal weapon to fend off claims of intellectual property theft. In 4 major cases since 2020, Chinese courts granted so-called anti-suit injunctions, blocking foreign companies from taking legal action anywhere in the world to protect their trade secrets, Wall Street Journal. So what we have to understand, and we go back to what NATO basically is sort of, in terms of hybrid threats and hybrid warfare, basically sort of puts down as what has to be done, and that is prepare, deter, and defend. We are not even when it comes to being prepared, because prepared means we have to have the awareness and we have the capacity to analyze these things and to tie the knots. If you read something about a civil action, IP law action, it might not really sort of feature when we talk about war, when we talk about international relations and conflict. But then when you tie IP theft at an industrial scale, and you tie that to what it does to domestic industries, but also what it does in terms of the modernization of the PLA, for example, then suddenly we have a hybrid. Something what is per se an IP matter becomes suddenly something what affects our national security. And that's why in order to work as Western rule of law abiding nations, we have to work, and I use again the 2010 capstone, we need a comprehensive approach. And we have to work on the awareness, and we have to start like a joint operations center to designate certain desks working together, and then highlighting, for example, what is happening in order to raise the awareness. And that is completely lacking, and that is what we have to do. Is my time up?
Hello, everyone. I mean, first of all, I would like to thank Amber and Petra and the Atlantic Forum for inviting me to speak. And just the first caveat that I have to put forward is that I am here in a personal capacity. So what I'm going to say may or may not reflect the views of NATO, of course. And I mean, answering to what Amber, you have asked me to talk about, what can NATO and other international organizations do now through their legal teams in order to combat this new threat of lawfare? And I think that the way I would like to approach this is to talk to you about what we do actually in our office. Since 2015, already in 2014, and the contacts between precisely Professor Bachmann and Mr. Munoz, the director of my office, we have been working a lot and thinking a lot about what can we do precisely to address these threats. Of course, in this first phase of prepare, the first thing we had to do was to increase awareness. There is really not real awareness of the problem, of the threats coming from the legal domain, or there was not at the time. Precisely, the threat of China has been a great wake-up call, I think, for all the Western world in general. Not talking here about NATO, but about the academia as well. And it has also represented a big shifting point where people are looking at the law and what China is trying to do actively in the field of the legal domain or the legal environment, if we can call it like that. Sorry, but I wanted to talk to you about how we do it. So, what we started to look into this, we were cognizant of all these issues of Harisian or Solution lawfare, whether this is legitimate or not, we are facing. And this, we saw that in terms of operationalizing it inside the organization was a bit of a roadblock. So I'm speaking always here about the military side of the organization here, of NATO, SHAPE, and its subordinate headquarters in the NATO command structure. In order to transcend these debates that were a bit difficult, especially in the legal community, we spoke of legal operations, and this is what we speak. This is the term we use: is legal operations, understood simply as the use of law as an instrument of power. Of course, this can be sedition, this can be adhesion, this can be in line with the rule of law. It can be legitimate, it can be illegitimate, it can be in violation of the principle of good faith, or it cannot. It really depends. But just to deal with the whole of it, and we need to understand that this is used as an instrument of competition. This is that even when used legitimately, it might mean a threat or an undermining of our Western interests. And it's something that the least we can do is talk about it, or trying to see if there is anything that we can do about it. In the normal private law domain, when we are negotiating a contract, we are trying, obviously, to get out of the negotiations with the best possible outcome for ourselves. The same works here. It doesn't matter if what our opponent is using is legitimate or illegitimate. We are just trying to get the best deal out of it. So the same way. But how do we do this? So we work with three main lines of effort. And the first main line of effort, and this is very much in line with what Professor Bachmann was saying, is for us legal vigilance. We need to be fully aware of what's going on in the legal environment. For us, and this is part of the capabilities that we are trying to develop and to underpin and to insert in our policy documents, is precisely this ability to scan, to do horizon scanning, to scan the legal environment, to scan for court rulings, for open cases, for new domestic pieces of legislation, for new treaties, new MOUs, non-binding agreements, for legal academic trends. We see also China actively, but not only China, Russia has done that historically as well, actively trying to shape the narratives in the context of academia. And to create also, let's say, pools of references that will support specific narratives that are in favor of their positions. All this to try to detect threats stemming from this legal environment, from this legal domain. But not only that, also to see inside, we need to see which are the vulnerabilities that we have in our own legal systems. In this, we see, for instance, how Japan very skillfully has worked around their own constitutional limitations to the use of force in order to address maritime hybrid threats from China in the Senkaku archipelago. We see how they have detected this vulnerability and used the law precisely to address the shortcoming. This is derives from the detecting phase, from the vigilance phase. So that's the first main line of effort. Then the second line of effort, and we could say principal one or main one, is what we call legal response effects and anticipation. This is addressing the threat when it is identified. So when we see an incoming, we need the capabilities to deal with it. We can be aware that China is conducting a systematic and massive large-scale IP theft, but we need the capabilities and the processes to deal with this. We need to be able to address it. If we can see it, but then we don't have the procedures, or we don't have the networks within the governments, within the organizations to deal with this, there is no way we can address it. So that's response, but also effects and anticipation. Once we have detected those vulnerabilities that I'm talking about, once we have seen that there are areas that have been exploited by one actor and might be exploited by another actor, or areas that in the past have been used, we need to address those, and we need to. And I apologize because I'm staying always at the abstract level, because I don't want to go down into classified information. But we need to precisely to reinforce, to strengthen our system, and this is essential to the state power competition, to the great power competition. Sorry, we need to strengthen the principles of our system, because sometimes when we are trying to deal with hybrid threats, and in general also with conventional threats, we tend to take actions that may harm also our own system, and that might be the outcome sought by our adversaries. We have seen that, especially in the original, let's say, discussions about lawfare, when we spoke about the abuse of international humanitarian law by non-state actors in the Middle East. They have abused IHL to the point that we have ended up undermining our own principles. So that's something that we need to be very mindful of and integrate in the processes. And then the third line of effort, and this is perhaps also in the phase of prepare, but it's essential for the phase of for the line of effort of response, which is training and education. Training and education is essential. This is something that we are doing. We are integrating legal operations lawfare as part of NATO exercises. We are conducting education events and training events all across the organization, also among national capitals. This is one example of this type of as well of events. We need to spread the awareness, and we need to create the networks, and we need to exercise this. We need to learn how to deal with these new threats. All in all, it's just to reach that idea of holistic approach, of comprehensive approach, whole of government approach. Call it however you want. This is not an effort only for lawyers or for legals. This is something that where the intelligence community needs to be involved, especially when we're talking about vigilance, where the strategic communications, that's essential because of how strongly connected to the perception domain and to the narratives and to the legitimacy debates, etc. The political advisors, the finance people, logistics. Also, this is something important from the point of view of military operations, the integrity of logistics chains. This is something that also can be targeted using hybrid and lawfare means, etc. So as I say, with an idea of creating the network, and I would say that we are being quite successful. So it has been quite an uphill battle since Professor Bachmann and Mr. Munoz started to talk about lawfare within NATO in 2015. I myself have been there trying to push this message for the last years. But I would say that there has been a breakthrough, and at least within NATO, we see that it's starting to appear all across policy documents, and we are starting to deal more and more with this. Of course, what can the legal teams? The legal teams need to integrate this as part of their activities. This cannot be a new work strand that a few dedicated people work on and the rest do their daily business. It cannot be that. That's not how it works. Of course, it is ideal if we have dedicated people, and this is something that organizations like NATO and the EU should definitely do, is to have teams dedicated to this, either as specific legal teams or as part of broader counter-hybrid or call it whatever, competition. In the EU, they refer to, I think, foreign interference. you need to have legats dedicated exclusively to that, but you also need to change the mindset of the legal professionals, not only inside the organizations, but also in the private sector. And this is chiming in as well with the whole strategic communications and cyber debates. It has also, it is important that it's also in the private sphere. Precisely one of the cases, or the case that triggered our interest in lawfare in 2015, was a specific court action taken against NATO Supreme Commander in 2015. There was an accusation against the NATO commander before, a private accusation by a private individual before a criminal court, and the criminal court, without asking any questions, issued a criminal subpoena against the NATO commander. Just imagine the psychological effects of these type of actions. But why is this? Because the court organ, who has at his or her disposal, or their disposal, they have the actions to think or to ask for further information, or to processes to find out whether this is a good faith action coming from a private individual. They didn't take into consideration, because they are not aware of the threat. That's why it's super important that we expand this awareness also about the private sector. But what I wanted to say is that it has to be also within the organizations, also within NATO, within the EU, it has to be part of the daily business. I work as part of the legal operations team. So I do hybrid, legal aspects of hybrid, emerging and disruptive technologies, emerging security challenges, etc. So I have this in my glasses. But I also do other stuff. I also do military mobility across the continent. And within my daily duties, I can see vulnerabilities. If I am wearing my lawfare glasses, I can see where we can really make a difference, make an advantage. Or I am reading the news, or I am studying academics for my work, and I see threats, or I see certain narratives. That's why it's super important that all legal teams look at reality with these glasses. And I think that this is something that little by little it's happening. And within the legal community, I would say that there is a slight, perhaps, resistance to do this, because lawyers, by definition, we are overworked. but I think that with enough training and enough, let's say, if we really make people aware of the threat, everyone starts to do it, and it just clicks. It clicks, and then you're reading the news, and then you're doing your work, and you see it happening before your eyes. And yeah, that's it. I don't want to take more time. I just look forward to discussing more, also with the other our Irish colleagues. I don't know if you Pauline and Peter are Irish or not, but anyway, look forward to hearing your questions and discussing further.
Thank you very much. And first of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. As you might have gathered from the presentations of my fellow honorable panel members, lawfare may be employed in a multitude of ways. It may be destructive or affirmative, offensively or defensively. Commonly, two types are differentiated, as already introduced by Dr. Bachmann: Hedesian and Zoesian. And while I will focus a bit more on the Hedesian lawfare and its implications for NATO and its 2030 strategy, Peter will then talk a bit more about Zoesian lawfare. In the upcoming minutes, I intend to first outline a bit what the nebulous term of Hedesian lawfare actually means and how the tactics understood thereunder are employed by state and non-state actors in the context of hybrid warfare. Then in the second part, I want to voice some thoughts and maybe calls of caution regarding possible implications and challenges arising for NATO. So the term Hedesian lawfare, and I'm sure Dr. Bachmann can actually attest to this much better than I can, is a reference to Greek mythology. For Hades is the god of the underworld. He's often depicted in pop culture as sinister and the lord of the darkness. Commonly, he's also portrayed as the adversary of Zeus, the ruler of the sky and earth. The coining of the terms Hadesian and Suesian lawfare follow that popular narrative. Hadesian lawfare describes the use or instrumentalization of law as a strategy of war to distort the rule of law's leading principles and underpinnings by, for example, exploiting legal ambiguity, legal thresholds, or fault lines. In contrast, Suesian lawfare depicts the strategic use of law to affirm such principles. What is common to both is, however, that they are directed against an adversary, so an opponent. Hybrid warfare, with its simultaneous application of classical kinetic means of war and other, including non-kinetic means, and the enmeshment of formally distinct categories of warfare across the spectrum, like, for example, active combat or civilian support, provides a perfect storm for the employment of Hadesian lawfare to further military and political objectives. Hadesian lawfare can be employed in a multitude of ways and at different stages of conflict, either in its pretext to increase the legitimacy of future acts or the perceived legitimacy of future acts, during it to, for example, gain an immediate military advantage over your opponent, but also in the aftermath to either avoid or direct judicial scrutiny. The actors employing Hadesian lawfare are as versatile as the methods used and include state and non-state actors. Overall, the nexus between law and military operations and objectives has become increasingly clear over the past decade, and the strategies have become more sophisticated and diversified. Hadesian lawfare is not only waged on the battlefield, but also in other often legal fora, such as the International Criminal Court, the Court of International Justice, treaty drafting conferences, diplomatic conferences, and the United Nations. A special role is also accorded to the Court of Public Opinion. Often the greatest accomplishment, actually, of Hadesian lawfare, and by the way, also Suesian lawfare, is to shape the public perception of the adversary as not adhering to law, and often of oneself as the defender of what is just. The most reiterated and probably most straightforward example of Hadesian lawfare is the use of human shields. This is predominantly done by non-state actors against their state adversaries who pledge to adhere to humanitarian principles and especially to sparing civilian lives. The tactic has, for example, been employed against NATO troops by the Taliban, but also by ISIS in Syria. The killing of the civilians who are instrumentalized as human shields is then exploited for public relations benefits and to discredit the adversary as non-law-abiding actor. This shows further how Hadesian lawfare allows to achieve significant impact against a militarily superior opponent and underlines its relevance to asymmetrical warfare. This is also apparent by the growing number of reports that militias and militia affiliates host legal conferences or something alike. For example, I'm sorry if I mispronounce this name now, Mukama in Iraq have regular meetings on Telegram and other social media which resemble conference calls or podcasts where a prominent speaker discusses legal issues, like, for example, the illegality of the killing of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani by an US airstrike in 2020, or other alleged breaches of humanitarian law by their opponents. The Mukama have understood the value of Iraqi, religious, and international law for achieving their goals by discrediting their opponents in the eyes of Iraqi, but also international audiences. Like already mentioned earlier, the employment of Hadesian warfare is by no means restricted to non-state actors. The so-called Green Man invasion of Crimea, as already referenced by Dr. Bachmann, is but one example. Here, Russia exploited the undefined nature of the conflict for its own advantages. It was unclear whether it was an international armed conflict, a non-international one, or just a state of civil unrest. Russia used the resulting uncertainty regarding the sources and paradigms of applicable law, and thus adequate reactions, to its advantage, and eventually, this legal uncertainty also affected the identification and attribution of legal responsibility, and thus accountability measures. However, as also already mentioned, Hadesian lawfare is not restricted to times of active conflict, and can also be used in times of relative peace. For example, to better the position of an actor regarding potential future conflicts or interests more general. The techniques employed here are more sophisticated and often subtle. For example, international relations and misinformation campaigns are used to negate the validity of treaties and to avoid the principle of pacta sunt servanda, meaning that our agreements have to be kept. Another strategy is to aim at establishing agreements and treaties beneficial to an actor's interests in a specific situation, or the attempt to gain recognition of outdated or otherwise a bit questionable treaties, granting certain rights to the advantage of the actor. Such preparative actions can, for example, be witnessed regarding Chinese policies and tactics towards the South Chinese Sea, but also Russia and the Arctic. But what does this increasing use and sophistication of Hadesian lawfare actually mean for NATO, and especially for its way forward? Well, NATO has been aware, as also highlighted by Mr. Benito, of the inherent complexity and ambiguity of hybrid warfare, not only for security, but also legal challenges. This is also reflected in the 2017 reviewed Comprehensive Approach Action Plan and the 2030 NATO Initiative, where the upholding of the rules-based international order forms a key proposal. In the North Atlantic Treaty, it is highlighted that NATO and its member states are founded on the principle of the rule of law. In the context of hybrid warfare, where often legal and ethical asymmetry between actors exists, it is key to reaffirm and strengthen the rule of law continuously. Until today, no official or common definition of lawfare exists within NATO. As highlighted by Mr. Benito, it is commonly referred to as legal operations, which is even more vague in my eyes. And in my opinion, development of a common understanding of lawfare and is key to effective policy development, and also especially in the context of decreasing reaction times by standardization and the building of networks. It would further avoid that lawfare develops in another overly politicized label, where the use of the label actually already depicts an act of warfare. This definition and policies based on such a definition should factor in varying tools, time frames for rewards, and points in the conflict cycles where Hadesian lawfare is employed. Continuous monitoring, even of situations where no kinetic strategies have been employed yet, is further essential. NATO should use a uniform methodology in identifying, assessing, and responding to lawfare, which embraces the rule of law and underlines the importance of a stable international legal framework. Facing the emergence of new technologies, increased focus on new frontiers within politics, such as, for example, the Arctic or outer space, and other challenges such as climate change, which are likely to increase instability in the world, the use of Hadesian lawfare is likely to rise in future, and also its tools may be expanded and altered. A continuous review of approaches and definitions, as well as continuous monitoring, are key to position NATO adequately for the coming decade. Lawfare is also warfare by means of public perception and opinion, by the establishment of narratives of good and evil, of law defender and lawbreaker. Thus, to increase NATO's resilience towards Hadesian lawfare and its methods, a carefully kept public relations and outreach programs would be essential. And finally, like Zeus and Hades are brothers in Greek mythology, the two sides of lawfare are closely interlinked and not as juxtaposed as we would like to believe sometimes. And at times the lines get quite blurry. Both Hadesian and Sayesian lawfare utilize law in the political process by stigmatizing the opponent as a lawbreaker and by legitimizing one's own actions. Thus, it is essential to evaluate definitions and actions, approaches and plans on a regular basis to ensure that the line is not crossed or blurred. It is further important to scrutinize not only NATO's collective engagement in lawfare or reaction thereto, but also of its member states. Hadesian lawfare does not only pose an external threat to NATO, but also an internal one, where its member states engage in it unilaterally, and thus endangering the credibility and legitimacy of NATO as an actor in promoting the rule of law. Thank you very much. This concludes my presentation.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Good morning everyone. I'd just like to start by just saying what I'm going to talk about. And so I will start by giving a brief overview of the concepts of lawfare, and then I will follow it up with some examples of Hadesian lawfare, which I believe can be countermeasured with some Zeushian aspects. And of course, everything that I'm saying does not reflect any institution in any way. These facts could change by tomorrow. And with that said, I'd like to get started. So the point of Zeushian lawfare is to reaffirm and strengthen the current concepts of law, as it is essential for law-abiding nations to adapt an approach which uses Zeus to support the legitimate objectives set within those laws and to prevent opponents from using Hadesian lawfare. But we must also consider the fact that those states that use Hadesian lawfare will view their tactics as Zeushian and ours as Hadesian. So we must always be wary of that as well and be vigilant towards that theory. Lawfare tends to spring from undefined conflicts, as well as there is confusion over the applicable law, accountability and responsibility to each state. And a key component of lawfare, as described by Kitchery, is that lawfare impacts the decision-making capabilities of the armed forces as it attempts to paralyze them. And as we've seen from examples given by both Bachmann, Benitez, and Pauline, the common factor between all examples is subterfuge, as we've seen with the NATO policy in Afghanistan, which was boomeranged by the Taliban, Hamas using human shields against the Israeli state, the Russia in Ukraine, and Arafat in South Africa as another key example. So it is fair to suggest that Zeushian lawfare is about taking preemptive tactical decisions to anticipate Hadesian methods. And as mentioned previously by Bachmann and Benitez, lawfare is used maliciously to negate treaty validity and to void the public international law principle of pacta sunt servanda. And for those who aren't familiar in the audience with what pacta sunt servanda means, is that it stems from the Vienna Convention of Law treaties, and it prescribes a certain presumption as to the validity and continuance of a treaty in force. So essentially, it is binding upon the parties, and those parties must be performed in good faith. Now, a major Hadesian case of this is with regards to Russia and the Ukraine, And as much as we question its morality and legitimacy, Hadesian lawfare works, and that's why it's such a threat for us. Not the idea of it, but Hadesian lawfare in and of itself. As we saw, Russia weaseled its way out of its obligations to the Treaty of the Budapest Memorandum. And for those who aren't familiar, the Budapest Memorandum was at the fall of the Soviet Union in 1994, whereby the Ukraine relinquished its control over its nuclear weapons in return for a Russian promise not to infringe on its territory. We fast forward to 2014, and we saw that that wasn't the case. But it's because of that that I would like to draw attention to the own North Atlantic Treaty. So treaties are based upon the customary word of states at the time of treaty formulation. And therefore, because the North Atlantic Treaty Organization is treaty-based, perhaps member states should identify this issue amongst themselves, as clearly the government of today can definitely undo the government of the past, and the government of tomorrow has no obligations to the government of today through Hadesian methods. However, we must also consider that it's called Hadesian lawfare, which would suggest the law itself is Zeushan in its own nature, as it is malleable and it's not on the table of elements. We created it, we shaped it, and we nurtured it. If humans, with regards to the laws of armed conflict, were rational and innately good, our laws of armed conflict would have a much higher pedigree than they do now, or certainly a much older one. It took those who shared enough compassion to create regulations to protect the humanity from ourselves. It is those actions that created the psyche that Zeusians have. In other words, it could be considered that everything we believe justice and the rule of law to be today has percolated down from those arguably recent developments to what we now consider the norm when morally considering the law. To further expand on what I'm trying to say, I'd like to briefly draw your attention to the Outer Space Treaty. So in 1967, it was entered into force, and it summarizes that no one state can permanently own a celestial body save for when it perhaps crash lands in the territory of a state, and even then can only be used for research purposes. 2 years later, in 1969, we had the first lunar landing conducted by the United States. On the 11th of July of this year, we saw the first recreational space race between 3 companies. In 2 decades' time, we could also hypothetically have the first humans on Mars. And at this pace, it could be considered that by 2121, 100 years from now, that our level of science and exploration would have reached such a level, combined with the current ever-increasing catastrophic speed of climate change, that we will have no choice but to change or redraft the provisions of that Outer Space Treaty in order to ensure the security and the safety and prosperity of the human race. And it is for this reason now that I draw your attention back to the topic at hand. We can and must change certain elements of our laws now in order to ensure the legitimacy of not just treaty obligations, but also identify lawfare at an international level when it comes to conflict. So the reason why I mentioned the Outer Space Treaty is because its inestimability and its measureless characteristic shares a trait with Hadesian lawfare. I believe so anyway. So what I mean by this is that even if the never-ending battle between Zeus and Hades was somehow in Zeus's favor today, Hades could simply just shapeshift in order to find an alternative advantage in the hopes of paralyzing Zeus, as we have seen from the examples mentioned earlier this morning, which only ends in this sort of never-ending saga of cat and mouse. And in an attempt to end this cycle, I'm proposing an idea that will help contain Hadesian acts, as arguably they cannot be destroyed entirely given the irrationality of human nature. So as mentioned before by Bachmann and Mosquera and Benitez, lawfare technically can be perceived as a battle space and should be considered no different than military strategy on land, sea and air. So lawfare springs from undefined conflicts, as said previously, and from abusing the law to make sure it remains undefined for Hadesian benefit. It is because of this that I propose a containment strategy to suffocate the flames of Hades rather than fight fire with fire, which could arguably only intensify the heat and create more issues. So I'm asking the audience and the rest of the panel members, would they consider the feasibility of a regional treaty amongst NATO members, if not in addition to the Treaty of 1949? I suggest this because a unanimously accepted definition of lawfare is essential, because as we have seen from the sphere of counterterrorism, the lack of an accepted definition is problematic. Plus, it could potentially be easier to get the unanimous verdict from within an organization that genuinely shares and desires the same goal, peace in Europe. and the North Atlantic area. Secondly, NATO members could create an AP3-esque sort of scenario, and by AP3 I mean the additional protocols. So we've already have the first and second additional protocols with regards to defining non-international and international armed conflicts. So if NATO members could come together and create an AP3-esque protocol that highlights the nature of lawfare and determining the factors of adhesion lawfare and where it is used, combined with strict countermeasures that are hereby justified through NATO's own legitimacy, rather than having it remain a grey area or run the risk of it being forced or mislabeled as non-international or international or even a conflict at all. It highlights we can actively legitimize appropriate responses without running the risk of acting in a adhesion manner ourselves. Furthermore, a NATO consensus for NATO operations is much more attainable, arguably, than a worldwide consensus, especially if you include organizations such as Human Rights Watch, the ICRC, and the Red Crescent, when it, or possibly when it is being drafted in the future. This is also permitted through the North Atlantic Treaty itself, which is stated by the preamble. The parties to this treaty are resolved to unite in their efforts for collective defense and for the preservation of peace and security. This highlights our need to adapt. In 1991, at the collapse of the Soviet Union, NATO had to redefine itself. That time is upon us now again. Article 2 reinforces this as it states the parties will contribute toward bringing about a better understanding of the principles upon which these institutions are founded. And finally, Article 12 permits discussion and addition as after the treaty has been in force in 10 years or at any time thereafter, the parties shall, if they so request, consult together for the purpose of reviewing the treaty, having regard for the factors then affecting peace and security in the North Atlantic area. So to conclude, it is possible that the route for change and adaptability is there. Lawfare is severely affecting peace and security in the North Atlantic area, especially since Russia is now rising again as a major international player, be it either in Eastern Europe, the Ukraine, the Nagorno-Karabakh, or the Syrian civil war, or elsewhere. Zeus can triumph if we react now. And sometimes, as I mentioned previously, fighting fire with fire is the right route, but not when it comes to lawfare. The law itself is Zeus and lawfare is adhesion. I feel that if what I propose is implemented correctly and acutely with some more information being added, then it is possible that it is a form of Zeusian lawfare in and of itself, as Hades cannot shapeshift to try and paralyze Zeus once his shapeshifting has been highlighted and identified. To conclude, ultimately, I feel that it is our responsibility, the people of today, to make sure that the people of tomorrow, however in which way they are inclined, cannot threaten the very core of our foundation. We can no longer depend on outward threats, as evidently threats can also come from the inside. Thus, we have a responsibility to preserve the unshakable constitution, nobility, and dedication NATO states have towards building a peaceful, ever-vigilant, and secure North Atlantic area.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much, Peter. All of your discussions today have just been so enlightening and I've really enjoyed them. So now what we're going to do is we're going to move on to a panel discussion where maybe Dr. Bachmann or Mr. Rodrigo Benitez would be able to maybe give their opinions on some of the thoughts that Pauline and Peter have had.
Rodrigo, do you want to go first? Or do you want me to go first?
You can start, Professor. I'll follow.
I really started commenting on. I really loved this panel. Starting with Rodrigo, basically from a practical point of view, sort of you can say, adding to what as an academic and not working in the office in Brussels, what for me. I saw it last time I was in Brussels in 2019. I saw it here at the EU and NATO basic level as a guest speaker to the French defense. And we had here the colleagues from the European Union and also here from NATO. And I saw there was the movement. There was the ever-growing, basically, you can say, I wouldn't call it interoperability, but at least there was an basically organizational awareness, and you have seen also that highlighted in the approach and in how hybrid warfare is being understood by both supranational organizations, which is great. And to see what you're doing here in terms of the practical side, which all goes towards awareness, is very important, and that is absolutely great. Then Pauline, you were the next. I really loved it. It was for me. You used more examples than we used, but what I really liked about this, looking at these two terms and giving really, like you can say, life, and also this sort of, it is a difficult thing because the Hadesian of the competitor can be basically easily turned into our own Hadesian, and that is why it's very fascinating. It's a double-edged sword to a certain extent, and when I speak on lawfare, and I do it quite often here as part of my outreach to the ADF, when I talk about information operation, I always say that the one thing which basically we have to be absolutely aware of is that we are not the good guys all the time. It would be nice if we were the good guys. And as part of my international law teaching, I make that clear. I mean, let's think of 2003 Iraq. We have to be honest about that when we talk of the use ad bellum, because otherwise we would actually commit the same, I think, we would commit the same offense to the rule of law than our adversaries are doing. And especially when we look at the Russian argument by Lavrov, he was throwing everything back at us. What we thought in terms of Kosovo applied. We're talking here about self-determination versus state sovereignty. And I still remember when basically the justification for the independence came from certain nations within NATO, and that then fed into the advisory opinion on Kosovo by the ICJ. That was used word by word by Mr. Lavrov, and I do not I do not hold it against him. That is how it is, and that leads me to Peter. I think to a certain extent, what you said as the last sort of suggestion, recommendation, like NATO as a type of rule of law club, a little bit like SWIFT, which is a voluntary basis, and I just finished an article for Rutgers on basically cyber, creating a cyber convention against malicious cyber threats, and talking of a so-called club model. You basically join a club, you're protected, you have then the rules basically applicable to you. You can be also defended by members of the club. And that brings me now to Peter. I think that would be a wonderful thing. I think it will not work because just taking this Kosovo example, if you look at, for example, the attitude of certain NATO states towards, there's clear division among NATO member states. There are states which are completely against that. Think of Spain. Rodrigo, you will be able to correct me on that one for their own Spanish history. And then you have, for example, states which are completely in favor, United States and Germany. And I think it would be like a type of umbrella, blanket type of thing. I think it would be great. It would be very feasible. It would be very basic. I would be desirable, but I think it is not feasible for the reasons which we see just now again in the context of post-Brexit. We are still nation states. And as much as we are working as part of the alliance, which is great, we have our own basically sort of historical, think of Gibraltar and the UK, now I speak as a Brit, and we still have our histories. And I think how we understand, for example, how the rule of law applies if we are one of the P5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, I think there will be not the real support for it. It will be most likely pushed by states like, for example, I don't know, Germany might be, but smaller nations, which are very active and vocal when it comes to such things within NATO. But I don't think that the big players will actually basically be very excited about such a thing, because they would see it as basically potentially giving the competitor a type of playbook which can be used against you. So just some comments, but I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed all three of you, what you said, how you contributed, and all the different angles. And one more last thing about Peter, that's absolutely right, I totally overlooked, and that is the new basic generational, hundreds of years of shaping, is obviously the Outer Space Treaty. And if we don't get a grip on that. We will see a repeat what is happening, for example, in the Arctic and in the Antarctic there. How, again, our usual suspects are basically using lawfare, especially China becoming a near Arctic nation, etc., etc. And I think here the repercussions will be horrible. Can't even think of that. So thank you very much.
Amber, may I continue, or you wanted to?
Sorry, my mic wasn't turned on. Yeah, Rodrigo, go ahead.
Okay. So, I mean, first of all, like, really congratulations to both Pauline and Peter. Your interventions were really, really, really excellent. It's a pleasure being here. Just picking up of what Professor Bachmann was saying about the Kosovo example. No? I mean, this is precisely one of the reasons why I am fully convinced that this has to be in the mindset of all legal advisors, of all legal practitioners, and not only the legal practitioners, but also our decision makers. When we are acting around the areas, or in general, when we are acting in the legal environment, we are setting practice, we are setting example, and we are setting precedents that are gonna be used against us. This is very much like in the American movies when someone is arrested. There is a quote, a very famous quote from Vladimir Putin. I don't know if you know, right after the intervention in Kosovo, where he said, Kosovo is a double-sided stick, and the other side is gonna hit the West very fast in the face. He himself said that, and what, 20 years later, Russia used exactly the same arguments to justify their intervention in Crimea. So it's something that really we need to be very aware of when acting in the legal environment, and being very aware of the consequences of our actions. Pauline, I really loved your assessment and your recommendations as to how we should deal with lawfare and with the legal threats. It's precisely, it matches our assessment. I guess we are all reading from the same sources. We are all reading from Professor Bachmann and and from also Mr. Munoz, my boss himself. But it's really precisely the type of approach that we need to take. It's the monitoring, it's establishing the processes, it's establishing the connections with the strategic communications community. This is essential as part of the narratives, especially in the conflicts of the future. We are not going to see conflicts where a war is declared, or where it's very obvious that a state is using full-fledged conventional force against another state. We are going to see NATO triggering Article 5 because of a crisis in certain parts of the alliance, where it is not maybe so much clear. So we really need to be, or where our let's say, triggering of collective defense is going to be challenged and delegitimized by our opponents. So we really need to merge all our legal legitimizing arguments together with the broader information environment, let's say. And on the intervention of Peter, I think it was very interesting. There is one area where I have to disagree. You said that we need to be aware that sometimes our opponents' use of Hadithian lawfare is perceived by themselves as solution, and vice versa. No, I think that the main actors using Hadithian lawfare are fully aware of the fact that their lawfare is, or their use of law is Hadithian. I mean, the declarations, and this is again, I'm talking here in a personal capacity. Remember that the declarations of Mr. Lavrov, for instance, concerning the rules-based international order. I mean, it's hypocritical to say the least. You cannot cherry pick the international law applicable to you, and the same goes to China's narratives in the South China Sea. These are state actors that are openly breaking international rules, and then saying that they're in line with international law, and then accusing the West of breaking international rules. It's like there is this let's say shamelessness in the legal environment, in the discourse that we see of certain actors, that needs to be taken into account when dealing with lawfare. And this chimes in with the next thing that you mentioned, and I think that really you touch on the very, let's say, most important bit of lawfare, which is the race that we are seeing in norm setting in international law. We see there is a race in space, norm setting in space, in cyber, in artificial intelligence, in biotechnology. There is an ongoing race now between some groups of states to challenge, not to challenge, to set rules for these new, let's say, new or rediscovered or reopened areas of the law that are already regulated by principles of international law that are inherently Western, and that they are challenging those principles. So it's very important that we really keep an eye on that, and we really work to also contribute to this norm setting at the international level. Especially in the last decade, the West has taken like a step back in this norm setting in the international environment, and we really need to engage again. China is not shying away from this, and we really need to fully engage. And it goes to the same. I mean, also the approaches need to be different. And in this, I refer again to the article that Professor Bachmann was quoting before of the German scholar publishing in the Yale, no, I can't recall his name, but he says, and that's very important. When we are entering into international agreements now with these countries, we cannot rely on our old principles of international law, on the principle of good faith. We cannot rely on the fact that these actors are going to comply with the agreement just because they signed at the bottom line of the document. We need to implement enforcement mechanisms. We need to implement mechanisms that make sure that the obligations are being fulfilled and that lack of compliance carries consequences. So that those are a bit some of the points that I saw. And as to regulating lawfare, and you both, Peter and Pauline, said that, or made an emphasis on how important it is to really define lawfare and to conceptualize it. I think the naming is not so important, but so much as to being aware that the law is indeed being used, and it's also. So I like to make a reference to chess. So law is both the board, and it's also and the rules, and it's also one of the pawns, one of the pieces in chess. No? So as long as we and all the operators in defense, security, but not only in general, right, are aware of this, we don't really need to define it. And I think international law is already there. It has its principles, etc. What we need to do is actively scan for weaknesses and vulnerabilities and address them as soon as we can, and as much as we can, to try to protect ourselves, but also to protect our own values, no, and the very same international system.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo. And yeah, Dr. Bachmann, I can see you have something important to say.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Играть в шахматы. This is what the Russians do. They play Czech шахматы at Frunze. It's part of the military curriculum. That is exactly what you need. And I totally agree with Rodrigo. I actually think we would do ourselves a disfavor if we were to enter now into a lawfare doctrine. I think what we have to do is, because that is where the gray zone comes in my opinion, as long, like a chess player, as long as you are familiar with the game, and you basically can apply basically the mind to a strategy, you don't necessarily need now at this time, I think, a NATO strategy on lawfare. One thing though, the recognition that it is part of hybrid, we already have. Just one thing which came to my mind while you were speaking, the shameless abuse of international law. If you go back quickly to 2014 Crimea, when then Russia justified first its action and then later the annexation. And that is a discussion we had back then, also with Andres, and that was when this whole idea was created, that you have to be proactive. If the moment basically this, you can say, this disinformation is being released, the same as the South China Sea, The same with, for example, with Huawei, and why Huawei, for example, according to the Chinese view, is just basically a normal, you can say, IT infrastructure project. You need a proactive counter approach in the information domain. Think of Lavrov basically saying that this was an annexation, and that would therefore the referendum was sufficient to basically break international law. If you would have then immediately put out basically these points, which then later Stoltenberg, the Secretary General, made, of, for example, the Budapest Memorandum, etc., etc. That is how you counter that. So it's two things. It is brilliant legal minds, real war fighters, sitting basically not only in the legal office, but also basically in various other institutions, including what you guys are doing here, Amber, and what Peter will do, and Pauline are doing. So all these basically brilliant people, this is what actually Rodrigo said earlier, basically reaching out to academia. And I think you, here in the Northern Hemisphere, you have it now. Yeah, you have it now. I think we are far way away here in Australia. That has also there's a different reason. It is a certain hostility between basically the current government, or perceived hostility, and the universities. It has something to do with it. We actually submitted that to Parliament, and we actually said we need actually to finance universities. We had 40,000 jobs lost during COVID. If you want to basically sort of really strategically invest, and Australia has a couple of strategic, basically defense close type of institutions, but that's not enough. What I wanted to say, and that's basically just to sort of wrap it up. If you have, whether it's now formalized or whether it's across the spectrum, whether it's a full governmental or whether it's comprehensive, you have the message, you have a counter message. It has to come out aggressively as part of basically, you can say, a preemptive even information warfare approach. It has to be out there. So when, for example, we see what happened here with Crimea, when we look, for example, at the Antarctic, and, for example, the Chinese basically attempts there to basically undermine the existing treaty system. If we look, for example, outer space, we need to go in, and we have various, for example, platforms which are then being recognized, and then, for example, go in and say, why is that illegal? Why is that, for example, against the rule of law? And if we have that, then we basically really carry home a message. Just look at now what happened in Glasgow. It's a very good example. I mean, it is all very nice to see these pictures, etc., and climate activism, and I believe in such things. But if we never mention, for example, China, India, Russia, then we have a big problem. And that is where we have to own the narrative. We have to own the information domain. That is why this is so important. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, Dr. Bachmann. So just running into our last couple of minutes, there's a couple of questions that have come in through Slido for our panel members. So I might filter down through a couple of them and see can we fit them into our final 7 minutes or so. So one of our questions, Dr. Bachmann, it's addressed to you by one of our audience members who says that they are alarmed by Greek judicial cooperation with China. Isn't there a way for the EU to halt or undo it? Thank you.
I think the first step would be, I mean, we have the knowledge, we know which states have signed up. And then we have to ask ourselves a question. We have the European arrest warrant, and the European arrest warrant, you correct me now, Rodrigo, doesn't allow for the normal judicial basis safeguards. Like, for example, if it's an international one, you have it, but because the European, under the European basically third pillar, it's assumed that we have the same basis, sort of, you can say, legal standards and safeguards. Now, I think what we have to do is we have to go ad fontes. We have to go to the sources and see actually what exactly was intended, what is basically written regarding the requirements, and then we have to start a debate about it. And then have to ask yourself one question. If a member state of NATO, which also is a member state of the European Union, signs up to something that goes against, for example, what the European Union stands for, including the European Convention, which is part since Lisbon, if the fair trial argument basically is potentially violated, then I think it's time to start a debate, and then basically awareness, and then basically pressurize through, basically, you can say, Brussels, the respective member state to revisit that. That's my personal opinion. So it goes back to, again, to awareness. Only through awareness we can actually then start to identify, and then analytically, and then basically to take countermeasures. So that would be my answer, because at the moment and that is what I see here with this whole great power competition which we haven't even started yet. Only when you start slowly putting the different parts of the mosaic together, you actually realize that there's not one field of our life in the 21st century which is not affected by this competitor. And that is, I think, it takes some time. And I take the comprehensive investment agreement, a great success that the European Parliament basically put a stop to it with China, because they basically said we cannot basically deal with China, signing that while we have the allegations of these severe human rights violations, including crimes against humanity. So that is, I think, the step. And that has to come from the practitioners, has to come from people like you and me, writing about it, flagging that up and saying, hold a second, why is it possible that we have, for example, Greece being a NATO and EU state, having signed up as basically part of its Belt Road Initiative, basically signing up. Why don't we discuss that? And we have seen what happened, for example, heavy-handed Greek police action against these Free Tibet demonstrators, which shocked many people that it was done so rigorously in order to basically avoid any sort of, you can say, liability towards, for example, China. I think we have to start this discussion because we have the potential at the EU level. That is my personal opinion. Integrated approach. So.
Great, thank you. That was a great question, or a great answer. Sorry, Dr. Bachmann. And just really quickly into our final couple of minutes, and we can see a couple of questions coming in again. So I might ask all of our panelists, or if one of our panelists could choose to answer the question. Should shaping and moderating public views through the use of the internet be considered a new separate form of lawfare? Might anyone care to answer? Rodrigo, maybe? Or Dr. Bachmann?
I mean, the Chinese do consider it all integrated. It's all part of the same. Some people, some scholars have named that perception domain, or the Chinese. Some scholars translate it as discourse power. I think it's all connected. So obviously, especially for the West, where the public perceptions do have an important influence on the decision makers because of the nature of democracy. Obviously, if you do shape the popular perceptions around the topic, you might push, and you might be able, and you will be able to push lawmakers and executive power into one direction, because they will not be willing to antagonize their own populations. So I would say yes, indeed, that's part of the efforts that, especially shaping international law or narratives around specific legal incidents.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much for your answers. So just to wrap up, that's the end of the Future in Law and War panel. I'd like to say a special thank you to Dr. Sasha Dove-Bachmann, Mr. Rodrigo Benitez, Ms. Pauline Taff, and Mr. Peter Mayoko for speaking with us today. Secondly, I'd like to thank everyone in the audience who listened and engaged with us through SIDO, and I look forward to keeping a very close eye on all of the upcoming work that is being done on lawfare. Thank you again, and it's been my pleasure to moderate today's panel.
You win again, extraterrestrial beast. Games are just a fun way to waste time, right? Not necessarily. Playing games could lead to new ways to combat modern threats. That's what we're looking at today in NATO Science. Around the world, people spend billions of hours a week playing games. But what if, rather than playing games aimlessly, we could divert this time and effort into solving security problems? Our scientist in Ankara has more.
I always remember a military trainer telling me, I have students playing Fortnite and I'm trying to teach them using PowerPoint. We use games at NATO to play through different scenarios. In the future, threats could come from all sides. Disinformation, urban warfare, cyber attacks, civil unrest, robots, drones, even augmented humans. Using games helps us imagine these scenarios.
The game is on, but how does it work?
We give our teams a problem and assign them different roles. Red team are hostile forces, green are the legitimate government, blue is NATO, yellow might be other non-governmental factors like aid workers or displaced people. Imagine a megacity of 10 million people divided into zones based on ethnicity. A hostile country uses those divisions as an excuse to capture the city's port, which is a lifeline to the citizens. But the hostile country doesn't use regular troops. They use unmarked paramilitary forces. Whatever methods NATO might use to stabilize that crisis, cyber, information, or kinetic, will have consequences for the population. A facilitator watching the game runs up a software that uses an algorithm that predicts the effects of each action. A riot, 1 point up the crisis meter. An epidemic, another point. If the crisis meter runs too high, NATO loses. The game is designed not to be won, but rather to manage the crisis and restore stability, which is one of the NATO's core tasks. But the game isn't the interesting part. It is the people who are playing. Where the science comes in is that we observe cognitive reactions. Although NATO is a consensus-based organization, we want argument, It is what we call matrix gaming. NATO needs people asking questions they haven't asked before, because these might be the questions that we need to answer to keep peace and security in the future.
Next episode, we'll take you to Florence in Italy to meet a robot taking the lead in the fight against landmines. Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science. When a bomb needs to be defused, you might not want to be the one that goes first. That's why NATO scientists made a robot just right for the job. They call it the You Go First. Bomb disposal is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, but it's vital to detect and remove unexploded ordnance before it can hurt people. Every year, thousands of civilians, the majority of them children, lose their lives and limbs to landmines or other explosive remnants of war. With their new robot, NATO scientists are making the job of clearing these deadly devices a little safer. Here's our scientist at the University of Florence in Italy with more.
Using robots to detect landmines is not new, but the You Go First is unique in two significant ways. First, it is smaller and is more agile than many other mine-detecting robots. That means it can get to work on difficult terrains and maneuver around obstacles. These are key talents in a disaster area. Secondly, it uses two different kinds of radar. The first is a fast-acting impulse radar that stops the robot as soon as it detects an object, setting off an alarm. The second is a holographic radar that creates images rather than sounds to show the operator what kind of object has stopped the robot. A third sensor, a three-dimensional depth camera, provides additional information about the soil relief to improve the radar imaging. Is it an explosive or is it just a can? This means the operator can do the whole detection phase from a safe distance. This project is developed jointly by Italy, the United States and NATO partner Ukraine, a country that has a lot of dangerous old ordnance from former conflicts. Thanks to support from NATO's Science for Peace and Security program, we can help them to make their land safer without putting people at risk.
Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for investing your time with us on a Saturday afternoon. I can assure you that this will be a lively discussion and that we've got some incredible panelists lined up for today. I am Julia Baum. I'm a PhD researcher at the Freeman Air and Space Institute in King's College London, and I'll be the moderator for the panel today. I will first give a quick background on the topic, long-term geostrategy in space, before we dive right in. It is no secret that space capabilities affect all aspects of not only military operations, but also everyday operations. From radio frequency jamming and optical blinding to direct anti-satellite attacks, the means for attack in the space battlefield are neither linear nor transparent. More than ever, there's a need for a comprehensive and unified approach to what strategy works best for the domain. Geopolitics as a military theory applies itself to the geographic nature of space activities from location, size, resources, and population. Geostrategy is therefore an incredibly relevant discussion given the diverse environments that space assets operate in and on, but sadly it hasn't had much discussion as of yet and tends to get stuck in low Earth orbit, neglecting electromagnetic warfare and the impact of, say, finite resources on a competitive market. Space is a multidimensional region that begins in the thinning of the Earth's atmosphere, but there is much more to space than our orbital use. Geostrategy addresses this aspect of space, allowing us to see and understand the mosaic of today's space activity. This assessment of the geospatial basis of power is thus presented in the strategic advantage of military, economy, diplomacy, and other sociocultural agendas. Resilient strategic planning for space requires not only looking in the near future, 1 to 10 years, but also far beyond a 10-year timeline to study, anticipate, and prepare for future actors, socio-geopolitics, terrain, technology, and contexts. Today's discussion will center on long-term geostrategy in space, and I look forward to introducing the speakers on the panel today. First up, we'll have Almudena Azcarate Ortega. Almudena is an associate researcher in the WMD program at UNIDIR. Her research focuses on space security and missiles. Prior to joining UNIDIR, Almudena was a research assistant at Georgetown University Law Center, where she's currently an SJD candidate. She also holds an LLM in national security law from the same institution. Almudena received her LLB from the University of Nevada. She is admitted to the practice of law in Spain, and prior to her studies at Georgetown, she was a practicing attorney in the Spanish law firm Uría Menéndez, where she specialized in international arbitration and litigation. Next up on the panel, we have James Black. James Black is a research leader at RAND Europe, part of the not-for-profit RAND Corporation. In this role, he leads research, analysis, and wargaming projects on defense and security topics for governments and militaries in the UK, Europe, and Australia, as well as for multilateral organizations such as EDA or NATO. He also serves as the European lead for RAND Space Enterprise Initiative, a global hub for RAND's wide portfolio of work on space strategy, policy, operations, capabilities, and technology. Most recently, he has led the studies supporting development and implementation of the UK's new national space strategy and defense space strategy. Next up, we'll have Jan Lukaczewicz, and science communicator. In autumn 2020, he was appointed as NATO 2030 Young Leader, member of an advisory group of Secretary General of NATO Jens Stoltenberg, where he's leading a working group on innovation, emerging and disruptive technologies, and space. Previously, he worked as the chief mechanical designer for the Predator experiment supported by the European Space Agency. In 2018, he founded the Marsonaut Laboratory, a laboratory further researching the utilization of aeronautics in space and hostile environments on Earth. Recently, he was a member of a team at the Czech Academy of Sciences, developing an experiment for the European Space Agency's ExoMars 2022 mission, and worked for the past 4 years for the Department of Space Physics, IAP, while pursuing a PhD at the Faculty of Mathematics and Physics of Charles University in Prague. And finally, we have Juliana Zeus, a research analyst and policy lead for space security at the Royal United Services Institute, and hosts the podcast War in Space, which launched on October 29th. Prior to joining the Institute in autumn 2018, she completed her MA in Conflict Security and Development at King's College London and interned for the Development, Concept and Doctrine Center, the independent think tank of the Ministry of Defense. So without further ado, I'm going to open the panel and pass the microphone over to Almudena, who will start the panel off. So Almu, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, Julia, for that introduction. I'm very happy to be here today. And yeah, I'm happy to be sharing this panel with the rest of the panelists present here today. Before starting, I'd like to say just a bit of a disclaimer that any of my comments or opinions that I express here today do not necessarily reflect the views of the United Nations or UNIDIR. Having said all that, I was asked to give an introduction to geostrategic space and how geopolitics is directly linked to the space security environment. So I'm going to do just that. I'm going to be giving a brief background or history or context, however you want to call it, to space and geopolitics. Then I'm going to be talking about current space geopolitics, and then I will finish off my presentation by highlighting some things that I think should be taken into account moving forward in this field. So outer space, as Julia just mentioned in her intro, has been a domain of interest for military and geostrategic purposes pretty much since the dawn of the space age. So in 1957, we had Sputnik, which was the first artificial satellite that was successfully launched. And it created a theory that applies to space nowadays, which is a sort of open skies policy, meaning that there is no concept of sovereignty in space. Eisenhower, the president of the US at the time, was actually the one that pushed it forward after this theory had failed in the aviation domain, because he saw how important the space domain could be for military purposes, specifically for the purposes of reconnaissance. So for intelligence gathering, etc., space was viewed as very important, especially in the context of the tensions that were going on back then during the Cold War. And so because there is no sovereignty, there is no concern over, a satellite can go over any country and conduct intelligence gathering over that country, which was something that was impossible in airspace due to the failure of this open skies policy in aviation. Nowadays, space is even more essential than ever before. For military purposes, as Julia said, the world's militaries, especially those of spacefaring states, rely heavily on space technology. For example, in the context of navigation. In fact, there is a funny story regarding the US Navy. They obviously, as many other militaries, they rely on GPS to get around, to navigate. And because the US Navy realized how important space technology was for these purposes, they realized that it wouldn't be strange if we were in an armed conflict context for GPS satellites to be targeted, to be among the first things targeted. And so they started training the people on how to navigate without the use of GPS, so using the stars, for example, which I think is a fascinating story. But also for civilian purposes, space technology has also become really important. It enables many critical services and controls a lot of critical infrastructure upon which we rely in our everyday lives, from, financial transactions to communications, etc. So yes, definitely space plays a key role in our world, and this makes it very closely linked to geopolitics. Activities by states in space have a direct impact in geopolitical relations on Earth and vice versa. In fact, some states have gone as far as to say that whichever state controls space will have the advantage when it comes to geopolitics on Earth. And they have placed an increasing amount of detail or attention to their domestic policies when it comes to space. States, due to this essential role that space technology plays in our everyday lives, have sought to protect their space assets, as well as the control that they have over the space domain. And they have done this through the development, or even on occasion, the testing of counter-space technologies. This contributes to the creation of tensions and generates mistrust among different actors active in space. And the laws are currently applicable to outer space, because we do have laws, obviously, that apply to the outer space domain. allow this in a way because they don't really say much about space security matters. In fact, we only have Article 4 of the OST, the Outer Space Treaty, which establishes certain limitations on the placement of some types of weapons in outer space. But it's only weapons of mass destruction. The law doesn't really say anything about conventional weapons, for example. And as a result of this, space actors enjoy a lot of freedom of action when it comes to space activities. This has been great for things like space exploration, but it has its drawbacks in the sense that it creates these tensions that I mentioned. So how do space geopolitics look nowadays? In the diplomatic sphere, all of these tensions that I mentioned, states do obviously care about them, and they don't, at least in the diplomatic sphere, they certainly do not want to increase them in any ways. Rather the contrary, they want to mitigate them as much as possible. And they have for a long time tried to take these issues into account. But they have never quite managed to agree on issues on PARIS. PARIS stands for the prevention of an arms race in outer space, and it's the UN agenda item under which these matters are discussed. This conversation was initiated over 40 years ago, and it hasn't really progressed much since, due to, many circumstances, to the process and the substance. So when it comes to the process, some states want to have binding agreements, some other states want to have non-binding agreements. And when it comes to the substance, space security is definitely a very contentious topic, and it's difficult for many, for all of the states, members of the UN to agree on these issues. So several attempts have been made. There is, for example, the proposal made by China and Russia in 2008 called the PPWT, which stands for the Prevention of the Placement of Weapons in Outer Space. It didn't get enough support from the international community because some states said that it lacked verification mechanisms, it didn't define what a weapon was, or many other things. And other proposals have been made as well since then. There is, for example, the European Code of Conduct, which also failed. And currently, the most recent proposal is the UK-sponsored Resolution 7536 on responsible behaviours in outer space. This was proposed and passed last year, towards the end of last year. And the follow-up to this resolution was also proposed by the UK this year during the first committee. And it was in fact voted just this week at first committee to create a open-ended working group, which is going to meet for the next 2 years in order to agree on non-binding norms on responsible behaviours in outer space. It is supposed to be voted by the General Assembly in December, and it is expected to pass due to the overwhelming support that it had at first committee. So why is this important? Armed conflict in space would be catastrophic. As I said, space technology affects critical infrastructure, so the destruction of space technology would be deeply felt on Earth. And this is the reason why all of these measures, states have been trying to agree on all of these measures that I just talked about. But space domain is constantly changing, and this is definitely something that has to be taken into account when we talk about geostrategy or geopolitics in space. So I'd like to highlight a couple of things that should be taken into account moving forward. First of all, there are now more players than ever. So when the OST was negotiated back in the 60s, it was basically the United States and the then Soviet Union, which bilaterally negotiated this treaty. But that's not the case anymore. Every single state, even if they are not spacefaring, they are definitely space users. So there has to be, there is going to be more states involved in the conversation, and that might cause the conversation to be, harder in the sense that more people take longer to agree on issues. Also, we have to take into account the role of non-state actors, such as the commercial industry, which currently makes up to an 80% of the space technology out there. And their perspectives could be very valuable. So it's important that we listen to what they have to say. A second point that I like to highlight is the close interrelation between civilian or commercial technology or activities and those of a military nature. And this is embodied by dual-use space assets, which are assets that are used for both military and civilian purposes. This is important because most of the assets out there are of this nature, are dual use. So, for example, GPS, which I mentioned earlier, it can be used by me. If I want to go visit a friend, I can use Google Maps, but it can also be used by militaries to track troop movements, etc. And we don't really know how international humanitarian law applies to outer space in this context, because IHL doesn't really consider the existence of dual use objects. An object is rather a military objective or it is not. So it's important that these issues are clarified when we want to apply IHL to outer space. And two additional things that I would like to highlight and give you a bit of food for thought. These are perhaps a bit more long-term, but they are important and should be taken into consideration as well. The first is that there is going to be an increased human presence in space, both due to space tourism and also due to humans going to celestial bodies to explore them. And a second thing is that there is going to be an increased economic interest in space, which, as we all know, economy heavily impacts geopolitics. So this is also something to take into account. Julia mentioned frequencies as well as control over orbits. But a thing that will also be not too far down the line is resource extraction. States currently have different views on whether this is legal or illegal, or whether it should be done or not be done. But it seems that it's something that could be happening in the future, and it's something that it should be taken into account from a geopolitical as well as a geostrategic perspective. So I hope that this provides a good start to the conversation, and I look forward to the rest of the presentations by my fellow panelists as well as the questions.
Concept of sovereignty in space, that was also really interesting. So thank you for that. I'm going to pass the microphone off to James, who will...
Very irritatingly, someone has just started buzzing my door, so I don't know if we need to maybe bear with me for 30 seconds, but I'll make a start and hopefully they'll go away. So, I mean, obviously Amu's eaten some of my sandwiches already, but I wanted to spend the next kind of 10 minutes or so just setting a little bit of the context for how space feeds into kind of government strategy making, both in terms of some of the process, but also crucially the kind of factors that they consider and the way that space shapes their broader kind of national ambitions and policies and courses of action. So obviously, as has been mentioned in the introduction, I'm kind of dual-hatted within RAND, so I do a lot of work on kind of defence strategy in particular, although increasingly defence strategy is really plugged into wider kind of national and grand strategy across all parts of government. But I also do a lot of work thinking about space, and RAND has done 75 years of work on space. So actually going back to 1946, the first study RAND ever did was a kind of long-term view on the kind of geostrategic military and operational implications of space technology. That was obviously at the point when the closest thing we had to space technology was the kind of V2 rocket, which obviously kind of went up, but very quickly came down. And we weren't yet at the point where we had satellites and space stations and other things floating around. But there was a recognition, even early on, as Julia said about Eisenhower, that this was a new domain that could potentially have kind of major implications across terrestrial activity. And the same kind of standard disclaimer as the previous panelists, that obviously all these comments are on my own. So I'm going to talk kind of quickly about three broad themes. So the first is the kind of role and relevance of space in strategy making more broadly. The second is a quick dance through some of the kind of key developments in the sector that is shaping that role, looking out 10 years in the future, 20 years in the future, 30 years in the future. And then finally, I'm going to talk briefly about some of the implications for the near term. So what does that mean for the sorts of strategies, choices, investments, etc., that governments make now or in the next kind of 5 to 10 years, which might open up or constrain their options for the longer term. So starting with that kind of role and relevance of space and strategy making, I think if we kind of focus first of all on the kind of grand strategic or national strategic level, there really is this kind of increasing link between space and prosperity, security, and influence. So all of the kind of national security objectives that you see articulated one way or another in government documents from individual nations or in the kind of broader strategic concepts and kind of statements of organizations like NATO or the European Union and others. So it's something that does have a relatively kind of militarized background in many respects, but there is also clearly a broader scientific interest in space. There is a growing economic interest in space, and there is a kind of political and diplomatic influence kind of perspective on space. So space really does provide an opportunity when we think about geostrategy and geography to kind of decouple oneself slightly from one's terrestrial geography. So obviously not all kind of launch sites, not all orbits, not all frequencies are made the same, but to an extent, once you can get something up into space, you are then obviously free to enjoy kind of spatial opportunities in literal terms that you don't have as a nation state down on Earth. So we can see that even in the way that very small nations on Earth, in terms of their geography, in terms of the number of people they have, et cetera, are able to potentially capture a kind of outsized role in space if they're suitably agile and decisive with their strategy making. A good example of this, for example, would be the very ambitious plans of countries like Luxembourg or the United Arab Emirates, which are obviously very small, if quite wealthy nations that have decided to really kind of invest in space as a kind of force multiplier for their kind of strategic ambitions, particularly in economic terms, but also in other terms. So it really can underpin power projection globally. And that obviously can be useful from military perspective, political perspective, and all the other perspectives we've mentioned. So we're seeing intensifying competition in this domain between both kind of states and non-state actors. So if you go back to the kind of Cold War, the kind of bipolar world and competition over space that existed then between the US and Soviet Union is very different to what we're seeing today, where it's not just about new spacefaring nations, be they medium or small countries, but it's also about commercial players, as has been mentioned. It's about space billionaires and some of the stuff we've been seeing the last year in particular in terms of space tourism and other things that are driving activity in this area. But looking slightly further into the future, that competition has some real kind of potential stakes to it. So there are some vast long-term opportunities and challenges associated with exploiting this domain if we think about kind of 2050 or beyond. And there's a lot of discussion out there about the potential space. I clearly don't have time kind of to go through all of it now, and I think I would certainly caution everyone to be wary of the hype and the science fiction that can exist around space. Physics still exists, orbital mechanics still exists, economic realities still exist. But it is certainly true that we are advancing rapidly in terms of both upstream and downstream space technologies. We're finding new uses and kind of applications for space services and data. And there are lots of very ambitious visions for that, what that looks like kind of mid-century and beyond. So visions of space as the kind of ultimate high ground for the military, something kind of Julia alluded to. Visions of space as the source of kind of huge economic wealth and potentially hegemony, depending on who gets there first. And you see that in discussions and debates around things like asteroid mining or in situ resource utilization, space-based manufacturing, space-based energy generation, these sorts of things. And then there are related visions about using space to kind of solve the planet's ills or humanity's ills one way or another. So lots of discussion about how space might be used, for example, to help with climate change and environmental degradation, either in terms of kind of monitoring from space, which is something that is already kind of quite actively happening, or more ambitious long-term plans like geoengineering, so trying to reflect back a portion of the sun's light back, to avoid heating of the planet. Things that say Jeff Bezos has talked about one day moving a lot of heavy industry off of the planet into space and turning Earth into a wonderful national park, presumably with Amazon Prime available everywhere. So there is a lot of ambitions for the future, but I think if we kind of look beyond some of that hype and think about the near term, space remains, an increasingly recognized part of all of the kind of dime levers of power that you often see talked about when we're talking about strategy. So that's diplomatic, information, military, and economic. So it's increasingly relevant not just to militaries, but to all parts of government, even kind of education ministries or business ministries. Everybody is increasingly aware that they have to have some awareness of and influence over the space domain. Focusing briefly on that military lever though in particular, partly because it's just my kind of background, again, I think we see space really starting to underpin and kind of infiltrate all kind of other aspects of activity. So there's a lot of discussion about kind of cross-domain dependencies. So the idea that space has an impact on and is impacted by other more traditional domains, so kind of air, land, sea, but also new and emerging ones like cyber and kind of electromagnetic. And indeed, it's already kind of established itself as a kind of key enabler for modern joint operations, as Julia has said. So both in terms of kind of satellite communications, kind of precision navigation and timing, things like GPS, but also Earth observation, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, nuclear kind of command and control, but also nuclear early warning and kind of verification of arms control regimes and all sorts of different uses. So it's a kind of key enabler that it's increasingly difficult to do without. And it's especially important, I think, if we look to the future, the kind of contest that is happening is ultimately one between competing militaries in NATO, Russia, China, etc., who are really trying to ultimately achieve information dominance. So control of information, flows of information, the ability to access, move, interpret, and make practical use of information. And I think space has a key role in kind of all of those different activities. And so it's therefore an area where we're seeing increasing investment, but also increasing competition. And we haven't obviously seen space conflict yet. We are certainly seeing space competition now in terms of some of the kind of posturing and activities below the threshold of conflict that different states are doing. But it is an area of increasing concern, as has been discussed in the previous panelists' remarks. So moving quickly now to some developments that might shape this kind of role and relevance of space within strategy in the future. I mean, the kind of traditional, almost obligatory remark is that space is becoming more and more congested, contested, and competitive. It's already very complex and complicated. As has been mentioned, a lot of the technologies involved are dual use, which makes things even more of a political headache. We're seeing falling costs of launch. So, it is now economically feasible, not just technologically feasible, to do things, now or in 5 years' time that were pretty unimaginable 5 years ago or 10 years ago. And a lot of that's been driven by launch ultimately getting cheaper. So reusable launch vehicles being an obvious kind of driver of that. But also we're seeing, lots of innovation in the upstream. So the people making space launch vehicles and satellites and so on, but also the people who are then using the services, the data that they generate and provide downstream, many of whom probably don't even necessarily understand that they are coming from space and what their dependencies are. But we are seeing a kind of vast array of new use cases for space, which is both exciting, but also makes life quite complicated. And why it makes life complicated, I think, as Almu has rightly described, is that we're seeing a lot of debate about kind of governance and behaviours and norms of acceptability. And, where perhaps in the Cold War you could have had that debate between, frankly, two countries, kind of the US and the Soviet Union, and it would have been a very kind of government-dominated discussion, and pretty much would have been the military plus, the space agency just had to kind of align between them. Nowadays, we're talking about all spacefaring nations, but also all space-using nations and commercial interests and kind of academic and scientific interests, all of which need to be kind of brought into the discussion somehow if we're going to have a sustainable, safe and secure space domain. So there's obviously some tensions there between different national and commercial interests, and there's kind of geostrategic competition on the one hand, and then the wider ambition of any actors for space to be a kind of province of humankind, to use the language of the Outer Space Treaty, and this ambition for space to be a kind of, a place for cooperation, peaceful cooperation, rather than the kind of mistakes that we've made down on Earth as a species. So finally, kind of to finish off on some implications for strategy making the near term. I mean, this is a lot of complexity here, as I've said. Certainly a lot to try and cover in a 10-minute kind of opening remarks. But I think there's a real need to try and focus on space as a system of systems. So this is something that you hear a lot, particularly in defense, but the idea that space is no longer just about the satellite. It's also about all of the ground station segments. It's about all the data links. It's about all the different actors involved in the supply chain. It's about the regulators. It's about the government. It's about the end user and the consumer. So kind of dealing with that means you need genuinely kind of integrated approach to formulating strategy and policy that engages different actors across the military, across government, in industry, in academia, and then internationally. Now, that's really, really tricky, obviously, but I think it's worth trying regardless. And there's been a lot of kind of reforms in various countries to try and facilitate that better. So the UK, for example, set up a National Space Council as a way of trying to drive coherence across government and with industry and with overseas partners. Related to that point about systems and the complexity is the importance of resilience. So there is a lot of opportunity in space, but as has been said, there are also lots of threats and vulnerabilities. And these are perhaps not very well understood at the moment because things are moving so quickly and because many actors are so new to this domain. But because of all the interconnectivities, there's lots of kind of potential for cascading failures that we don't perhaps understand. A good example is when a GPS satellite malfunctioned about 20 years ago for a brief period of time over the US. Lots of fairly random things stopped working that people didn't understand. So credit card payments, ATM machines, kind of gas station pumps, things like this, all turned out they were dependent on GPS for their timing signal. And without it, they suddenly just froze up and stopped working. So I think to counter some of these kind of threats and vulnerabilities and build in resilience, we need to continue to use both hard and soft power levers. So both deterrence through denial and punishment, but also broader, reassurance, trust building, dialogue, promotion of norms of responsible behaviour, things like the UK's initiatives in the United Nations that Alma's discussed, and perhaps one day new legal mechanisms, although I think that's harder to achieve in the short term than the more kind of soft norm building activities. And it means working with all players, as Alma has said. So it's not just the big hitters like US and China. It's also all the kind of countries in the middle that use space and have growing interest in space. And I think to kind of finish off, I think it's worth noting that in this context, where we're trying to find some sort of new sustainable solution, everybody is learning. So even the big players like the US, we found ourselves in a domain that is probably analogous to the air domain in the 1920s and the 1930s. It's new, it's exciting, but it's also not terribly well understood, not terribly institutionalized in many countries. And basic kind of space literacy, so understanding and awareness of space, is a big challenge, and I think growing that is very important. I think there are a few historical, real-world examples that we can learn from in terms of space conflict, mercifully, but it does mean we're having to kind of, figure things out as we go. And there is a limited but growing body of theory around space power, space strategy, space deterrence, space escalation, and a live debate about the extent to which we can or cannot transfer lessons from other domains. So I think there is an opportunity here to do things differently. We're not starting from a blank sheet of paper. There are thousands of satellites out there. There are some countries that have been doing space for a very long time. But this is an area where, compared to other bits of defense, for example, or other bits of government, we're perhaps less encumbered by kind of legacy decisions, structures, and ways of doing strategy. And so there is a chance to maybe do things different kind of from the start. An opportunity, for example, for more collaboration with industry, more collaboration with allies and partners. And I think that sort of openness to new approaches is really important, and hopefully the kind of thing that we'll be able to get into discussion in the Q&A. So that's my opening remarks, kind of over and out.
Thanks so much, James. There's a lot to unpack there. Really interesting to think about the savior complex that's often wrapped up in what we think about with opportunities in space and the levers of power that you also mentioned. Just to note to the panelists remaining that we have 10 minutes for speaking, if we could keep it to 10. So we have Q&A, which is also to note for those watching to make sure that you've got some questions to submit. We have 2 more speakers, so you have some time to get those in before we go into Q&A. So I'm going to pass it over to Jan now, who will now take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you for the word, Julia. I'll be brief. A, because previous comments were exhaustive, and B, because I'll try to bring in more of the technological, scientific, and let's say the research perspective on things. And what I want to talk about is that there are certain challenges that will shape geostrategy in coming years. And let's say in mid 20s, we'll see more and more congestion in space, and this will result in multiple challenges we'll have to face as a global community. And I'll go one by one. So first of all, the increased congestion in space is not only complicated from the space law perspective, but also from a technological perspective, because it results in more complicated planning of the launches, and it may result in creating the laboratory in more space debris. And tackling the issue of space debris is a crucial challenge for coming years, because we need to maintain space as a place open for everybody with as democratic access as possible, because it's crucial that all the players, not only the big ones, have access to space. And so solving the issue with space debris will most likely affect how we talk about space per se, because it will result, or it requires, that much wider cooperation on much larger scale, both political and economical, than we have seen so far. James mentioned the competition, but now we're talking about a cooperation where if we don't cooperate, everybody will lose, both politically and economically as well. So that's first challenge. Second challenge is, and it's not very talked about, we're ahead of next solar maximum. In 2025, there's going to be a new solar maximum. The solar cycle is 11 years old, and you may remember that 11 years back, space environment regarding the amount of satellites and use of space technology looked very different from what it's looking now and what will look like in 2025. And with the increased dependency on space technology and cross-domain warfare and dual use of technologies and so forth, so on, we need to think about the physics behind and technology behind the space utilization. And it is very much likely that it will result in multiple solar storms that will threaten our technological capabilities. So we need to shift the focus. It will transpire into the geostrategic planning as well. We need to shift focus from the commercialization also towards science, so we understand better the environment, our own magnetic field, and the research that's been going on there for years is in long term still underfunded. And if we don't shift the focus, we will face a lot of issues related to this, mostly because we will see satellites dying at higher rates. We will see a wide array of technical difficulties resulting from malfunctions and so forth. So I think science will also play a much larger role in coming years, and it's not going to be only about simple applications and commercial applications in space, but also about giving more importance to space science. And lastly, to keep it short, we will have to face challenges related to new military technology, mostly anti-satellite weapons, hypersonics, and all these new technologies that are, let's say, not well regulated by current law. Almudena mentioned this earlier, and we will face this new challenge: how to properly name them, let's say, recognize them officially, bring in more transparency, so it's better understood what are the constraints related to the technology, And I think our mission as a humanity is to protect open access for everybody to space, because only then we can benefit properly and evolve to perhaps multiplanetary species. That's about it.
Thanks so much, Jan. That was very interesting, especially from a physics and technical perspective, and thinking about the solar cycle as well. Very interesting, and from a very different perspective than the speakers that we've heard from before. So we have a final speaker, and that's Juliana Zeus. So I'm going to pass it off to Juliana.
Thank you very much, Julia, and thank you also to my co-panelists. I've just been furiously taking notes. Thank you so much for your insights. And I wish this was a proper conference that's, you know, a face-to-face one where you can grab a coffee afterwards with everyone. But I'm sure we can catch up in a virtual way as well. I just want to start this discussion by breaking down one of these concepts. I think geostrategy is thrown around so much as a term. But what do we actually mean by it? So one of the definitions that I found and that I think was really useful in this context was the strategic application of new and emerging technology within a framework of geographic, topographic, and positional knowledge. What does that mean for space? I mean, space is just an additional dimension to this concept, in the same way that the emergence of the cyber domain was added a couple of decades ago. So what does geostrategy mean for space in particular? If we want to apply space into that exact formula, we're talking about the application of new and emerging technology, some of which is difficult to classify in terms of civil and military capabilities, the so-called dual-use technology that was already mentioned earlier, in an environment that is currently not subject to the same number of rules and norms than here on Earth. And all this in a context of global politics in which we can see great power competition. And this application is done by a growing number of actors. And we've seen the shift really since the 1990s, when it became a lot easier and a lot cheaper to launch things into space. So the number of actors have not just grown, in a quantitative way, but also in a qualitative way, in that it's not just states sending things into space, it's also commercial actors. And also, obviously, all of this in a framework, and Jan reminded us of this quite clearly just now, in a space where the rules of physics differ vastly from what we are used to. So some additional tactical things that we need to worry about when we're sending anything into space includes perpetual motion, the significant energy needed for movement, and the different physical hazards, such as solar wind and atmospheric drag, and that's not even talking about space debris. So there are quite a few ways in which we can unpack this, which is, how do politics on Earth link to space? What role does space as a domain play in strategic planning? And how do the geographical and topographical details impact our planning? I mean, I just talked about that a little bit now with solar wind, etc., but I'm leaving the details up to the physicists in the room, so maybe we can go into this a bit more in the Q&A. So number one, how is geopolitics actually linked to space? I think there's a temptation to see space as this kind of neutral kind of canvas, but space is not separate from our problems here on Earth. And we're really just projecting politics onto space. So competition here on Earth results in competition in space, which is why the rules and norms that Elmo's already touched on, as well as transparency, are so important, as is building a long-term strategy that bears in mind sustainability for future generations. We're so reliant on space already. Think about GPS, bank transactions, communications via the phone, the internet. The fact that we can all sit here and talk to each other, even though we're all in different places, is testament to that. So the protection and the smooth running of space assets is hugely important. And if we're looking at it from a military perspective, I think, again, there's a temptation here because space is such an exciting domain. People think immediately about space lasers and space weapons. But for the moment, actually, space plays a huge logistical role in war through the gathering and the transmission of data. And again, this is not particularly new. The Gulf War in 1991 was often called the first space war because the US relied on space capabilities quite heavily. And if we're talking about capabilities now, we see especially the dispersion capability in battles. So any space power, any state that can use its space capabilities in battle means they can coordinate over greater distances via satellites while allowing for more precise targeting. So what are the challenges for all this? There's three main ones that I've picked out, but we could talk about this for days on end. One of them being dual use technology. I'm not an expert on air power, but I can distinguish between a fighter jet and a passenger plane. Most people could, but it's not the same for satellites. So any technology that is capable of rendezvous operations or anything to do with on-orbit servicing could also be used to grapple or damage another satellite. And this feeds into my later point on rules and norms and transparency to help build trust around these technologies. Sustainability of space. So I think unpacking this, it's really not that different from talking about sustainability here on Earth. The basic aim here is to ensure that humanity can continue to use space in a safe way. Space debris, we already touched on this a little bit. Some believe that the debris that has already been created will reach a self-sustaining level where more debris is produced by debris-on-debris collisions, meaning that the amount will increase even without further launches. Furthermore, the number of orbital slots is limited. So in short, it gets crowded in space. And problems such as radio frequency interference and the maintenance of safe distances between satellites easily become problems. The fact that this is not an imagined scenario was seen in 2009 when two satellites collided. One was defunct, but another one was functioning and providing important telephone services. But neither of the satellites were actively screened for collisions at the time. And even though both the military and satellite communications industries have since taken steps to reduce the risk, we can't always predict 100% whether or not two objects will collide. So we need to care about space sustainability, because if we deny future generations access to it, their lives will change dramatically. And my last point, and Almo has already talked about this much more eloquently than I ever could, but the rules and norms and space responsible behaviors. We still rely very much on the 1967 Outer Space Treaty. It's still our kind of basic framework for the management of space, but it lacks details, despite its good intentions to designate space as a province of all mankind. And this lack of details and the fact that not anything more substantial or anything more binding has come into place since then is because people can't really agree on where the problem actually lies. And then there's an additional problem that not all threats come in the shape of weapons, and you don't need a weapon specifically designed to enter space in order to do any damage. We've got threats like jamming or spoofing, where you don't actually need to send anything physical up into space. And then we've already seen the emergence of new space. So by that we mean the increasing commercialization of the space sector, which means that more actors are getting involved in the domain, many of which are commercial. So just as a kind of example, I think SpaceX has now launched more than 1,000 artificial satellites. How do you deal with that additional type of factor? If we're talking responsible behaviors in these multilateral settings, such as the United Nations, how do we involve firms like SpaceX? So not that states alone haven't had enough difficulty discussing this, now we're also including other people, but there have been various stopping and starting points, and we've already talked about the UK resolution 7536 at the UN General Assembly in December 2020, which really aimed to deconflict some of those problems by asking member states to define threats to space systems in their responses and how they define responsible behaviors in orbit, how they think about rules, norms, and principles, and how those could be developed. But I think if we're looking at this from a long-term perspective, I think one thing that will need to be accepted by all states is the mutual vulnerability as a reality of their behavior in space. So on that optimistic note of where space law is going to go, I will end it there and hand back.
Thanks so much, Juliana. I really liked your comments about how it's tempting to see space as a blank canvas. Where space is a vacuum, it's not a political vacuum. So that was a really interesting comment. It's time for Q&A, so I'd like to remind the audience that to use the Q&A function and to send their questions now. I'm going to start off with a question of my own, which is quite broad, but I'll address this to all the panelists as well. So in such a rapidly developing domain as space, there are biases in strategic thinking, namely the classic, I don't know what will happen tomorrow. How can I ever happen what will happen in years or decades? And Jan touched on this with the 11 years of solar cycle, how scientists may see it in a different timeline than others. But how can we reconcile this difference between action and timing, especially when actors in space have different strategic motives and timelines that impact the domain and security differently? So with this question, because we heard from Almu first, I'm going to send it to Almu, and then to probably James after, and go in order. So Almu.
Thank you, Julia. I think that's a really good question. I definitely agree with you that, asking yourself that question is sort of a fallacy in a way, because if we apply that to our everyday thinking, we wouldn't have any laws. Like the Outer Space Treaty, for example, wouldn't be possible. Obviously, the drafters of the OSC didn't know that, nowadays we would have such a strong commercial industry. But, the Outer Space Treaty did nevertheless set out the principles that have served as the framework for the rest of the laws that currently apply to space, and it has been very successful in doing that. It's still a treaty that is applying nowadays that informs the applicability of space law, both in the international and the domestic sense. So I definitely do think that you can plan for the future. You can see trends of behavior. You can see perhaps not, very exactly what types of technology are going to develop, but certainly how that technology could be used, or why you would want to develop a specific type of technology. Like, for example, Juliana talked about debris removal satellites, for example. So you can definitely see what is needed in space, and therefore what can be done to address those needs, and that can serve to inform the rules and regulations that can be applied to space. From a technical perspective, I really cannot say that much, so I think Jan is probably better suited to answer that from a technical perspective. But definitely from a legal or a policy perspective, looking ahead is something that has to be done and has been done in other domains, and even in the outer space domain as well.
I think building on those great points. I think it partly goes back to my earlier point, and I think a point all the panelists made about the kind of complexity of space and the number of different actors involved. So I think it does necessitate a genuinely kind of integrated national approach to decision making that doesn't just engage people in government, but also engages people in industry and in the scientific community and so on. Because I think if you don't do that, it's very hard to understand the kind of near term, but particularly the long term impact of your choices on the wider ecosystem. So you might make a certain choice about what sort of space capability you develop or whatever that might seem sensible kind of in and of itself, but it fails to account for those broader considerations that perhaps other actors within the ecosystem would be able to flag to you. So I think that's why it's so important to have the kind of new structures and kind of cross-government structures, but also international structures and private-public structures for kind of decision-making discussion that have already been alluded to in this discussion. I think the other aspect to that is really education and skills. So I think there is a lot of technical expertise on space, but I think the kind of general level of awareness of space domain and environment characteristics and considerations amongst political leaders and kind of senior policymakers, government and military officials is relatively low compared to other areas of policy or other kind of operational domains for the military, because space is relatively new to a lot of organizations, and so there aren't necessarily people who have kind of deep understanding at the most senior levels of decision making. So I think partly those senior people need to make sure they surround themselves with the scientists and the industry experts and so on. But also, I think it's important for governments to invest in education and skills development for their own kind of workforces. We're seeing that in the UK, for example, kind of national kind of space academy kind of idea. And I think that's a long-term project, because obviously you can't just kind of click your fingers and develop a bunch of expert, political leaders overnight. But I think that there are, it's an investment worth making, and there are kind of various initiatives underway that hopefully will bear fruit in 5-10 years as we get to a point where everybody knows that space is important. Everybody has a kind of basic understanding of the domain and environment as a layperson, and then knows that they need to go out and access, information from academia and industry and so on.
I would second James with his comment on education. I think it's crucial we perceive this in rather long term, that in order to build a solid, resilient, and sustainable geostrategy, we need to keep people informed basically all the time. And with current political and military leadership, we need to work better in terms of, let's say, public outreach and influencing of political and military leadership. What I'm usually running into is they just don't know what are the capabilities, what are the constraints, and what are the challenges in a field. And therefore, they are either inactive or ignorant to what's coming. And to a large extent, I think this is natural, because people are naturally afraid of unknown, and basically not knowing about anything resorts into ignoring it further. So I think what we need to do now as well is not only establish some long-term programs, but engage in conversations with military and political leadership at events like this one, for example, or on a high-level political forum, either on grounds of United Nations or NATO. I think NATO is a great platform for getting the message through, and having a clear strategy on NATO level would be a certain step forward. Moreover, we already have a lot of data, so we still can do some predictions. We sort of know where the situation is heading, and by we I mean both scientists and usually younger generation of people in the public service. These people can pass the message on as well, and I think this is the minimum we can do at this moment, and we should be really looking ahead of what may come.
I think adding on from that, and I think some great comments have been made about this already, but I think looking at this through the eyes of potential space security policy, I think there is a danger that you're so broad that it almost becomes unapplicable. But there's also the danger of being so specific that people can kind of loophole their way around that. So I think, just going back to something that's already been said, but I think with space, we have the opportunity to do things differently in terms of policy and strategy, with the benefit of hindsight of how legacies have played out in the past. So I think we really need to view space through a lens of the long term and through a lens of sustainability, even though our knowledge now is limited, and people in 100 years may turn around and say, what were you thinking? But we got to go off what we know right now.
Thank you, everyone. Fantastic answers all around. I'm going to go back to something that James sort of touched on about how not all orbits and frequencies are equal. There's a famous Everett Dolman quote: "Geopolitics is in ascendance because it provides practical blueprints for action to those who perceive the world in realist terms." Now, to break that down, essentially, the geopolitical blueprint sets forth control and contestation as our dictum for war. So my question to the panelists, I'll start with James, is how do you see the control of vital positions or choke points in space power theory playing out in space strategic thinking in the future, moving either from near timelines or long term?
I'll keep it brief. I definitely don't want to go into a kind of PhD Viva style debate over kind of astrodeterminism and whatever. But it's certainly true that yes, space has a geography of its own. It isn't a kind of completely blank canvas. It isn't completely empty, and time and space considerations matter. Everything is a very, very long way away in some respects. At the same time, a lot of stuff up in particularly low Earth orbit, but even higher orbits, can be reached from Earth and is therefore in some ways vulnerable. And there are kind of, there are not many places to hide in space. And as we famously know, no one can hear you scream. So, different orbits have different kind of practical uses, different advantages and disadvantages. And they do therefore imply different kind of strategic kind of consequences and implications in terms of power dynamics down on Earth. So if you can secure, in the longer term, I think it is more of a longer term debate, but if you can secure certain points in space, secure certain orbits, secures eventually certain celestial bodies, then that obviously does open up a whole range of military, economic, political, scientific opportunities, which, depending on the kind of dynamics that are happening on Earth, either can be exploited for kind of cooperative, peaceful reasons, or can obviously feed into competition between states and indeed, between commercial organizations. I think that what I would say, though, is in the near term, I think we do also need to kind of focus on some of the kind of near-term challenges that we know are definitely there, rather than necessarily chasing after some of the kind of slightly longer-term questions about who dominates cislunar space and who dominates the solar system, because actually there's enough problems now, as already been described, in terms of things like space sustainability, debris, spectrum management. We know that these are definitely problems. We know that they're here now. The other quick caveat I'd add is that space is not just about what's in space. It's about all the stuff that supports it. And it's very easy, I think, particularly for political leaders, to focus on the kind of phallic object that they're launching into space with the flag of their country on it. But actually, a lot of it, a lot of the important dependencies and vulnerabilities are still on Earth. So it's ground stations, it's uplink, downlink, it's data and what we do with it, and all of those kind of aspects of infrastructure also have their own benefits in terms of kind of power they can bring, but also their own vulnerabilities and challenges. So I think we also need to focus on that broader kind of system of systems. For example, just from a security perspective, just as a final point, you don't just, to take out a satellite, you don't have to necessarily blow it up or jam it or whatever. You can also go, attack the power transformer outside the building where they run it, the operations on the ground. And that's probably got a fence protecting it. And so, someone with relatively low skill, low capability can potentially attack some of these kind of ground installations. So I think we need to think about the whole lot, and when we come to think about both vulnerabilities, but also kind of power projection.
Thanks, James. Would any other panelists like to attack that question? Juliana, go for it.
I'm delighted to hear you quote Everett Dolman, because the definition of geostrategy I got was from that exact paper. So glad to see we're all looking at the same documents. But I think he makes a really important point there about the choke points in space, and the strategic importance that they might hold. And I agree with James that that is a longer term problem, not necessarily an immediate problem, but I think it's definitely something that could be tackled in a legal framework, to talk about it in a way that potentially ensures that certain gateways stay clear. And also, Dr. Blethen Bowen from the University of Leicester makes a really good point in his book, which is to say that we should see the Earth orbit in particular as more of a coastal zone, rather than viewing it from this kind of maritime point of view of a deep dark space, just because it has implications for deterrence and defense.
Alma, would you like to speak on that as well?
Yes, very briefly. So to build on what has already been said, I just would like to add the issue of sovereignty that I mentioned earlier. So when we talk about controlling celestial bodies or orbits, etc., we have to take into account that this type of control that might be exerted on an orbit or a celestial body is definitely going to be contested in a different way than it would on Earth, precisely because the concept of sovereignty doesn't apply as it does on Earth. And this has been an issue that has already been raised with, for example, the Artemis Accords or things like that. So going to the moon, for example, and the establishment of things like safety zones. I know this goes away a bit from the question that you posed, but I think it's important to acknowledge that, because our space law clearly states that celestial bodies cannot be appropriated? How do you exert control without, in a way, doing precisely that? And this is a conversation that has been going on between states, and there has not been an agreement on this issue. So I'm really interested to see how this conversation will develop and evolve with time.
Thank you both on that. Apologies for the academic jargon. I'll stop there. We have 5 minutes left. I just want final comments from everyone. Perhaps talking about the long term and where you see in terms of opportunity or in an abstract nature, because we've talked about the importance of near term quite substantially, where you see that possibly going, especially for geostrategy, and thinking about the considerations, say 50, which is quite substantial, or even 100 years, which some other countries do tend to think of in such long-term ideas. So if we could just go around for final comments, if you'd like. I'll start with Jan, since we haven't heard from you, and then to James.
I perceive that space offers a lot of opportunities, and the longer we look ahead, the bigger the opportunities are, being it a mineral mining on the asteroids or full utilization of space for energy production and utilization of space as an area for, let's say, production facilities. So I think these are great opportunities on a practical level. On more philosophical level, I think it's the greatest opportunity for us to unite humanity, per se, to work closely together, to understand how the world really is intertwined, and that the complexity is not necessarily a burden, but an opportunity to get everybody involved and help each other out in this, let's say, rather new, fast developing environment.
I think I agree with all that's been said. I think, so I'm a historian by background, so I will talk about the future by going backwards. But I think it's actually really useful to think a little bit about how kind of unexplored or relatively unexplored frontiers in the past have been exploited and developed. And I think, as Jan has said, there are some huge opportunities economically, scientifically, kind of culturally and politically from space if you go out 50, 100 years in the future. I think getting there requires overcoming some kind of challenges and choke points to make sure that we don't end up with some of the negatives of how we've exploited new frontiers in the past. So we don't end up with some of the kind of colonialism and the exploitation and the conflict and the environmental degradation and the political chaos and so on. And also so we avoid some of the kind of gold rush and kind of bubble bursting experiences we've seen, say, with the kind of the West in the US, the way that was settled. So I think I think to be honest, I think space is a complicated socio-technical system, and I always personally think that the socio side of that is the hardest bit. I think the technology, smart people, certainly smarter people than me and people with more employable skills than a historian will be able to solve. I think the harder bit is solving the social aspect and the political aspect. So I think there is probably a window of opportunity in the coming few decades to get the kind of politics right, to get the legal mechanisms right, and to deal with some of the kind of risks of tragedy of commons. So things like debris, things like conflict. If we can get those right, I think it then unlocks huge potential. If we don't get them right, I think it becomes very hard to avoid projecting all of kind of humanity's kind of idiosyncrasies and problems down on Earth into a new environment, and having conflict and competition in ways that are ultimately self-defeating. So yeah, I agree with Jan, there's huge opportunity, but I think there's probably a window of opportunity in the short term to kind of nail the politics. And
great, then to Juliana and Almudena, you finish us off.
Yeah, just to kind of add to that, I think there are huge obstacles to be overcome, and I think we'll see a lot more development also on the legal framework front in that time frame. I just keep it short, but I just really hope that we not just see the opportunities, but also see our responsibilities in this as we explore more, as we go further into space, and as we congest the space more.
So, well, I agree with everything that has been said so far. I think that an important thing that we have to do to ensure that the longer term works, we have to, as James mentioned, work on the shorter term first. And I think one of the issues that needs to be done is ensure that we all speak the same language. What do I mean by this? For example, with the resolution 7536 on responsible behaviours in outer space, what this resolution encouraged was the submission of comments on how, what could be considered responsible or irresponsible behaviours in outer space, and the Secretary General prepared a report that was issued this summer. And one of the things that became very clear to me when I read this report and when I read the submissions by states is that often they use the same words or the same concepts, but they mean different things. So an example that has been raised in this panel today is the issue of dual use objects. This word or this concept was used by many states, but they meant different things when they used this. So some states meant dual use objects as in a satellite that can be used at the same time for both military and civilian purposes, like GPS. And other states, when they used this concept, what they meant were RPO technology, like the one that Juliana referenced before, like space debris removal technology or on-orbit servicing. And obviously, these are two different things, and yet states use the same concept to name them. So I think it's important, not just with this issue of dual use objects, but just in general with many other issues in space policy and space law, to make sure that we speak the same language so that we can actually reach common understanding when it comes to space security issues. Achieving this common understanding will ensure that any shorter term norms or even longer term, perhaps even binding mechanisms can be achieved. And that will ensure, future sustainability of the space domain.
Great, thank you so much for today. Normally there'd be a roar of applause and an encore, but this will have to suffice. And of course, it would have been nicer to be in person to grab a coffee and discuss this more, but we're still dealing with the poisonous global spaghetti. So this was great. Thank you for coming today, and thank you for sharing your diverse backgrounds and perspectives on the topic. I think we got sort of a well-rounded idea of what geostrategy in space is, near-term, long-term, and its implications moving forward. So thank you very much, and thank you for everyone who's attended. And this is the close of the panel, so have a great day.
You win again, extraterrestrial beast. Games are just a fun way to waste time, right? Not necessarily. Playing games could lead to new ways to combat modern threats. That's what we're looking at today in NATO Science. Around the world, people spend billions of hours a week playing games. But what if, rather than playing games aimlessly, we could divert this time and effort into solving security problems? Our scientist in Ankara has more.
I always remember a military trainer telling me, I have students playing Fortnite and I'm trying to teach them using PowerPoint. We use games at NATO to play through different scenarios. In the future, threats could come from all sides. Disinformation, urban warfare, cyber attacks, civil unrest, robots, drones, even augmented humans. Using games helps us imagine these scenarios.
The game is on, but how does it work?
We give our teams a problem and assign them different roles. Red team are hostile forces, green are the legitimate government, blue is NATO, yellow might be other non-governmental factors like aid workers or displaced people. Imagine a megacity of 10 million people divided into zones based on ethnicity. A hostile country uses those divisions as an excuse to capture the city's port, which is a lifeline to the citizens. But the hostile country doesn't use regular troops. They use unmarked paramilitary forces. Whatever methods NATO might use to stabilize that crisis, cyber, information, or kinetic, will have consequences for the population. A facilitator watching the game runs up a software that uses an algorithm that predicts the effects of each action. A riot, 1 point up the crisis meter. An epidemic, another point. If the crisis meter runs too high, NATO loses. The game is designed not to be won, but rather to manage the crisis and restore stability, which is one of the NATO's core tasks. But the game isn't the interesting part. It is the people who are playing. Where the science comes in is that we observe cognitive reactions. Although NATO is a consensus-based organization, we want argument. It is what we call matrix gaming. NATO needs people asking questions they haven't asked before, because these might be the questions that we need to answer to keep peace and security in the future.
Next episode, we'll take you to Florence in Italy to meet a robot taking the lead in the fight against landmines. Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science. When a bomb needs to be defused, you might not want to be the one that goes first. That's why NATO scientists made a robot just right for the job. They call it the You Go First. Bomb disposal is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, but it's vital to detect and remove unexploded ordnance before it can hurt people. Every year, thousands of civilians, the majority of them children, lose their lives and limbs to landmines or other explosive remnants of war. With their new robot, NATO scientists are making the job of clearing these deadly devices a little safer. Here's our scientist at the University of Florence in Italy with more.
Using robots to detect landmines is not new, but the You Go First is unique in two significant ways. First, it is smaller and is more agile than many other mine-detecting robots. That means it can get to work on difficult terrains and maneuver around obstacles. These are key talents in a disaster area. Secondly, it uses two different kinds of radar. The first is a fast-acting impulse radar that stops the robot as soon as it detects an object, setting off an alarm. The second is a holographic radar that creates images rather than sounds to show the operator what kind of object has stopped the robot. A third sensor, so a three-dimensional depth camera, provides additional information about the soil relief to improve the radar imaging. Is it an explosive or is it just a camp? This means the operator can do the whole detection phase from a safe distance. This project is developed jointly by Italy, the United States and NATO partner Ukraine, a country that has a lot of dangerous old ordnance from former conflicts. Thanks to support from NATO's Science for Peace and Security program, we can help them to make their land safer without putting people at risk.
Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us on a Saturday afternoon. My name is Selene Cormier, and I am a program manager for the Atlantic Forum's Autumn Conference. Today, we have an amazing panel dedicated to exploring the discontinuities in the cyber domain entitled Cybersecurity, the Threat of Non-State Actors and ADTs. We'll be talking about new trends in cybersecurity that are affecting and changing the way we consider the cyber domain, and those that could impact the way NATO protects its allies. My goal today with this panel is that we identify what the major cyber threats are to NATO and how we might go about mitigating or preparing for those threats in the near future. With this panel discussion and a variety of perspectives from the panelists, I hope that we will all come away with a new understanding of cyber threats, which are at the forefront of security in the 21st century. Throughout the panel, I encourage you to use Slido to ask questions and give your input to the discussion. You'll find a QR code and the login code at the bottom of the screen. After the discussion with the panelists, there will be a question and answer period, at which time you can pose questions directly to the panelists. Finally, throughout the panel, you have the opportunity to answer some questions on Slido. To start the panel, I'll briefly introduce the panelists, then allowing them to introduce their own research and professional experience. Following this, I'll present some questions to the panelists to discuss, while also allowing patrons to share their answers via Slido. To conclude the discussion, I will open the floor to patrons to ask their questions to the panelists. The first panelist to introduce is Lieutenant Colonel Natalie Venata from the United States Army. She is a cyber officer currently operating as the lead of the Emerging Technologies Research Team at the Army Cyber Institute. Here, she seeks to bridge the gap between private industry, public industry, and academia to solve the cyber challenges facing the U.S. Army in the next decade. Next, Major Ian Brown of the United States Marine Corps, currently serving as an operations officer at the Brute Krulak Center for Innovation in Future Warfare at the Marine Corps University in Quantico, Virginia. Major Brown has also written extensively on the topics of maneuver warfare, military history, wargaming, and future war in both fiction and nonfiction formats. The final panelist to introduce is Ms. Sparkle Dennis, a young professional currently working with Horizon Intelligence as an artificial intelligence and political risk analyst. Her areas of expertise include armed conflict, international security, and European regional affairs. She completed her MA in conflict security and development from King's College London and has a BA in international relations, government, and European studies from UT Austin. On that note, I'll invite our first panelist to introduce herself, Lieutenant Colonel Venata.
Time zone you're joining us with today. I just want to thank everyone for this opportunity to be part of this discussion. However, before we begin, I need to say something to make my lawyers happy. Please understand that my views and opinions expressed today should be considered my personal opinions and should not be taken as the current policy of the Department of Defense or the United States government. Additionally, do not take anything I say as criticism of the United States government, as because I totally didn't mean for that to come across in that way. So I just have a couple of thoughts to kind of start it off, and really I just look forward to seeing where the conversation is going to go this morning or this afternoon. What are one of the challenges in the cyber domain? Human nature. Human nature, I gotta say, tends to get us entrenched in this way of thinking, especially when you work in the defense industry, that the threat today will be coming from that same place tomorrow, and therefore the solution space is going to have to look identical or at least very similar. And centuries of this thinking have occurred within the military, to where you could probably count on a single hand the number of times that warfare has undergone a fundamental systematic change. Of course, one of them was the 17th century creation of the modern nation state, which rested on, large-scale organization of disciplined military power. So if we think about it, right, the nation state, that's a very new concept in the history of the world, and yet our focus has been insanely drawn in on them. I mean, case in point, when we think about entrenched thinking in the military realm, after their defeat and loss in Copenhagen in 1807, the Danish government responded by replanting 90,000 oak trees to allow their navy to be rebirthed. The Danish Nature Agency, successor to the Royal Forester, informed the Defense Ministry in 2007 that their trees were ready to go for their navy to be rebuilt. Holy moly. And so if we're following suit today, we mostly focus on the nation state. the nation state with those resources like nuclear weapons and attack submarines and stealth aircraft, right? That's where we've got to be focused. But cyber is different because you don't need those equivalent resources of a nation state to do equivalent harm to a population. And therefore, we really are challenged to broaden our mindset to include the larger threat, or we call it the forgotten threat, which is the non-state actor, and more specifically, how emerging destructive technologies will actually help them achieve their goals. Because innovation is what they do really well. And innovation is something that we're falling behind in, right? And so some will claim that technology is just evolving at this ever increasing rate, and therefore it's impossible to predict what cyber will look like on the battlefield or in the home of 2035. It's just so hard. And if it's so hard, then, well, only nation states will be able to figure out and influence trends. And so that's where we need to focus instead, right? And maybe people think the future in 2035, well, we're just going to have some AI sprinkled around and some quantum and, add every other buzzword that industry tries to sell you, right? And maybe we'll be living in flying cars and have robot maids, and it'll be like the Jetsons all over again, right? And that's going to be our reality. Though in particular, we have to be really careful in this space not to overestimate the pace of technology, to run around and only focus on nation states and run around like Chicken Little. Recall that when the iPhone emerged in 2007, cellular-capable PDAs were already 8 years old, that thing called the BlackBerry. PDAs as a concept was already 15 years old, the Apple Newton, and digital cellular communications were already 16 years old, GSM in 1991. And so technology in the next 10 to 15 years is much more likely to be this refinement and creative combination of today's cutting edge and niche technology than a sudden revolution of something amazing to be discovered. And if that's the truth, then that's completely within the playbook and capabilities of non-state actors in this space. So I've spent the last 6 years of my life in the United States Army focused on trying to understand some of these emerging technologies. Yes, throw those buzzwords in, quantum, alternate computing paradigms, autonomous robotics, AI, enter a buzzword, we've been looking at it. But more importantly, we've been looking at how to change our way of thinking about the future and its future threats, to start to think creatively and critically again, and to bring innovation back into it, to move us out of this rut that the future tomorrow is going to look exactly like today, and our adversaries today are the only ones that we need to continue to focus on. I've also spent a good portion of my military career focused on defeating our adversaries in cyberspace, spending time focused on both nation state and non-nation state actors. And I know that we can't afford to ignore any subset of these groups. Cyber, as much as military planners and strategists don't want to believe, is a very different type of domain, both to operate through and to operate within. Has a very different risk calculus associated with it. Completely influences every aspect of physical warfare, and in fact, just life in general, and requires significantly less resources to influence, which makes it an amazingly fertile ground for non-state actors to achieve their objectives and succeed. So I really look forward to our conversation and the questions today.
Great, thank you very much, and I'm very happy for the opportunity to be here and be with the fellow panelists to talk about this topic. And I'll echo what Lieutenant Colonel Vanetta said to make the lawyers happy. These views are my own. They don't represent the views of the Krulak Center, Marine Corps University, United States Marine Corps, or any other agency of the U.S. government. All right, so with that, what I was asked to talk to you today about cyber was something that I think the introductory panels hit on yesterday pretty well, and that's the realm of what if. And from my own background of work on military history and theory, how you can also mix the what if with what is or what has been to think about how the old problem of getting an advantage over an adversary can be executed with new tools of today. And that's what I think the cyber domain represents. It's a new avenue for one of the oldest goals in the book. So that said, as a new avenue, it does offer some unique opportunities for actors who can't match great powers in conventional strength to nevertheless gain asymmetric advantages. And where I think some of those advantages lie is not necessarily in cyber's ability to degrade or corrupt an adversary's hardware, but to degrade and corrupt an adversary's people and have a direct impact on them and those organizations that you need to respond to them. So this aligns with a number of thoughts about competition and conflict that a number of theorists have written about, but one that I've worked on the most is the work of the late Colonel John Boyd, who was an Air Force colonel, but he had a huge impact on the American military in the late Cold War in a number of different ways. From my Marine Corps perspective, the big way for him was his impact on our maneuver warfare doctrine, which is still our capstone doctrine today. Boyd's theories were intensely human focused, and there's one thing that he said that I think really captures the potential threat of effective adversarial cyber operations. And he said that the quickest way to destroy an organization wasn't through overwhelming firepower or massive logistical superiority or some other physical material metric. It was through mistrust and discord. If you can sow mistrust and discord, you can turn that targeted organization in on itself. And while that organization remains inwardly focused, you now have freedom of action to pursue your own goals. Maybe not forever, but you have a window of opportunity if you can get them looking at themselves instead of looking at you. So one of the ways that I've explored this is through sort of speculative writing, and I've argued that a potential aspect of an adversary using this sort of human targeted attack for cyber is aggregating a lot of the tools that we've already seen out there as sort of one-off things and putting them together in a much larger package. This is something I explored in a couple of places. The initial one actually was the article that I think caught the attention of the Atlantic Forum and asked me to be here, was something I wrote for War on the Rocks a few years ago. And that was how an aggregated attack could potentially disable the U.S. military long enough that an adversary could get a window of advantage. And I wasn't trying to make up any we're in the year 2075 and our brains are all hardwired into the metaverse, right? I was looking at tools that had already existed, things like going after people's bank accounts, things like using trolls on Twitter and social media posting death threats, or using things like phishing schemes to get into people's intimate photos and holding them ransom, or just spreading them out to cause confusion and embarrassment and lack of trust in people in charge of you. The other aspects are things like using ransomware to lock out vital records. Something that in recent years, North Korea allegedly did that against Britain's National Health Service, right? And we know on the military side, medical records are part of your readiness for deployment. If I can't prove that I've got all my shots, I'm not medically ready to go somewhere, right? We've also seen vulnerabilities of systems at the highest levels of authority that we would think are protected. And the simple fact that we know that those are not protected is kind of scary. One example I used was somebody was able to hack John Kelly's cell phone, right? Like he's a advisor, somebody got into his personal device. Those things are all supposed to be, secure for us. Another aspect is potentially sowing distrust by mixing lies with the truth. And if you can tell a lie that's based on an already pre-existing lack of trust, people are probably more likely to believe it. Some examples I pulled were things like the Marines United scandal just a few years ago. That was one of those, spreading intimate pictures without permission, where you had the commandant in front of Congress getting hammered by the people on the panel, like, how did this happen in your operational culture? Looking at the Fat Leonard scandal in the U.S. Navy, right? Massive corruption between contractors and bureaus of naval command. So a further allegation of that would be easier to absorb because it's already happened in real life. Lieutenant Colonel Vanetta mentioned impact on allies, I think, as well. Something I potentially explored was you could take a pre-existing tension with an ally and use some effective cyber operations to really drive that wedge home. I look at our presence on Okinawa, for example. The U.S. military doesn't really have a great, it's been a bumpy relationship there, let's just say, and there's been a lot of incidents, very public, that have created a lack of trust between the civilian population and the U.S. military. It would not take much to use to either take an example and exaggerate it, or use some of the other tools available out there, like your artificial intelligence, generative adversarial networks, bots, trolls, voice clones, put it all together and create a fake scenario that causes you an international problem, which people believe because it's already happened in the real life. And so I think one of that potential sort of attack is a real challenge in itself. And I think, as Lieutenant Colonel Vanetta mentioned, and the theme of the panel is, this is no longer the purview of large governments, right? My article was based on the OPM hack that China did back in 2015, which that was a state power accessing a massive database. But they are not the only ones who have the ability to do that. As recently as this year, we saw the ransomware for hire group, DarkSide, go after Colonial Pipeline and severely disrupt operations in the United States at a peak time in the summer. So those non-state actors have the tools and have the imagination to potentially execute things that only state actors used to be able to do. And so the last thing I'll leave with is that I think a great way to help explore these things is not necessarily turning everyone into a credentialed cyber expert per se, but using things like speculative writing and creative thinking to imagine the what if. And that's a way of actually, I think, bringing in a much larger number of minds to face the problem, because I think we'd agree that greater diversity of thought opens up greater avenues of opportunity for solving those solutions. And I think it also creates kind of a lower barrier of entry to get more of those people in, because it might be a little intimidating to write a 100-page research paper for an academic journal. But if you can explore something like that in a short story, or I'll pitch something our center does, which is using graphic novels or comics to explore some aspects of future warfare, you can bring the creativity of different people to bear on a subject they may not otherwise be interested in learning about, and helping them express their creativity and apply that to the problems we have. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you for your attention. My name is Sparkle Dennis, and I'm currently an artificial intelligence and political risk analyst at Horizon Intelligence. I will also soon begin a contracting role conducting open source intelligence investigations and insider threat hunting. Today, I would like to discuss young professionals in cybersecurity, as well as open source intelligence and AI. Young professionals are increasingly required to become experts in cybersecurity and emerging technologies, no matter the background. From international security to public health, a solid understanding of cyber-related threats and EDTs is a necessary and highly marketable skill. One of the reasons why I chose to pursue the artificial intelligence role at Horizon is because I knew that understanding of AI and its application in Ocean would be an incredibly marketable skill in my field. Young professionals are also uniquely positioned to lead the fight against cyber-related threats. We have lived and breathed technology from the time we were born and are better equipped to understand and challenge the threats of EDTs. For example, many Americans under 30 would have been better qualified to question Mark Zuckerberg on Facebook's algorithms' role in deepening political divisions at his Senate testimony than the senators with decades of public policy experience. Governments, international institutions, militaries, and private companies need to appreciate and utilize young professionals instead of sidelining them in this fight. Young people are also uniquely capable of fighting against misinformation and disinformation, which are both serious national security threats. Researchers found that Americans over 65 are 7 times more likely to share fake news articles on Facebook than those under 29. While younger Americans can still fall prey to misinformation, they have a better understanding of how social media works and the distribution of online content. We understand how algorithms work, how easy it is to manufacture fake news, are better at resisting clickbait, and are better at discerning legitimate news stories from illegitimate ones. Many of us also serve as unofficial fact checkers for our families. I have extensive experience with this, having spent a lot of time fact checking the dubious Facebook articles my dad sends me. An experience I'm sure many young people can relate to. Now, to transition to AI and open source intelligence. AI and other technologies are core to conducting open source intelligence. OSINT relies on openly available data, which is primarily collected from the digital world. At Horizon, we use an AI crawling software that crawls through our news sites and social media to find relevant news stories and information for us to report on, and then it generates a draft report. This software is incredibly useful since it drastically decreases the time analysts spend hunting through the web for relevant incidents to report on, which means that we can provide critical information to our clients faster than ever. However, as those of you who work with AI have likely experienced, AI isn't always that intelligent. For example, the AI can't tell the difference between misinformation and legitimate news stories. It also can provide analysis around an event that an analyst with a deep regional or thematic experience can. In this case, the AI is incapable of replacing human analysts and instead serves to improve their work. There is often a fear that AI will completely replace humans in the workforce and leave many young people employed. However, this case demonstrates AI and other ETs can serve as beneficial tools to improve the quality and efficiency of work instead of replacing humans. Of course, there's always a dark side to technologies. AI and Ocean are tools, and like most tools, they can be used by anyone, including terrorists, malign actors, and criminals. The lack of privacy concerning this is particularly dangerous. Using some pretty simple Ocean techniques, I could likely find your employment history, your friends and family, your contact information, your interests, your address, and even more. If I can find it, those with bad intentions could certainly find it as well. Using openly available data from several combined sources and AI software, criminals could easily identify their ideal targets based on criteria such as age, location, or employer. A foreign intelligence actor could theoretically do the same to identify the best targets for recruitment. It can also be used to craft effective phishing emails that give ransomware attackers an in. Learning to harness the benefits of EDTs while effectively countering the security threats they bring is essential to adapting to an increasingly complex and uncertain world, which is admittedly not an easy task. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
All right, perfect. So I think we'll move into the first question now. Natalie, I invite you to answer this first, as you've already touched on it a little bit in your speech. What are the aspects of cybersecurity that make it an important discontinuity for NATO to start focusing on?
Like, I hate to use buzzwords, right? But we could totally throw buzzwords. You know, what do you think is a discontinuity? Is it a game changer? Whatnot? I think what makes cyber so important to focus on for NATO and all of its allies, and what makes it the most challenging to understand for all of us old folks, you know, that didn't grow up in this vastly interconnected world, is that cyber, more so than the air domain or the land domain or the sea domain, everything operates through it. Like, trying to get our heads around the fact that my missile launcher requires a safe and secure cyber or digital domain in order to get the logistics out to it, to get it to operate and everything else. Nothing in the military aspect is not somehow connected to the cyber domain, and to get everyone from the top on down to understand what that looks like. And therefore, the attack plane has significantly, exponentially, okay, I can say that because I'm a mathematician, exponentially has increased, and we have not caught up to understanding how do we properly secure and defend it in a way that, while technology is skipping ahead fairly quickly, our understanding of it has not skipped ahead as quickly as it can. And more importantly, not only do we have this technical challenge of figuring out how do we defend and secure this space that we not only need for military operations, but we just need for life in general, is the largest dual purpose space ever thought of in the entire world, is the fact that we don't understand the intentions of our adversaries. I go back to our largest challenge in this space is our mindset that we're stuck in as the military or defense element. We think we understand, I'll say this from the US perspective, we think we understand some of our large near peer threats and adversaries. I'll argue potentially we have no clue actually on some of them, but the thought of trying to figure out what all these other groups' motives, actions, objectives, like their mentality is in this space, and therefore how they want to use and abuse and exploit the vast number of vulnerabilities we have across this large attack plane that we can't defend all at once. We've got to hit and choose, but we don't understand what the adversaries want to do against us. Like, that's what makes this problem, I think, so large. And that's why it calls for young folks, creative, critical thinking. And I'll also put in a plug, like Ian did. I also write graphic novels for the Army, so we explore and try to look at emerging destructive technology in the future to put it in a context that matters, so you don't have to be a tech expert to understand the impacts of quantum or AI or synthetic biology or 3D printing. Like, you don't have to, but you can see the effects so that we can start thinking through the second and third order effects. How do we defend in this space? How do we change policy? How do we change regulation? Where should we be? So that's a really long answer to probably a very short question.
Great, thank you. And Ian, did you want to touch on that one as well?
I I don't really have much to add, except now I'm very interested in what graphic novels Lieutenant Colonel Venata has that possibly offer. Maybe there's an opportunity for a joint novel somewhere down the road. But no, I agree that we're in a space you can't separate it from anything else. It's the space that you swim in. It's not a distinct domain. And I think the other thing I'd point out is with that proliferation, that kind of goes back to the non-state actor part. It's not just non-state actors. Anybody can use it. Everybody can use it. And so, that it creates a real challenge because you can't. It's very hard to focus counter activities against it because it's everywhere. Because everyone, including somewhere back here, my 10-year-old daughter has a device or devices of some kind that they're using to access this domain. That's incredibly hard to control. Although on the flip side, something else I've tried and our center has tried to offer in this domain is that because it's so proliferated, it's also an opportunity. If you're willing to not be so scared that you try and put it in a little box that you can control. But just as it's an avenue for different adversaries from state to non-state to individual actors to go against you, it's avenues for you to go against them. And I think something in the different parts of the Marine Corps, I guess I would say that, and I think other services we try to do is realize you can now use that young Lance Corporal or PFC as a tool to help your cause if you enable them to understand and allow them to use that organic knowledge they have growing up in this environment that some of us don't have. As Sparkle said, like they understand this environment a lot better than the folks who have been sort of grafted onto it later on in life. They're born in it, immersed in it. They understand how to use it effectively, what's true and what's not. So the proliferation has now created, I think, more opportunities if that more senior leadership is just willing to let them do it and let them use their inherent knowledge and abilities that the adopted ones, like myself and the older folks, lack.
Great, thank you. And I've read some of your pieces, Ian, and Natalie, since you've also written about this, what would you say are the current strengths and weaknesses of cyber capabilities, maybe both in the US and across NATO or just in general?
I totally think Ian should go first.
I guess some of the opportunities are it's easier to crowdsource input and feedback on both tools and people who you can use to sort of help your cause. I guess an example from the seat I sit at the Krulak Center is looking to use things like social media to create networks and create partnerships that might not have otherwise existed physically. I think when the center was first founded, my predecessor there did a great job of I call Twitter like our TIA weapon, because it allows us to go out and find groups like this and other organizations and individuals that can help us educate our students better about the operating world that they're going to go out and live. So, and in the COVID environment, that's become increasingly important because, we had a very ambitious plan to sort of go globetrotting, to meet up with different partner military schools, civilian institutions, to do information exchange about all of our stuff. And I think we got as far as Germany, and then we had to stop. And we had, our plans to go to the Pacific, to go to Australia, visit all these different allies, just stopped. But we still had the cyber domain. We still had the ability to reach out and make those partnerships. So I think that there's better awareness that it's a tool that you can use to that advantage. And with that, I think being able to reach out to those different groups has helped us better understand some vulnerabilities that, that if we just sort of lived in our own U.S. government or serve a specific bubble, we wouldn't have access to, and that lack of knowledge would make us vulnerable. So I hope that answered the question.
I would say to riff on that a little bit, I think the greatest strength that the US has and many of our allies in NATO have in the cyber domain is our people, because that's what's going to make us successful. Technology changes, patches come out, new apps come out, new pieces of software come out. We redesign networks all the time. But if we value our people, and they're these creative, critical thinkers that have that foundational knowledge of understanding of science and engineering and understand living in an interconnected world, that's what's going to make us successful in the cyber domain. But then on the flip side, what is our weakness in the cyber domain, or our largest challenge? I would argue for the United States, it's the defense industrial base, right? They have gained such a pervasive power within our society that truly it is unacceptable for any interactions to the might of the military industrial complex will ever be tolerated. If you think about this as a different domain, right? You would never expect a sergeant in the United States Army to understand how to develop and manufacture M16s for his platoon. Like, you would never ask that of him. Of course, we're going to go to the military industrial base to produce those weapon systems for us. And yet in the cyber domain, each and every day, I have outstanding, wicked smart young soldiers, airmen, Marines, and sailors that can develop cyber capabilities that can bring an effect to our adversary and achieve our military and national objectives, right? And I want them to be able to deploy that. And yet I have this military industrial base trying to naysay what we're doing, just to come down and be like, oh, well, we didn't provide that. Like, oh, is that really going to do what you want? You really need to, if I'll say, now mind you, I love many of them there, but, oh, you need to buy this $1 million version of it that we will craft and it will take 5 years and it will do what you want. And so because of that, this idea that we can't craft capabilities that we need because they potentially see it as money that's not going into their pockets and not going into their shareholders' pockets. If we craft these capabilities instead internally, which we're capable of, I think that becomes our weakness, and we have to figure out, at least in the US, how we resolve this idea of what the military industrial complex needs, should, and can provide us in this space, which might look differently than the other domains, which once again is us stuck in the rut of thinking that everything looks like the past, every domain looks like the past. So in order to ensure that the strengths that we have in this domain is our people, we also need to figure out how to overcome or at least modify our relationship with the defense industrial base.
Great, thank you. And the next question for Sparkle. How can private institutions help governments, and maybe NATO specifically, improve their cyber capabilities and detect cyber threats before they occur?
So the private sector definitely plays a large part in cybersecurity, in part because many critical sectors are located in the private sector. So banking, oil and gas, electricity, and so on. And when state, non-state criminals attack these sectors, they're not attacking necessarily the government, they're attacking the private sector. And so the private sector is that kind of gatekeeper in these cybersecurity attacks, and making sure that we need to have a strong relationship between the private sector and the government, and so that the government can adequately respond to these cybersecurity threats when they receive that information from the private sector. They're also critical in research and development, of course. The private sector tends to be a little bit more flexible. A lot of times they can have extra cash, and they can move around money a lot quicker than, you know, a government with regulations. And yeah, oh, ransomware attacks as well. I wanted to touch upon that. So as we saw recently, the Colonial Oil Pipe in the US, there was a ransomware attack against it, and it stopped production for several days. And that had an enormous effect on the US economy. So even down here in Texas, we were out of gas, there were gas shortages, and it can show the impact that an attack on the public sector or the private sector can have. So if I was, let's say, a foreign government wanting to attack the US, I wouldn't necessarily attack the US government. I would attack one of these critical private sectors. And so it's really, really important that the private sector has a strong relation with the government or the government, and that they're sharing information. Without that information sharing, you know, governments and NATO are going to be hindered in their ability to respond to these threats.
Great, thank you. And Ian or Natalie, did you want to touch upon that one?
I just say yes, 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 yes. Like the DoD can't do this all by ourselves. Like I think the most key is with people is those partnerships. As you can see, what the NSA has done in the last few years is they've crafted this cybersecurity innovative center, absolutely unclassified, where they welcome in the public and private industry to talk about how do we come up with a comprehensive plan. I think it's no longer about what is our whole of government response, but what is our whole of society response is what we really have to focus on in the cyber domain.
Yeah, I would agree. And to Sparkle's point about the, you know, even if the government is protected, you knock something out from the civilian or the private sector, and you still can't do what you want to do. You know, the oil and gas is one thing for Colonial Pipeline, but I'm also, you know, thinking of, you know, the ship that blocked the Suez Canal, right, earlier on, or looking at the bottleneck of ships coming into the coast of the U.S. right now. You know, that's not something that the U.S. military would necessarily think of initially, but yeah, that would affect our ability to go and do something if we were required to do it, right? If I can't go through the Suez Canal, if there's a, you know, if it's not a physical choke point, but if there were a cyber choke point, then maybe you're not able to use that. Well, yeah, my carrier is still not going anywhere, and if I haven't thought about that, that's you know, what the impact would be to a private piece of infrastructure. Then that's wrong, and I should be doing that. And I think actually the canal is an interesting point because we've had some other folks. We had another colonel from the Army actually on our own webinar series under the Kulak Center, but he talked about how China has used its non-military, but it's, you know, cultural economic influence in some of those zones. There's a massive Chinese economic zone around the Suez Canal, which offers potential intrusion points right into private infrastructure that's out there that's not affected by government or military. So definitely have to keep all of the sectors, all of the industries in scope, and not just sort of you know, turtle up in our own shell in the U.S. government and try and, you know, protect ourselves. There's all those other things are going to affect our ability to do our jobs.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And I kind of want to turn to emerging and disruptive technologies now. You're hearing a lot more about them lately. So maybe how can cyber threats be mitigated or controlled using ADTs? And how can they be used to protect governments and the privacy of citizens? I don't know if Ian, you want to start on that one?
So I guess I think the perspective I would say is looking at emerging and disruptive technologies. Like, how can we use those things to, you know, be disruptive in our own right to do things we want to do rather than always worrying about how it's going to be done against us. And I think the you know, going, I think somebody mentioned quantum in there somewhere, right? And there's a you know, big fear that we're going to be, you know, falling behind in terms of our ability to do quantum computing. But you know, back to Lieutenant Colonel Vanetta's point as well. Like, I think we focus a lot on emerging disruptive technologies and not enough about how to train and educate our people on how to either protect against them and or how they can use them effectively. So I would say best way to do that is kind of, as you said, let your people figure it out, and don't bottleneck all your solutions and hope that they come from one place. You know, part of the when I mentioned the creative writing aspects that we do here is that there's a lot of organic talent available in our people if you just ask them to bring it up. And so I think a good way to look at how to use emerging disruptive technology is don't go to industry, don't go to the think tanks. Start asking your own people about how they might use it, what new ways of employing it they might do, and try and give those voices a bigger platform so that they can share that knowledge more widely. And you will probably get a lot of, you know, better solutions from the people who've lived and immersed in this from the day they were born. And also, you don't have to throw millions of dollars to do a research project that might get you the same answer anywhere, you know, 5 years down the road. I think leveraging that talent is a big way to do it. And I'll toot the Marine Corps horn a little bit here, although we are kind of behind the curve. You know, we just released a new talent management approach that really puts the focus on capitalize using that human capital inside your organization to do things, and not looking somewhere else and paying tons of money somewhere else to go find that help. You have good, smart people here to help you figure those things. Ask them about what they would do with emerging disruptive technology, and then take their solutions and give it a platform to have an effect.
Great, thank you. And Natalie, if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, to reiterate everything, yes. I think the challenge is, I mean, it seems at times in the military, at least, we refer to it as, emerging destructive technology instead of disruptive, right? Which goes back to this mindset we're stuck in and is really just judgy. I think it's just being really judgy of us, right? Because there are so many great things that these emerging technologies can do. And it's easy to think about them, right? We can think about synthetic biology and next generation 3D printing, and this idea that maybe sometime in the near future, we can print organs for transplant individuals, and they no longer will die waiting on the transplant list for some human to decide to donate their organs upon their death. Like, we could print enough, we could save millions and millions of lives. But on the flip side, that same technology, I can weaponize it. Now I can create genetically set viruses that are going to target a single human or a single portion of a population that I don't agree with anymore, and I can just wipe them off the face of the earth and not worry about affecting everyone else, right? And so I think when we talk about what are the threats with all these things, is that as much as we need to focus very much so on what are all the great things that these technologies are going to bring, and we can't just shove them back in a box, they're going to happen. We have to, from the get-go, start thinking about how we define and build security and defense in these to protect these technologies so that they can be used for the good of the people. And that's kind of a lot of what the work I've been doing in this think tank I'm in over the last few years, is looking at all the ways these new technologies could be weaponized against us. So right now in the R&D pipeline, we can start thinking about building in the security and the protection now before they actually could be used in a horrible way.
Great, thank you. And Sparkle, maybe how do you think the private sector could kind of help the governments improve or mitigate EDTs and the threats they pose?
Ooh, so when you ask that, I think of social media instantly, which is in the private sector. And unfortunately, a lot of social media giants have, I think, failed in their responsibility to protect people from cyber-related threats, the biggest being information disinformation and the sowing of political divisions. So in the US, the new Facebook's algorithm actually deepened political divisions, both in the 2016 and 2020 election. And they really failed the US public in not countering that threat. And so I think it's crucial for social media giants to really put in those internal regulations, and then for the government to try to step in and put in regulations as well and hold these social media giants accountable. Also, not to harp on open source intelligence too much, but we could do quite a bit of threat hunting with open source intelligence and AI. So if I wanted to find people who were looking to make threats against critical infrastructure, conducting cybersecurity threats, I would dig through the web and find what's mentioned. Of course, there's so much information available. You would need to use an artificial crawling software likely to find these threats. But the private sector can do this on their own, essentially, with these different technologies available to them to find those individuals or even state actors who are looking to make threats against the US government or other governments as well.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And Natalie, you touched upon this a little bit, but you always hear the phrase, is artificial intelligence or EDTs, are they a friend or a foe? How would you answer that question? And if there's any vulnerabilities, are they worth the risk?
Personally, I would say, heck yes, they're a friend. We need to embrace them. And why I say that is that We need to embrace them, we need to innovate, and we need to become, we as in the US and all of its allies and NATO, need to become the leaders in the forefront and the developers of these EDTs, because that's how we protect our national security and that's how we protect the world's security, right? If we allow the adversary nations that are near peer threats that think fundamentally different than we do from a moral perspective, from an ethical perspective, from their view on the value of life being based on gender or race or something else, if we allow those individuals to run and push the research and development efforts to be first to market with any of these EDTs, we're screwed. And I will say that from a national security and a world security standpoint, because first to market, people are going to glom on and do it, and we're not going to be able to pull it back and be able to do something different. And so therefore I say we need to embrace them. We need to embrace the fact that they're coming, and then we need to push our best, brightest, and smartest minds to start working on them so that when those technologies hit market, they're the technologies that we want them to be, that are more focused on bettering life and bettering human life with defenses and securities built in than potentially what the alternative looks like if our adversarial nations get there first.
Thank you. And Ian, did you want to touch upon that one?
No, just to say, I think that's 100% right, and I think we're already seeing examples of this in things like the proliferation of 5G technology and networks. Right, nature hates a vacuum, markets hate a vacuum. So if we are not the ones providing it, there's a demand, and people are going to go wherever the demand is to get it, and then that whoever makes it then gets to kind of they set the tone, the tune, the terms of service, which arguably become increasingly important in this world because how deeply intimate that kind of technology is in our lives. If it's an adversarial or malign actor who's dictating those terms of service, and you don't read the fine print, you're potentially signing yourself up for some pretty strong vulnerabilities. So if you are the ones who are writing those terms of service, you can lay those standards. And it's not just a financial benefit, but you're also, to that point of, ethics and morality. If you have a, rules of the road that you want other people to follow, well, if you build that road and you put up all the signs, right, then you're laying down the rules of the road. You can't do that if you're not the ones building the road. So yeah, I think you have to get out ahead of it, because if you don't, somebody else will. And if you don't like how they do it, you may not like it, but you've lost your chance to influence it.
And Sparkle, from a private perspective.
I think it's both, of course. As I've already mentioned before, AI can be super, super useful, but it can also be incredibly dangerous. It's a tool and it can be used by anyone. I think the real challenge, instead of being so resistant to these new technologies, is to adapt them as quick as possible and be the best at them. We should be better at them than anyone else if we really want to respond to these challenges. I think there's often this hesitation around new technologies, this fear of them. And if we allow that, our competitors are going to get there before us, and they're going to be better than us. And from a public perspective, work from the from a military or government's perspective, that means we're behind, that our competitors are ahead of us. So it's really about learning those technologies, understanding them, and being better than anyone else.
Perfect. And now I'm just going to move into the role of non-state actors in the cyber domain. So will the international role of non-state actors be increased due to their use of cyber capabilities? Or can the effects of non-state actors be controlled? I don't know if one of you wants to go first on that one.
Okay, I'll take the first stab at that one. Hard question. I think the increased cyber capabilities that are capable to be able to be developed, harnessed, and executed at the non-state level actor level of resourcing are devastating enough to achieve their objectives, depending what those are. And I think there are so many non-state actors and groups that are capable at that level that the idea that any one nation or even any one amazing alliance of nations could be able to properly provide oversight to be able to counter and reduce their effectiveness is a pipe dream. It's a science fiction novel that's never actually going to occur. And so I think that will be our challenge, is trying to figure out from a not just whole of society, but maybe even a whole of world perspective of taking the time with wicked smart folks to figure out, of these groups, who are the most devastating in their objectives to the world at large, what are their motivations, and then influencing them at that perspective. And while they might tend to use more cyber means to achieve their objectives, because that's potentially easier for them to resource, we can't forget that we have more than cyber response actions, especially as we look not only as a single nation, but we look across as an alliance.
To follow that up, I think, yeah, the short answer is, can you control non-state actors in the cyberspace? No. Like I said, if everyone down to your 10-year-old has a phone, you can never control that proliferation of technology or access. But I think part of it is you can have an effect if you are there and actively operating in that space at the same time, and not trying to control it, not trying to wall it off, but going in to make sure you have a presence, and that you are actively engaging in it, so that your presence is the one that I don't want to say dominates, but is the most influential, right? You know, kind of just like the 5G or the AI, like you can't win if you don't show up to the fight. So the first part is just understanding you can't control it. It's not going away. So get in there and get your message out, is the first part of the battle. And then I think the second part is going back to that, using the talent of your people. We have our own non-state actors. Like every time off the clock, somebody goes on TikTok and, shows what they're, dance off or doing weird stunts or costume changes or whatever. Your people are informal non-state actors whenever they're going into that space. So if you leverage that, right, like there's more of them than there are of the specialists in their own little spaces. So if you sort of train and inform those little non-state actors of your own on how to best, get a good message across, you can let them go and do that operating and that influence on their own time, and then they're doing it for you, and they're doing it in a positive way because you've given them kind of those left, right, lateral limits of what to do and not do, but also you've encouraged them to go and do what they want to do anyway. You're just helping, craft the message that you want to get out. So I don't. It's not something to be controlled, but I think it's something where if you embrace it and you inform and equip your own people on how you want them, what message you want to get out, they will go ahead and do it for you. And now you've got your own little army of non-state actors running around 24/7 and getting your own message out, countering those other non-state actors on a continuing basis.
Just to touch on what Ian and Natalie have already discussed, I would like to discuss Belarusian hacktivists. So this is a story I've been following for the last few months, and there are several different hacktivist groups that are actually trying to undermine the Belarusian regime. So one group hacked into the Belarusian police system and has been slowly leaking incredibly incriminating information on the regime, as well as the identities of undercover agents and police members. And then another group actually used a drone to drop an incendiary device onto a police department in Belarus. And I think this really highlights the kind of flexible nature of cyber threats and non-state actors. As a tool, it can be used by anyone, including activists that want to bring down their authoritarian regime. And I think we're going to see more and more of this going forward by non-state actors. Cyber technology is inherently cheaper. It's also safer for those involved. If I was theoretically a terrorist, what's cheaper, hiring a hacker or buying a whole bunch of bombs? Which one's going to be safer for my people? Cyber attack or, sending out someone into the field. And so I think we're going to see more and more involvement in the cyber realm by these non-state actors, especially terrorists, and then as well as possibly activists as well, as we're seeing in the Belarusian case.
Great, thank you. And I just want to remind listeners that they can use Slido to ask us any questions, as we're going to move into the question period fairly soon. I've got one more question to ask, however. So touching on what we've just spoken about, is diplomacy a viable response to a cyber threat or attack from a non-state actor? Or how would you respond to non-state actors?
I think that's a challenge we've had since before the 17th century, when we came up with this notion of what a nation state is, and therefore everyone else must be a non-nation state actor. I think our normal elements of national power, right, dime, diplomatic, information, military, economic, I would argue technology, I think we should be dime T, like those work in varying degrees against nation state actors that have that are easier to impose economic sanctions against or use other elements of national power against. I think we have always struggled as a nation, as an alliance, as a world to figure out how can we appropriately handle non-state actors where these traditional elements of national power no longer work or no longer matter because it doesn't matter to them. And I think that has not changed just because they now have cyberspace and cyber capabilities to employ instead. I think that is still an enduring question that we have yet to figure out how to do it. And this just complicates the matter even more.
Yeah, I would agree. I think going back to what Lieutenant Colonel Vanetta said very early on, is we're in an old framework and it doesn't work anymore. And I'd say old framework, it's a relatively new framework actually, but we keep trying to apply it to a world that is sort of moving underneath our feet. And yeah, I'd say I don't think we've really figured out if diplomacy is the answer yet. Like, I think it's this isn't, back in the Cold War where, if it's someone outside your country, you flip the problem to the State Department and then they formally go after it with some sort of official delegation. That's not an answer. It's not responsive enough. It's not dynamic enough. It's arguably it's not resourced enough to do, even if they wanted to do it. So there needs to be a new framework approach to it. And we need to figure it out. And I don't think we have.
Afraid I don't have much more to add here either. I don't have an easy answer to that question. I think my only suggestion is to maybe respond to it from a law enforcement perspective and bring in other nation states as well. Cyber criminals often attack multiple different states, and bringing together a coalition of states to act against these cyber threats, I think would be most effective in the short term. And let's say if a particular country is harboring them, as Russian office does, bringing together a coalition of states to put that pressure on Russia to allow, let's say the US or other states to arrest these cyber criminals, I think would be effective in the short term, but it's not a long-term solution.
Great, thank you. And one more question here then. In your opinion, what would be a successful long-term strategy for resilient cyberspace? Sparkle, if you want to go ahead, you can.
I think just innovation, staying on top of everything, not becoming so absorbed by previous advances that you fail to jump on the next one. Our world is increasingly complex. Things are speeding up constantly, and it's a challenge to stay on top of those new developments. So I think the real key to a long-term strategy more broadly is to stay on top of those new developments and be able to respond to them as quickly as possible.
And Natalie, if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, to build on that, so I think part of the long-term strategy has to be that we have to empower innovation in our nation, as do all of our allies, right? So whether that's with economic incentives, authorities incentives, like we have to empower innovation, whether that's innovation in science and technology, in academia or in industry, so that we can truly, that us or our allies can be the best of the breed when it comes to innovation. That's how we'll have a resilient cyberspace. We also have to prioritize defense, right? And defensive and security measures into everything we do. And we've seen that in the US, where we've started passing regulations that require some minimum security standards in IoT devices. You've seen it with the software bill of materials, where we're trying to force companies and technologies to explain what's in their thing, so that way we can understand risk decisions. So I think part of that long-term strategy has to include some regulation, not only in our own nation state, but in our allies, to force and push that security has to be baked in from the beginning. We have to understand what's going on, so that each and every person or each and every organization can make that appropriate risk decision on whether they want to employ that technology or how they want to operate within cyberspace. So I'd say those would be the two big keys, because it really is all about people. We have to figure out how to empower innovation, and we have to figure out how to build security in from the get-go.
Yeah, so it's an interesting question, because I'm looking back at the piece I did in War on the Rocks a few years back, and I was talking about like having kind of a mishap plan, kind of the way you would in a military unit where something bad happens. You've got like a break glass in case of emergency, already thought out that you're ready to respond. As I'm rereading, I'm like, I'm not. I don't think that's a sufficient answer, but I would say it needs to be a starting point, at least, to have some sort of plan where something happens and you're not just looking at each other going, "What now?" And I mentioned in the article that even after the OPM breach, like there was no plan, there was no new rapid response strategy to these kind of things. And I'd say that like as these things keep happening, we haven't seen really any. I don't think any government or private organization. Maybe Sparkle can correct me if I'm wrong on the private side, but like this keeps happening, and it doesn't seem like these companies or these groups are prepared for it. Great, another few 100,000 credit card numbers and social security numbers have been lost by a phone company or some other branch of the government. So I'd say maybe the first step is a real challenge, harsh encouragement. I don't want to say threat, but like you need to tell people that they need a break glass in case of emergency plan, and a lousy plan right now is better than what we have, because it doesn't seem like there's a response plan. For the long-term strategy, I would say going back to those people who have been immersed in it, the young and upcoming generation, not the adoptive ones. They are the ones who should be asked that question about, what they have seen, especially going back to constantly countering the Facebook pages that your parents put out, or your older aunts and uncles, or even grandparents, right? Like it's that younger generation that is grown up and can inherently sense when they're being sold a bill of goods, because they understand the information environment and misinformation environment. So instead of hauling, Zuckerberg to Congress and having, the baby boomers ask those questions, arguably it should be bringing those younger people in, and they're not being asked questions. They are telling that older generation, this is what we're seeing, this is what you need to do. And if you all want a long-term plan, maybe you should listen to us, and instead of showing your own ignorance in front of public, because it's very clear that you don't understand what the challenges are. And that's going to take a dose of humility, right? That's not just one person. That's institutional humility. That might be, publicly going on camera somewhere and showing that humility, that you recognize that you don't have the answers anymore, and that it's up to a new group of people. And if you want to have a successful strategy, you kind of need to shut up and listen to them, because it's pretty clear that what you have been doing has not been working up to this point. It's time for others to take a look at it and offer the solution, and you listen to them.
And going off what you're saying, so which areas specifically would need further improvements to achieve the long-term strategy? for a resilient cyberspace? Would it be education? Is it policy? If you want to respond to that one, Natalie.
Okay, I'll take a first stab at it. Lots of aspects could be worked on. I think for me, it always comes back to where is our strength in the cyber domain, and I wholeheartedly believe it's our people, and that's what it is. And so, any step that we can do to make our to increase the workforce and the voices, right? And so, I might have my numbers wrong, but it's something like 1% of the US population is currently serving in the DoD, right? So 1%. So from that perspective, we only focus on that 1%. Like we are missing the 99% that makes our country strong. And so we first have to figure out how to have a more open conversation and welcome in other voices that not are the voices that we've listened to ourselves for the last few centuries. And how do we create relationships? I said that would be part of our long-term strategy. Create relationships and sharing venues where we can encourage individuals to come and work for us. And they don't have to put on a uniform, right? Where you have to do push-ups and pull-ups and sit-ups and run fast, right? But crafting opportunities either temporarily or for a longer career for people to come in and provide their insight, or maybe just, come and talk to us at an event and give us some insight and still maintain the job that they have. And I think by crafting a more capable and competent workforce, that's the education piece. I know in the US, they're talking a lot right now about, universal pre-K education, because that's going to make the next generation stronger. And as an educator myself and a professor at Columbia University and here at West Point, absolutely, education matters, and I don't think we do enough education from the cyber perspective in our schools to craft a workforce that is going to be able to be the innovative leads in the world, right? I would argue, and maybe this is a bad analogy, right? My dad can listen to a car going down the street and he can tell you make, model, and close to the year based on the engine noises. And he knows how a car works and could, if he wanted to, take it apart and do stuff and put it all back together, right? I look at my phone and I feel I'm a very competent human being. I looked at my phone and if it breaks, I just go buy a new one because I don't really understand how it actually works. And I think at some point in these generations, we've lost some of that capability. And I think that's something, the education piece I think is very important, that we need to look at how best are we providing a holistic education to our country so that we can be in the position we want to be in the future. We can be the innovators of the world, where we can be highly educated and able to make great and amazing decisions and how to create a more resilient cyberspace, and more importantly, how to make a better world as a result.
Yeah, I'll go off that 1% statistic there because I think that shows where the a real vulnerability is, at least inside the DoD. Is there's 99% of the population out there, which means there's a probably 99% chance there's lots of other good experts outside your organization that you should tap into. And so I think going back to that humility, right? First recognizing that we in our little 1% corner here, we don't have it. So we got to go somewhere else and find that knowledge and education to present to it. And I'll say one of the best cyber cyber/information domain PME I ever got was not Jeff and Tina in their escapades, online. It was I think she was an anthropologist, but Molly Casey Reed, I think her name was. She wrote an article on War on the Rocks, very similar, and she talks about the generational divide of information, laying out how you got the adopted ones, sort of the hybrid ones who had 1 foot in as it emerged, and then you have the ones who were immersed. And she laid out exactly how your 18-year-old Marines simply see information differently than your 40, 50-year-old crusty commanders and senior enlisted who see it as a thing they don't understand and they fear it. She laid it all out. It was the best education on information I've ever gotten. So I would say that is the first step, is going outside and find those people who are bringing those different perspectives. I'd say go and find me more of the Molly Reeds, or bring Sparkle in, for example, right, to give us from her position, what she is seeing, the differences, the challenges, lay it all out, and then lay out from that perspective how we can make it better. And you have to do that. And I don't know how you would direct that on. But you have to realize that sort of top-down approach that we have done with our once a year online training, it's not cutting it. We need to have a much more individually engaging approach with the humility of bringing people in who are younger than our leadership, who are from outside the organization, and recognizing that they have the answers out there, and because we have not figured it out. So since we haven't figured it out, let's go find some other people to help us figure it out. It's not I don't think it's really a solid answer, but I think it may be a first step.
To add on to that, I think basic digital literacy and basic understanding of cybersecurity principles will go a long way. Most people are not very digital literate, and they definitely don't have a good understanding of cybersecurity principles. They can't keep their own, phone or laptop safe. And I think if we're looking, long term into the future, I think introducing classes, starting in middle school and high school on basic digital literacy and cybersecurity principles could really help that. And then introducing that into the broader population as well, so that even, like you're talking about adopted generations, understand that most, cyber attacks, it's not because, the systems failed, it's because humans failed. They clicked on a phishing email, followed a link they weren't supposed to, and that's how those threats happen. Or a lot of times use really simple passwords, 1, 2, 3, 4, and making sure that employees, government officials, and the everyday person understands, basic cyber principles, basic digital literacy will go a long way.
Great, thank you. And then maybe 1 or 2 more questions. What would help us further improve civil-military cooperation and the team spirit amongst them? And how do you synchronize their approaches to cybersecurity? If Sparkle, maybe you want to start that one off, or anyone else is fine too.
I think just good information sharing is key. And cooperation as well. When I think of, the recent ransomware attacks, the US government left businesses kind of on their own, didn't give a clear policy, didn't, say, you should or you shouldn't pay them, or, we'll help you out. We'll come in afterwards and try to, approach this with a law enforcement perspective. And I think the private sector needs some more support from governments in countering these new threats. And I think the private sector also needs to help the government counter these threats. And so greater information sharing and having, the government kind of set priorities and set policies and responses for the private sector could go a long ways.
So speaking from a U.S. perspective, though, I'm sure this could be applied against any of our allies in the NATO sphere. I think the first step in figuring out how to get better civil-military cooperation is learn how to talk and listen to each other. We as the DoD, as part of the United States government, one could argue, has spent decades and decades trying to understand, let's say, Russia and what motivates them and how they interpret what we're saying and what is their context that they receive and process information based on their cultural understanding and their objectives, so that we understand how to talk to them and how they're going to receive what we're saying. I would argue we haven't done that for a long time in our nation. And so the first step, if we really want better civilian-military cooperation, is that we have to understand the value proposition. What are we offering and what are they possibly offering, and how can we work and talk together? But we're not going to be able to work and collaborate and collaborate together until we can communicate and realize what the words I'm saying and how they're processing them, and the words they're saying and how I'm processing them.
Yeah, I think this is actually, I'll give my director some credit. She's a civil military affairs Marine, and although she's here, I work for her, she's a civilian, but she's a reservist as a civil affairs, and this is something near and dear to her heart. And it's getting, it may seem overly simple, but it's just getting those one, getting the different groups who exist to talk to each other, as well as getting new and fresh perspectives in the room. You know, like the assembling the same old tired team of Avengers, it just hasn't proven to be the answer, you know, and so that's why I'm just looking at the faces on the screen here. This would be the sort of, you know, things you would want to bring into a room rather than just call up, you know, whatever the helpline is that you have taped to your desk, because that's who you've been told is the expert to respond, and they may not have an answer for you. So I think it's aggressively going out and finding people from areas who you may not have talked to yet, but who could have something to answer as an option. And yeah, I think as well, also a better understanding of who owes what, right? Like, to mentioning how the U.S. government kind of left, you know, Colonial Pipeline on its own. Like, if there's anything we have government for, is to respond to, like, you know, attacks on critical infrastructure, you know, things that affect you in the homeland. So there certainly should be like that happens. Like, that's why we have a large, robust government that we pay huge amounts of taxes into to fund, right? That's the kind of thing that they need to do. But I think also as well, I don't know how you make it a less adversarial relationship, but I think as we're seeing, you know, with like Zuckerberg being dragged in front of Congress again, the parts of the private side, at least, have failed to understand that they are an active player in this too, and they have some obligations, and that they can't sort of just be a passive provider of a thing, and whatever happens on the thing, you know, just kind of happens. It's a thing that we're seeing can have a very positive or negative effect on people's lives, and that's something that you can't treat passively. That requires effective management and engagement to make sure that it's not doing harm. So yeah, I think there's probably expectations on both sides that need to be better understood, and that comes from not adversarial, but there needs to be better communication between the two to make sure, you know, something bad happens to the private side, the resources of the government are there or to help you out, but the private side has responsibilities too that they need to be a little better about owning up to.
Great, thank you. And just one last question. This was from one of the patrons. Do NATO countries need to reduce overall dependency on Chinese high-end electronic or IT components? And can the Innovation Fund help leverage tech markets of scale?
So I'll go first because I talked about 5G earlier. I think, yeah, it'd be great if we could, but who else is out there offering, you know, the variety of options, right? Like, if you're not in the space, you don't get to dictate the rules of the road. And I think a lot of countries have gone that route because there's just not a lot of other viable options out there. So it's not just a U.S. responsibility, but, you know, collectively inside NATO countries or other friendly countries, if you want to have other options beside Huawei or other pieces of Chinese IT, you got to make them and you have to offer them. And the time to do that is now, because we're already behind the curve on that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, every nation has certain nations that they have a quasi-adversarial relationship with, whether in competition or actually conflict. And of course, we would love if, you know, you didn't have to use any of those countries' products within your national borders, because of course, national security would be easier. Going off specifically the 5G thing, as we talked about, it's my personal opinion that we lost the race, right? Like, got it, first to market, they won, like, they smoked us. Where I would put thinking and innovation and dollars towards is figuring out, hey, some of us really need to focus on now, how do we secure those products? Because we're stuck with them. They're going to perpetuate across the world, and there's no way that we can catch up with them being first to market. But more importantly, as I've argued, because I also do a little bit of work with other agencies within the government, is that we need to start looking at 6G. Can we learn the lessons from 5G? Where did we go wrong? Why were we or some of our allies not first to market in this innovation space? Are there economic incentives? Are there policy changes? How can we empower innovation in the 6G space to ensure that the US or one of our allies is the first to market there? That's where we need to put our thinking. Can we learn how China got to 5G first so we can get to 6G first? And oh, by the way, we can't just wait for 6G to happen. We've got to start innovatively thinking about how do we defend 5G to defend data against an adversarial nation learning way too much about us, our citizens, and our allies than we want them to be able to know.
I have to agree with Natalie and Ian here. I think once a new technology exists, you can't just say no. The example I think of is actually TikTok and the former president trying to ban it from the US. It was never going to happen realistically. These technologies are going to make their way to the US whether we want them to or not. It's really being able to stay on top of the curve, adapt, be able to produce these technologies first ourselves, and if we can't do that, produce our version better for our own citizens.
Okay, great. So I'll give everyone a chance for closing comments. Natalie, if you'd like to go first.
Wow, okay. We've talked about so many cool things, and there are just so many other things we could have talked about today. So I really appreciate the words that we've had, and of course, all my panelists. I would think about, I still maintain that the largest challenge in cyberspace as we move forward in the future, and we look at emerging disruptive technologies, and we look at the rise of the nation state actors that are going to more contest us in this space, has to be that we're stuck in a rut in our thinking, and we need to open our minds to thinking about what the future might look like, right? In the next 10 years, if we think about the future, we're going to live in even more of an interconnected world, right? Where smart homes have become smart office buildings, which has become wickedly large metropolitan areas that are smart cities. Where the miniaturization of compute power means that there are sensors absolutely everywhere, collecting metric tons of data on us every millisecond of our life. And there will be smart algorithms, whether you think that's advanced machine learning or AI, that's just going to be combing through all this data real time at speed to answer questions that maybe we care about or questions that our adversaries care about. Add in the fact that in the future, we're going to be living in a very hyperpolar world, right? Where we're going to see complex criminal organizations start to partner with violent extremist organizations, people that in the real world never would have talked to each other or given each other the time of day. But in the cyber domain, they can come together. They can securely communicate and securely collaborate to work together to achieve their objectives that might have some commonality in it and enhance each other's contributions to make them as potentially deadly as nation state actors were. And I believe at some point in the future, whether it's the next 10 or 15 years, given this set of environment that we're going to be in, we're going to see the creation of cyber capabilities that truly might bring a nation to their knees, just like Fat Man and Little Boy did with Japan. And therefore, the only way that we're going to survive in this future world, the only way that we're going to strive to be our best and prosper is if we start embracing innovative thinking, if we strive every day not to lock ourselves into the mindset of the last century, but embrace the fact that it is absolutely okay that tomorrow might look different than today, and we've got to figure out how to survive in that idea.
And Ian, you can go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, first off, again, I'm grateful for the invitation to be here, and I've really enjoyed being on this panel with everybody else. And I definitely look forward to sharing this out through our own community of interest and innovation from our center side as a tool to offer to others. Yeah, I think the future it's here. It's not going away. So I think we're behind on getting away from we can put this in a box and control it and look at it as this thing to fear, but we can put it in a box and put it up on the shelf and not worry about it. We can't put it in a box. And so we need to start looking at how we can use it to our advantage, because to your point of different actors who are able to come together in the cyber domain where physical distance is no longer an issue, they can come together, work together from aligned impact. Well, why can't we do that too, right? We can use that space, and there are positive things that we can do in there, both with our own countries and organizations as well as with our allies. If we're not afraid of that space, and we see that as a place where we can gain a positive advantage for the shared goals and values that we all have. We just need to flip that perspective and not look at it as something to be, look at it more as fear as opportunity. There are things to be concerned about in there, of course, but just as, like I said, it's a new avenue for the oldest thing in the book, which is gaining an advantage over an adversary. We can use that too. We can use that to collectively bring out work with our friends and keep those malign actors from doing the things to us we don't want them to do. And we can also achieve some positive gains in the world, because now, with not having to do that physical presence, if I can have a cyber presence somewhere and still have a positive impact, that might actually let me do some better, resource management and allocation for things, because I don't have to send people physically somewhere to do things. I could take those resources and do something equally positive while still having influence in the cyber realm. There's a lot of opportunity there, and I think we need to look at it more in terms of a domain of opportunity rather than a domain of fear and concern, and embrace all the good things and exploit all the good things that can be done with it, while maintaining that look at keeping those malign actors from doing that to us. We can use it too.
And Sparkle, you can go ahead.
I would like to start by thanking Atlantic Forum for inviting me here today and for the wonderful discussion provided by my fellow panelists. The last thing I want to touch on, or last thing I want to say, is hire young people. Many of these fields we talked about, many of these technologies we're talking about are new. It's not possible for someone to have 5 years experience in some of these technologies. It probably only was invented 2 years ago. So don't be afraid to hire young people without experience. They will probably bring more knowledge and more skills to the table than you think. And I think many young people feel frustrated because they feel like their contributions aren't appreciated. But we have unique experiences and unique capabilities that we can bring to the table, and that will really strengthen the institutions we're part of. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all so much for joining me today. It was very informative. I think I learned quite a bit, and it was a very good discussion that we had. So thank you all for joining me, and hopefully we'll see you next time.
You win again, extraterrestrial beast. Games are just a fun way to waste time, right? Not necessarily. Playing games could lead to new ways to combat modern threats. That's what we're looking at today in NATO Science. Around the world, people spend billions of hours a week playing games. But what if, rather than playing games aimlessly, we could divert this time and effort into solving security problems? Our scientist in Ankara has more.
I always remember a military trainer telling me, I have students playing Fortnite and I'm trying to teach them using PowerPoint. We use games at NATO to play through different scenarios. In the future, threats could come from all sides. Disinformation, urban warfare, cyber attacks, civil unrest, robots, drones, even augmented humans. Using games helps us imagine these scenarios.
The game is on, but how does it work?
We give our teams a problem and assign them different roles. Red team are hostile forces, green are the legitimate government, blue is NATO, yellow might be other non-governmental factors like aid workers or displaced people. Imagine a megacity of 10 million people divided into zones based on ethnicity. A hostile country uses those divisions as an excuse to capture the city's port, which is a lifeline to the citizens. But the hostile country doesn't use regular troops. They use unmarked paramilitary forces. Whatever methods NATO might use to stabilize that crisis, cyber, information, or kinetic, will have consequences for the population. A facilitator watching the game runs up a software that uses an algorithm that predicts the effects of each action. A riot, 1 point up the crisis meter. An epidemic, another point. If the crisis meter runs too high, NATO loses. The game is designed not to be won, but rather to manage the crisis and restore stability, which is one of the NATO's core tasks. But the game isn't the interesting part. It is the people who are playing. Where the science comes in is that we observe cognitive reactions. Although NATO is a consensus-based organization, we want argument. It is what we call matrix gaming. NATO needs people asking questions they haven't asked before, because these might be the questions that we need to answer to keep peace and security in the future.
Next episode, we'll take you to Florence in Italy to meet a robot taking the lead in the fight against landmines. Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science. When a bomb needs to be defused, you might not want to be the one that goes first. That's why NATO scientists made a robot just right for the job. They call it the You Go First. Bomb disposal is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, but it's vital to detect and remove unexploded ordnance before it can hurt people. Every year, thousands of civilians, the majority of them children, lose their lives and limbs to landmines or other explosive remnants of war. With their new robot, NATO scientists are making the job of clearing these deadly devices a little safer. Here's our scientist at the University of Florence in Italy with more.
Using robots to detect landmines is not new, but the You Go First is unique in two significant ways. First, it is smaller and is more agile than many other mine-detecting robots. That means it can get to work on difficult terrains and maneuver around obstacles. These are key talents in a disaster area. Secondly, it uses two different kinds of radar. The first is a fast-acting impulse radar that stops the robot as soon as it detects an object, setting off an alarm. The second is a holographic radar that creates images rather than sounds to show the operator what kind of object has stopped the robot. A third sensor, so a three-dimensional depth camera, provides additional information about the soil relief to improve the radar imaging. Is it an explosive or is it just a can? This means the operator can do the whole detection phase from a safe distance. This project is developed jointly by Italy, the United States and NATO partner Ukraine, a country that has a lot of dangerous old ordnance from former conflicts. Thanks to support from NATO's Science for Peace and Security program, we can help them to make their land safer without putting people at risk.
Check out the rest of the videos in the series to learn more about NATO science.
We are live. Hello and good evening, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Petra Titsoric and I'm a conference chair. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the last panel of the day. We have already looked into some fascinating topics, but we're now going to merge them all into one and see how they play around in hybrid warfare. As we said, this panel will focus on the challenges our currently early warning measures are experiencing in detecting hybrid threats and how we could possibly resolve them. Moreover, it will provide an audience of enthusiastic young professionals an introduction into understanding hybrid warfare to better identify the threat landscape and challenges we face and we might face. Furthermore, it will delve into ways of detecting, deterring and responding to hybrid attacks. Young professionals will also have a chance to further investigate the relationship between law, cyber, intelligence and hybrid warfare to better prepare the alliance for discontinuities and strategic shocks that could be inflicted on our strategic trends. The panel strives to achieve a truly holistic approach towards deterring future hybrid threats and building NATO's resilience against it, since NATO must adapt now for the hybrid warfare of the future in order to maintain its competitive edge. What I'm going to say now, you most are going to recognize from Marvel's Endgame, and little popular culture can take us a long way. Most of us are going somewhere we know, but that doesn't mean we should know what to expect. So surely you're asking, what does it have to do with hybrid warfare? Now, hybrid warfare as a concept is a concept that is constantly puzzling both academia, professionals and students alike. Despite of many controversies that are surrounding the concept of warfare, it is certain that we have already encountered all of its practices. However, that doesn't mean we should know what to expect in any given moment. It is argued that contemporary hybrid warfare has become increasingly sophisticated and somewhat deadly. As such, it is of great importance for NATO and its partners to truly implement the what-if mindset and to try to prepare for the unknown. Indeed, at times this debate might seem to resemble some sort of future predictions, and unfortunately we do not possess any crystal balls. But we are truly meant to be preparing for both imaginary and real problems at the same time. As we said in the opening introduction, out of the two, the imaginary seems to be the most real and dangerous in this particular theatre. Today, instead of the conventional conflict being fought between the equal parties, most commonly states, the modern conflict is classified as asymmetric, since the actors in this contemporary theatre of war are unequal in their capabilities, which ultimately leads the weaker party to use the unconventional tactics and strategies in order to enhance the possibility of victory and power projection. In its deployment, hybrid warfare and tactics and strategies are tailored to specific weaknesses in our societies and systems. They are very well coordinated and deployed simultaneously in order to achieve an effect that was much greater if they are produced and implemented individually. Therefore, in order to be able to prepare for the unimaginable and expect the unexpected in hybrid warfare, we must better understand the concept itself. Therefore, in this panel, we will look into three categories of hybrid warfare's analytical framework that was presented by Dr. Cullen, one of our respected panelists today, and his colleague Reichborn Kinnert. They're looking into critical functions and vulnerabilities, synchronization of means, or so-called horizontal escalation, and effects on nonlinearity. It is also argued that there are good reasons to expect that coming decades may see competition and conflict intensify through hybrid warfare based on trends in power, so-called because we have more actors who are more keen on challenging the status quo, interdependence because actors are becoming more vulnerable to others, and technology, as we discussed in a previous panel, because more actors are having more effective and immediate means available to influence and threaten others. Therefore, in setting our aims and objectives, states and alliances must be at least in step with adversaries and competitors, who are always trying to be at least one step ahead. Ideally, we'll be innovating, preparing and anticipating all of the shocks and surprises so that we can have a head start. However, even though all of this sounds relatively straightforward and somewhat easy, the reason why hybrid warfare is often referred to as a wicked problem lies in the fact that it doesn't have a pattern in which it is being planned and deployed and executed in the end of it. As my grandmother says, one should always sleep with one eye open, and not because one is afraid, but because one is ready. Similar can be said about our strategies as an alliance. We must keep our strategies up to date, our eyes and ears wide open, in order to hear the silent whispers that are indicating hybrid warfare, because once it is obvious, hybrid warfare is already well underway. So the question that naturally arises is, how can we, in this sea of discontinuities that hybrid warfare truly is, are meant to be finding and establishing a hybrid warfare situational awareness, recognize its trends, and prepare for those discontinuities in the long run. To explore this very complex but very fascinating topic, I have a great pleasure to welcome the following speakers. Dr. Vlasta Zekulic is a NATO ACT branch head for strategic issues and engagements. Dr. Zekulic was commissioned as an infantry officer to the Croatian Armed Forces in 2002, where she led numerous command and staff positions within the Croatian military police community and deployed several times to NATO's operational theatres. After completing Croatian Command and Staff College in 2008, she was appointed an executive officer to the Croatian Deputy Chiefs of Staff. From 2010 until 2014, she commanded a battalion at the Croatian Defence Academy. From late 2014, she has served as the Allied Command Transformation, Strategic Planners and Policy Division, where she led the interoperation of high-level political guidance and developed policy papers, strategies and inputs to NATO military authorities on issues including, but certainly not limited to, challenges and changes that we need to expect in this changing security environment, hybrid warfare, resilience and readiness action plan. In September 2017, Dr. Zekulic transitioned to International Staff Operations Division, developing assessments, policies and strategies relating to NATO's operational preparedness, particularly in relation to poster management and deterrence messaging, countering hybrid threats and crisis management. Dr. Zekulic is a recipient of numerous personal awards and decorations from Croatian Chief of Staff, Minister of Defense and the President of Croatia, including the Order of the Croatian Interlace. Our second speaker today is Dr. Josef Struffel. He's a Deputy Director for COI Strategy and Defense at the Hybrid Center of Excellence in Helsinki, Finland. Dr. Struffel was born in 1962 and he started his career in Austrian Armed Forces in 1982. He worked in various areas of military. Since 2006, he served as a subject matter expert in the Austrian MOD, heading a comprehensive approach, hybrid threats and cybersecurity, cyber defense. He represented the Austrian Armed Forces and Austria's cybersecurity in several international organizations like EDA, EU and OCSE. He holds a bachelor's degree in computer science, a master's in international relations from University of Vienna, and a PhD in international politics also from University of Vienna. Dr. Struffel has many publications, books on asymmetric cyber and hybrid threats, crisis, conflict and warfare attached to his name. Our third speaker is Dr. Patrick Cullen. He is a senior researcher at Fridtjof Nansen Institute. Dr. Cullen has researched and written on hybrid warfare for over 5 years and has spoken on the subject of venues including the UN Security Council, European Defence Agency, NATO, OSCE, the European Commission and various national intelligence and defence agencies globally. He led the multinational capability development campaigns, counter-hybrid warfare project between 2015 and 2018. Ms. Sofia Macedo is an analyst for counter-hybrid warfare at Shape's Deterrence Group within a comprehensive crisis and operations management center. As part of this role, she is responsible for the wider NATO Allied Command Operations Hybrid Warfare Working Group. Prior to this position, she worked for the Portuguese Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the Portuguese delegation for NATO. Sofia holds a master's degree in strategy from the Institute of Social and Political Sciences of the University of Lisbon and has an academic interest in decision-making processes, strategic culture, and hybrid warfare. Last but definitely not the least is our First Lieutenant Joshua Karuski, who is a legal intern at Department of State of the Inspector General. He received his bachelor degree in government and international politics from George Mason University, where he graduated summa cum laude. Also at George Mason, he received his commission through the United States Army Reserve Officer Training Corps. First Lieutenant Karuski received his Juris Doctor degree from Washington and Lee School of Law. Joshua is conditionally accepted into the United States Army Judge Advocate General Corps, and he has also worked in a number of public service legal positions and organizations, including at the Defense Health Agency, United States Army Litigation Division, Fort Belvoir, Virginia, the Office of the Staff Judge Advocate, 10 Mountain Division, Fort Drum, New York, Green and Marosek LLP, and Department of State Office of Inspector General. Dr. Zekulic, Dr. Schreifel, Dr. Cullen, Ms. Macedo, and First Lieutenant Karuski, thank you so much for taking your time this Saturday to be here with us, and welcome to Atlantic Forum's Autumn Conference, where we're looking into NATO and discontinuities, trying to rethink security and doing our best at it. Before I give the floor to our speakers, I would like to make a quick announcement to everyone who are following us live. Please use the Slido when it comes to asking any of your questions, engage in our polls that we have already prepared for you, and pose your questions under the live stream as well. I would also like to stress that all of our speakers have a full right to refuse any of the questions that might be compromising for them. Having said all of that, it's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Zekulic to the floor for.
Thank you so much, Petra. And hello to everybody. Good morning to those in States, and good afternoon to those in Europe. It is really my pleasure and honor to open this session on the hybrid warfare. As Petra briefly mentioned, I was part of the NATO team who tried to unpack what does actually warfare, hybrid warfare, or hybrid threats mean back in 2014 and 15. Maybe some of you are familiar with the fact that ACT and NATO already started using the term hybrid warfare and looking as early as 2009, when they noticed certain combination of ambiguity and coerciveness happening through our missions in Afghanistan. Back then, our troops in the missions were attacked constantly, but clarity who is attacking and why are these corrupt warlords, Taliban, Al-Qaeda, Haqqani network, it became extremely, there was ambiguity about the sources, but it was very coercive. At that time, we coined inside the NATO terms what hybrid warfare means. However, difficulty in scoping what is how to train for it, how to fight against it was extremely difficult. However, fast forward 2013-14, now we saw the same combination of ambiguity and coerciveness applied by the state actor, Russia, in that specific case. Much better align analyze what does this mean and what could potentially be NATO responses to this. Unwavering analysis that came from our work was actually clarity and understanding that whoever applies hybrid model of warfare, they apply it as a strategy. There is not a hybrid tactical action. It's always a strategic concept. So on one side, you are right, Petra, that it's very difficult to find patterns in doing it. However, patterns are a concept. Strategy, why is somebody applying hybrid method to deliver its aim and objectives? In unpacking this why is this such a useful tool of war, we actually went through the NATO archives and find out that as early or as late as 1960s, at that time, the Allies were warning that at the time, Soviet Union is trying to apply pressure across all of the weak points of alliance to disrupt NATO from within. So that strategic idea concept, like use weaknesses, don't fight the strengths with strengths, but find the weaknesses, push through them and disrupt from within is something that has not changed. But by 2013, the tools how to achieve this have fundamentally changed. So what we saw they're actually trying to do, it wasn't so much like, again, when I talk about coerciveness of this approach, it wasn't as blunt force subject as it was in the past, but it became ability to coerce, to use these tools to shape perception, alter consciousness, manipulate strategic choices, like we saw in the case of the Crimea referendum back then. And basically achieving its goal by using the plethora of tools across the whole dime field, but always try to stay below the threshold that could either trigger armed attack or armed response by the allies or even the nation at stake. So it was more coercive thing that like breaks from inside until it disrupts to the point where we cannot function. Over the time, we have tracked, obviously, not just Russia, but also China, Iran, non-state actors, and models somewhat strange. Ways to apply this strategy as a tool of war changes, but at its core, it always stays the same. Affect will, shape perceptions, manipulate strategic choices. This is at the core of it. So also as we were unpacking what this means and how they do it, particularly in the years after Crimea, we have seen that every single, particularly state actor who decides to apply hybrid strategy, actually it happens in like 3 different stages. First, there's this conceptual idea. In case of Russia, I would say the article by Valery Gerasimov from 2013 would be the one who kind of said the conceptual idea, this is something what we should do as a country. Then we saw it already by December 2014, implemented inside the Russian military doctrine. And then in 2015, we saw it already implemented through the national security strategy. So it became legal concept for this nation to use this type of war, which brings all of the comprehensive approach, or the dark side of the comprehensive approach together to affect and manipulate and deliver on this strategy. In case of China, it was a little bit similar, a little bit earlier, but 1999, book on unrestricted warfare. Again, this conceptual idea how to do it. By 2003, new 3 warfares, development under their command, again there, and then we see it implemented. So there is this pattern, conceptual, legalized, and this is important thing to know for these countries, this is a legal way of fighting wars or inflicting the conflict before they actually start doing it. And I think Clausewitz said at one point that what needs to be done in war is simple, but in war, even the simplest things are difficult. And I think this is what it was the undercurrent difficulty for NATO. How do we, as the organization, political military alliance, try to find the right tools, the right weapons, the right strategies, plans, policies, TTPs to fight something that's not inherently clear, it's not inherently obvious. So when we are developing our strategy in 2015, very deliberately on purpose, we called it Strategy on NATO's Role in Counter Hybrid Warfare. And this is not very common way we called strategies, but it was important from the start for everybody to understand that we as a NATO have only a role to play. It's an important role, but it is a role. We cannot do this. We cannot fight this without our allies, without our nations, without the partner organizations, and namely European Union. And in doing this, in developing this strategy, we have basically decoupled in the two. What we can do inside our own house to be better ready to fight it. And then what do we need to work with the others to help us build the part that we do not know. So for inside the house, we put, like, again, in NATO, everything comes in 3. So this was prepare, deter, defend. We need to be better prepared. And I'd say in a minute, what does it entail? In case we see it actually still happening, despite our preparedness, we have to be able to deter. And deter can be broad or targeted, depending how clear we are on attribution of the act. And then if everything goes, super bad, we have to be able to defend. But when we actually deliver this concept and we say we need to be more agile, more proactive, all the things that doesn't come naturally to NATO, and we saw how this translates in the preparedness function, how do we become more prepared for something that will come unexpected and hit us in the weak points, we realized there is 3 ways, 3 things we have to improve immediately. So first thing was we need to understand better. And understanding better meant merging military intelligence with the civil intelligence, with the intelligence of nations and organizations. They see things that we don't, such as European Union, across the economic, financial, legal, information domains. This is something where we as NATO at the time had no baselines. We didn't know what to look for. How do you know if something is changing if you don't know what is normal? We knew what was normal in terms of military posture, but that was just about it. So the first big package of changes was, how do we understand better? How do we better have a more clear picture of what's happening? How do we see it the moment it starts rolling? With that perspective, we have created a joint. For the first time, we merged civil and military intelligence under the same house. And we have also created a hybrid fusion cell, dedicated team that only watches, looks, and monitors hybrid actions across the allies and partners. And this team works very closely with the sister branch in the European Union, EU's hybrid fusion cell. So basically, we have merged and closed our ranks to make sure that we actually understand and see the changes and this like detrimental effects the moment they start being pushed through. That was the first pillar. Second big pillar was, we have to make decisions faster. And how do you make decisions faster in the alliance of 30? Back then it was 28 and 29, now 30. Like, how do you get shared vision of threat, same perception of how detrimental this effect is of this threat, and then shared agreement on the response? And obviously, this is not something that happens easy, even on the most mundane topics. But how can you make or get our politicians to be comfortable making decisions of using of NATO instruments of power, both political and the military, in the environment that's not, where we cannot say with 100% certainty, this is happening and this is who is doing it because of this? Three simple things. So what we decided to do is try to, first, we had to change the way we exercise, because until then we were mostly exercising, everything was pure success. We would always win at the end, no matter what. So can we exercise to the point of failure? And this is something that doesn't come naturally to anybody, but can we actually fail in the exercise if we have a really such a good construct scenarios with all the difficulties, the gray shades, the complexity of actually what happens if you don't make a decision fast enough? And admittedly, over the last 5 years, we had a lot of exercises through which we literally failed to deliver on our mission. But through each of these failures in the exercise environment, we were able to learn from it and change our posture, change our procedures, made better plans. But it was, like I said, one of the big conceptual changes inside the NATO. We created also better plans, and every single plan, even if it's purely military plan, has this part that looks into hybrid part, like before zero, all this like subversiveness, what can go wrong? Just like you said, Petra, it's like, what if suddenly the ports we designated we can't use? What if there is suddenly civil unrest? What if there is a cyber attack on ours? What if? So this what if mentality in this soft gray underbelly of our conduct became the integral part of everything that we have started doing in our plans in order to make decisions faster and better in case needed. And then the very last pillar, and like, again, I can use a phrase like last, but definitely not least, was how do we build resilience? And when we look at the resilience back then, we're talking 2015-16, we actually completely forgot what it is to be resilient, or what does it mean to actually have ability to fight even conventional conflicts on our own territory. Hardly like, I won't even yet go into the hybrid ones, but even the conventional ones. And again, everybody who's fought in Cold War would tell us, like, we had everything in place. Just go there, pull out the old plans, everything was there. So we did. We went to the SHAPE archives, got every single plan on defense of Europe from 1970s to 1988. And yes, the plans were brilliant, with the three problems with that. First, the border, where the NATO of the 1980s stopped, is no longer the border of NATO today. So all of the new countries basically were outside of this planned constructs of how do you deliver civil preparedness, how do you deliver support. Second part was critical infrastructure. Back in the days, most of the critical infrastructure was owned by the states and owned by the nation, so they could manage it, manipulate it, offer it, share it as they see fit. Nowadays, most of it is in the hands of private owners. So how do we fold that in? And last but not least, the whole system of territorial defense, civil emergency and stuff really, really significantly corroded since the years of a Cold War. So what we realized, we cannot just resurrect old resilience and old civil preparedness. We need to redesign it for 21st century. And redesigning it started with a simple question: what does it mean to be resilient in 21st century NATO? And obviously, there are so many different definitions of resilience. You heard a lot of them already yesterday. But one of the one that NATO picked as its flag is, in times of crisis, you have to be able to do three things to be resilient nations in NATO term. One, have a continuity of your governments, no matter what. Second, continuity of provision of supplies and support to your citizens in terms of food, medical, and stuff. And three, support conduct of military operations on your ground. And again, it sounds very simple, but once you start unpacking, what does this mean? What does it mean deploying 10 or 20,000 people in your allied nation to plug into your whole system? Answers were really not there. Result, 7 baseline requirements. Second now, like 2 resilience pledges to actually build resilience of the nation. So that whole third pillar of how do you prepare to fight the counter threats actually became the really crucial part of building the overall response. Having said all of that, we again realized everything was in place. We started using it, but again, we saw something missing. And the first missing link was the first who is being attacked, the first actors, it's always going to be nations. And nations were not sure. If done right, these hybrid strategies are so sneaky and so well planned and so thought of that it's extremely hard to know what exactly is happening. My country is going, in not a good ways. Things are collapsing. People are unhappy. Am I doing this? Is this normal? What is happening here? So in order to help nations and allies answer this question, is it what you're seeing just normal deviation in politics and daily affairs, or there's actually really somebody trying to break you from within? We developed the counter-hybrid support teams. These are unique teams inside the NATO that, based on the allied request, they're saying, I think we're seeing something shady here. We need help. So we can, based on the nature of the problem they're seeing, we can assemble the teams of experts. They're always tailor-made based on the requirements from plethora of civil and military expertise available at NATO. And they can then be deployed to do 3 things. And this is, again, like I said, everything in NATO is in 3s. It's very important. So one is to identify what's actually happening. So, is it what you're seeing really something from external, internal? Where is it? So identify, is this really a problem? Second is basically conceptualize it. What is the campaign behind us? What they're trying to achieve? If what you're seeing, it's actually really being pushed from outside. What is the aim of it? What is the bigger picture? So help dismantle the campaign of the hybrid actor. And then last but not least is attribute. Help them attribute who is really behind this. And after these 3 things are done, then we as NATO step back, and that particular ally decides what they want to do about it. Fight it, use our help to do it, share it with allies or not. And this is, again, maybe the last flawed, well, not the flawed part, but part of our daily life at NATO. Because hybrid actor will always attack the weak points, the vulnerabilities. They will find what's weak, what's rotten, what's not perfect, whether it's through corruption, minority, it doesn't matter what it is. Allies do not like talking about this. And if you don't talk about it, if you don't share, if you don't open about what they're exploiting and how, the others can't learn from it. So we have seen so many attacks, whether big and small, so many campaigns being launched, but very few of them ever actually make it into the NATO arena for the allies to respond to this collectively. And like I said, this is on one side reality of military political alliance, but also potentially a weakness of our approach. Because how do you deter if you're not allowed to say what has happened and what we have done about it? So at that point, I would like to stop for time being and let the other speakers deliver their remarks, and really looking forward to the question and discussion afterwards. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Vlasta, for those brilliant remarks from a NATO perspective. Now it's my true pleasure to also welcome Dr. Schreifel to our panel to give us a European perspective onto things from a Central European excellence.
Yeah, thank you very much, Petra. Yes, my name is Josef Schöffler. I'm from the Hybrid Center of Excellence in Helsinki, Finland. Only very short, the Hybrid Center of Excellence is the first and only European and NATO entity existing. Yeah? And I want to state, really want to state, Vlasta, if we would have spoken about what you should speak about, that I can build on it, it would not have worked so well like it's doing now. Yeah, thank you very, very much. I would like to share the screen. I would like to show you only some slides. If it's not working, I don't have a problem by that. Can I share it? Okay. Yeah, what I want to start about the environment of hybrid crisis, conflict, and war. Yeah, we heard already that nobody knows when something is starting, and if someone mentions or is aware of it, that there is something going on, it's maybe too late. Yeah, therefore, we in hybrid CUE differ 4 phases more or less. Yeah, that's of hybrid influencing, of hybrid crisis, conflict, and war. Yeah, the first phase is the preparation phase. The second phase is the phase of destabilizing something, a society, a country, whatever, international organization, even a company. The third phase is the use of the military. And the fourth phase, we already say, yes, then it comes to conflict resolution. Yeah? The first phase is starting in deep peace. Yeah? Nobody knows principally that the country, the society, whatever, is already under attack. Yeah? But in the second phase, it becomes clear what is the goal of the actor, and even the actor becomes slowly clear. In the first phase, nobody knows the actor. Yes, maybe, but it's not clear. Also, the goals are not absolutely clear. In the third phase, we see then the use of the military, starting more or less with armed conflict, and maybe something like an asymmetric war, even until conventional war, and then the negotiation. These phases can stop, the attacker can stop whatever they are doing, yeah, in each phase. What is important for defending is the use of much as possible power in all domains, like infrastructure, cyberspace, economy, etc., etc., etc. And the attacker is using a lot of means: extortion, media operations, cyber information warfare, terror attacks, use of criminals, etc., etc. That's the reason why I want to shortly introduce you to our definition of hybrid threats, campaigns, influencing, and even warfare. Really very short, only that we know what we are speaking about. The term hybrid threat refers to an action conducted by state or non-state actors whose goal is to undermine, harm a target by combining overt and covert military and non-military means. And it's not so important what or who is the target. It can be individuals, can be groups, can be societies, can be even states or even international organizations. So hybrid, when we speak about hybrid, what are we dealing with? Yeah, and I will introduce you 3 examples. Propaganda, fake news, that's the beginning. What I told you before in the first phase. These are campaigns of foreign propaganda, often being directed inside the country as well as outside. Modern social media platforms like Twitter, Facebook, etc., and or sponsored news are often used. Then we have strategic leaks, also important, support fundings of individuals, institutions, NGOs, but then we have very important also cyber tools. But cyber threats, as it, are only, under brackets, a kind of hybrid threats. Yeah, we count economic leverage, also use of proxies, and then to hybrid war. We'll speak today about hybrid war, asymmetric warfare, and even the normal, under brackets, military-centric warfare. I come now to my examples, like this information. This is starting in deep peace times, and from our point of view, from hybrid CUE point of view, all the European nations and Northern American nations are already in that phase. So this information everywhere. And they are used they are done by trolls, we call them, or everybody calls them. Yeah, what are they doing? They accuse more or less Russophobia, write a lot of pro-Putin comments, yeah, using proxies and proxy server that nobody knows from where they are. And the goal is everything to do against the EU and the NATO, to destabilize something, even societies and states. Yeah, where do the trolls are living? For example, in Olginia is a district of St. Petersburg, very close to Helsinki, and also a lot of them in Sangong, it's a district of Guangzhou in China. It's only an example. You can look the sources from EU versus Disinfo. You can find about every country what the Russian population, for example, heard in 2020 about Finland. Yeah, you can look every country of the EU and the NATO. For example, Finland practices juvenile terror. I cannot agree because I never felt it. Our center of excellence, our NATO's hybrid center of excellence in Helsinki has a license to kill. Even there are rumors that there are secret atomic weapons already in our center. But this is poor disinformation. Yeah? Disinfo was also that Finns lived better in the Russian Empire than now, of course. Finland attacked the Soviet Union in 1939 first, and the Finnish embassy involved in smuggling arms from Russia to Finland. Yes, this is only an example of a block that the Center of Excellence where I'm working for is got the license to kill in Finland. This is only an example. Then we have a case study what cyber tools can do. This is only an example from last year, from summer 2020. This kind of cyber war, a lot of cyber attacks between Israel and Iran. Principally, first, Iran was being linked to a really very successful cyber attack against the Israeli water supply. 2 weeks later, the Israeli answered in a really disruptive, also very successful cyber attack against on Iranian port facilities. And in a follow of 1-2 weeks were followed a hack and a hack back, etc., etc. So this is also one example of the use of cyber tools, hybrid. But this is not a hybrid war. This is really a cyber war from our point of view. Cyber attacks as it are not hybrid. Also, a terror attack is not hybrid, but a cyber attack together with a terror attack and maybe disinformation campaigns at one time, this we call then hybrid. That's the reason why I want to shortly explain the difference between cyber and hybrid. Attacks, of course, first of all, cyber is a domain. Hybrid, we don't know a hybrid domain. But what's similar? All the defender have to protect against all possible channels and kind of attacks. And the attacker only has to find one little small weak point to attack at the time and the place of their choice. And that everything, even often anonymous. So, attribution by cyber and hybrid, yeah, is really a big problem. But cyber attacks are only part of hybrid attacks. I come to an example of hybrid influencing. Yeah, it was also last year in summer, China, India. There were Chinese and Indian troops clashed in a really relatively surprising border battle in Galwan Valley, bashing each other with around 50 deaths on both sides. But 3 months later, and China warned India to stop that immediately, but India did not stop. They had still troops there, but in October 2020, and more than 1,500 miles away in Mumbai, in India, huge cyber attacks against the critical infrastructure, trains shut down, stock market had to close, power went out in the whole city of 20 million people. Hospitals had no electricity, they had to switch the emergency generators, etc., etc., etc. This is only an example of hybrid influencing. How can I force a country to do something? And when we speak now about hybrid war, there is an archetypus of hybrid war. For us, the Vietnam War in '68, because the US tried to win the war by only, under brackets, military means, but Northern Vietnam and Viet Cong tried to have some other kind of warfare. And it was, from our point of view, it was a very good example that the center of gravity was shifting from military battlefield to the home front. There's the very common example, I think, 10 years ago, something like this. There was a US colonel was fighting at the same time in Vietnam together with a Vietnamese colonel sitting in a TV show. And the US colonel said to the Vietnamese colonel, you never defeated us on the battlefield. But the Vietnamese colonel said that maybe so, but it was irrelevant because we did not want to win battles, we wanted to win the war. So it was a shift from the battlefield to the home front of the US. And when we speak about hybrid war, there must be a counterpart of hybrid war, of course, yes, and we call it military-centric warfare. And as an example I give you, this is the war in '82 between Argentina and Great Britain. One country occupied part of the other country declares war, is sending their army, two armies against each other. One army is winning, one huge battle. Victory in the battlefield was decisive. The other country, in that case, Great Britain, of course, won. There's really nothing hybrid on it. It's military-centric warfare. Two countries, two armies against each other, one battle, decisive battle, that's it. And when we speak about hybrid war and the use of everything, the best case for me currently is the Ukraine, because we can see in the Ukraine since 2014 everything, cyber, kinetic, hybrid, everything, between Russia and the Ukraine. No, stop. It's not a war between Russia and the Ukraine. Russia is not in war. The Ukraine, yes. And therefore we call it hybrid. Yes, we know that Russia is behind the separatists in Donbass, but can you witness this? Is it for 100%? And in this civil war within the Ukraine, all tools we can observe, information war, cyber, and hybrid war, first in preparation to occupy a territory, in that case the Crimea, and then cyber attacks against critical infrastructure to intimidate the population and to undermine trust in the government and the political system. I give you some examples from the Ukraine. Attacks against critical infrastructure, no electricity anymore in 2015 and again in 2019. In October 2016, the Ukraine media published fake news that without the NATO, the Ukraine cannot guarantee the security of their nuclear power stations. Then again, attacks against critical infrastructure, financial institutions, hospitals, etc., by malware. And this is very interesting, especially, of course, for the military. The manipulation of the Ukrainian air defense by hacker attacks, and supported by, under brackets, normal military electromagnetic attacks. Of course, the Ukraine knows now how to fight back, but there we really can see what could happen on the battlefield by hybrid means. Very important, keep the conflict alive, that you can try everything, yeah, that you are aware of everything. And for us, the Ukraine is Russia's test lab, principally for hybrid war. Maybe this is a sketch of what we understand the difference between hybrid warfare and military-centric warfare. Like I said before, yeah, in the military-centric warfare, the center of gravity is focused on the military decision, on the battlefield, on the decisive battle. But in hybrid warfare, you can shift everything. It's not hierarchical. It's a very dynamic and a flexible structure. And shifting the center of gravity to the moral of the population, psychology, legitimacy, yeah, information economy, etc., wherever you want as it. I nearly come to my end. My conclusion is that attacks are normally part of a larger campaign and combine at the beginning at least espionage, sabotage, and disinformation. And it's like a shadow war, potentially more extensive and more effective than the Cold War. And hybrid attacks from state and non-state actors will be even harder to assign in the future. I come principally to that, what is for me the most important, yeah, that during a crisis, a conflict, yeah, and the crisis and the conflict is escalating slowly, yeah. If it's an incident normally within the country, it's self-aid by the country. If it's a heavy incident, it comes the support by the government, whole of government approach, yeah. And if it's then becoming a real crisis, it's heated civilian by the police within the country. And if it's a war, of course, it's military. Yeah? And exactly this is my takeaway message for today. What is the most challenging for NATO in terms of hybrid warfare? Yeah, winning conflicts and wars, not only battles. Civil-military cooperation. The most important, we heard it today, yeah. We, hybrid COE, are the first and only NATO and EU founding, yeah. We heard already also that we have the hybrid fusion cell in the NATO and also the hybrid analysis branch in the EU, and they should much more cooperate. So for me, the cooperation between NATO and the European Union is the most important to tackle hybrid threats and to win whatever. Past, we heard often 10 years ago, whole of government approach was important. No, we need currently really a whole of society approach. And for me, the question is, yeah, that cyber has already become a part of collective security, and all our nations, all NATO, all EU nations have their cyber crisis management mechanisms. And are they also usable against hybrid threats? This is a question. I think partly yes, but that needs really a comprehensive whole of state society cooperation approach. Thank you very much. I'm later on for questions. This sketch on the right side is yeah, an attack, an hybrid attack. I thought it's right. Unfortunately, it's a fake. This was my present.
Thank you so much for those remarks, Dr. Schreifel. It was absolutely wonderful to see. And as you said, we really need a whole society and a whole of the state and a whole of the alliance approach, because there is no one target. And as we're going to see later on, is the fact that we can have overspills from one to another. So to minimize all of that, working together is definitely the pathway forwards. And as we always like to say, we are stronger together, so we have to keep it together. So building on all of these notions that we have just discussed, I'm more than happy to give the floor away to Dr. Cullen for his remarks.
Hi, thank you. Nice following two very interesting presentations. I'm going to try to build on them a bit. I'm going to do that by answering two questions that I've been asked to touch upon. The first of which was, what is the most crucial challenge that the NATO alliance faces in terms of hybrid warfare? That's a big one. It's broad. I've decided to address this on a rather broad level. I think the most crucial challenge for NATO with regard to hybrid warfare and hybrid threats can be summed up in the following way. NATO is a military organization designed to solve military problems with military means, and the hybrid warfare playbook emphasizes the creative use of non-military means to hit non-military targets across the whole of society at tempos or rates that fall below NATO's Article 5 political definition of an act of war. This doesn't mean that the military tool isn't used in hybrid warfare, but that it's downplayed in relative terms. And Joseph has talked about that. In this way, hybrid activity, I think by design, tries to push NATO outside of its comfort zone and attempts to deny or degrade its capacity to act. NATO traditionally hasn't had the functional, the political, or indeed the legal mandate to deal with domestic national security issues that operate in a gray zone between peace and war, issues related to maritime, port, or airport security, screening foreign direct investment or economic activity for its security implications, or public misinformation, etc. This doesn't mean that NATO can't adapt. It has. The creation of the NATO counter-hybrid support teams that Vlasta had mentioned, supporting alliance members with defending against non-military threats. For example, their deployment to Montenegro to deal with election interference is a case in point. But in general, even though NATO defense analysts have been capable of quickly identifying the risk of hybrid warfare to European security in particular, and it's interesting to have Vlasta here because she was part of that effort, NATO has been forced to respond to the hybrid challenge by partnering with and relying upon other entities like the European Union that do have a mandate to address these types of non-military security problems. And this can create a massive coordination issue where NATO and the EU need to work together to close this gray zone gap in the conflict spectrum. Cooperation with the EU and NATO on hybrid warfare, in both some of the successes and failures in this area, it can be seen in some coordination between the NATO Hybrid Analysis Branch and the EU Hybrid Fusion Cell. And I think maybe practically, more importantly, by venues like the European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats, where Joseph is sitting tonight, that creates a space for NATO and the EU to get together and work on the hybrid issue with tabletop exercises and all kinds of things. So that's useful. I think another major problem for NATO is the fact that hybrid warfare still clearly involves the risk of military aggression. And the actors most likely to engage in hybrid warfare are also the most likely suspects to engage in old-fashioned conventional conflict. So this means that not only does NATO need to prepare for traditional force-on-force military contingencies that constitute a clear act of war, but now they've got to prepare for hybrid aggression occurring further down the scale into the gray zone of the peace-war conflict spectrum. And new Russian military capabilities and possible hybrid concept experimentation in places like in Ukraine and elsewhere also complicate NATO's military contingency planning. So in this way, hybrid warfare creates new problems for NATO while still requiring NATO to prepare for old problems. And as its security responsibilities expand, its funding levels might not necessarily expand. And efforts and money expended to build capabilities to counter hybrid warfare will end up competing with other military capability requirements. I think there are probably plenty of people in NATO and certainly in alliance member states who occasionally have some issues with the concept of hybrid because they see it as a stalking horse to reallocate scarce military funding into different programs, or because this money gets put into competition with other priorities. Hybrid warfare is also interesting at the operational level. because it poses new problems for NATO and alliance member military operational planning. NATO alliance member operational planners can't simply limit their work to thinking about how to fight in a new hybrid environment after deployment to a battlefield in times of war. It's typically where operational planning is focused on. Instead, military operational planners need to think about countering adversarial actions. They use a wide set of non-military tools to target the military's ability to function effectively, persistently, during peacetime in the homeland prior to deployment. In other words, hybrid threats are going to start to try and degrade the military's capability to function well before it gets to the battlefield. Maybe this is already happening. They're already planting traps in the cyberspace, targeting your ability, your reliance upon private sector or civilian infrastructure to get from point A to point B. And these types of new problems hasn't been a traditional focus of operational planning. And so you have NATO operational planners trying to work on that. And it's tricky, and that requires a cultural shift. I'm now going to shift gears a little bit and answer a second question that I was asked to discuss. What action should be taken into consideration to better tackle the realm of the unknown? And this speaks to the title of the panel that we're on. And the language of this question got me thinking about some of the work I've done on the problems that hybrid warfare creates for warning intelligence and what this might mean for NATO. I think hybrid warfare complicates and expands the job of warning intelligence because it leverages the way globalization has interconnected our societies in ways that allow hybrid adversaries to use subtle, hard to detect, and or difficult to attribute non-military tools to do some real damage to a wide variety of targets across different sectors in democratic societies. And as a result, hybrid warfare requires warning intelligence analysts to be able to move beyond Cold War military-centric warning intelligence practices to begin to think creatively about the expanded set of non-military tools, political, financial, economic, informational, you name it. You can apply different acronyms there. And the expanded set of non-military targets involved in hybrid attacks. And I think there may be three interesting ways that NATO might approach new warning intelligence to counter hybrid warfare, two of which involves monitoring known unknowns, and one of which involves an attempt to discover unknown unknowns. Monitoring in this instance involves a process of scanning the environment for a set of preconceived information, usually with the aid of indicators that one knows one doesn't know. For example, warning intelligence officers may create indicator lists to try to anticipate if and when an adversary might attempt to interfere with a democratic election. And I've labeled the first such experimental method of monitoring for hybrid threats widening the lens, because it involves taking a familiar Cold War methodology of monitoring military indicator lists to anticipate a military attack, and simply widening the application of this warning methodology to cover new areas deemed vulnerable to hybrid warfare. So specifically, this widening occurs by creating indicator lists, warning indicator lists for anticipating hybrid threat attacks with different types of military tools, for example, maybe with financial weapons. And the Austrian military has done some conceptual experimentation with this, involving pulling in subject matter experts from across the government to try to anticipate, think about, create indicator lists for example, financial weapons, because this type of thing, the military recognizes that this is a threat that needs to be dealt with, but they don't have the subject matter expertise to deal with it and say, look, this is what we're doing here. You guys are going to want to think about doing this in your neck of the woods, because that threat will be interested in you, even if you're not interested in that threat. I've labeled the second experimental concept for hybrid threat warning intelligence, moving indicators to the left, because hybrid warfare operates in a gray zone that's situated to the left, or it moves towards the left of the peace war spectrum. And this type of incremental and low-level aggression hasn't traditionally been considered significant enough to warrant the monitoring attention of the intelligence community. But with hybrid warfare, This requires warning intelligence officers to respond to hybrid warfare's shift to the left along the operational spectrum by creating new indicators to search for hybrid threats that operate below the threshold of war. And the U.S. Special Operations community in particular has discussed this need, while also trying to lobby itself as a premier collector capable of going out and finding this data and plugging it into an early warning apparatus for the intelligence community. So these are two relatively recent attempts to update and adapt the use of Cold War indicator-based warning techniques to the problem of hybrid warfare by expanding the scope of known unknowns being monitored with indicator watch lists. They've widened the aperture of intelligence collection to include searches for more non-military tools of attack, and they moved intelligence collection to the left of the conflict spectrum to capture more data previously considered too insignificant to collect. Now, moving beyond the monitoring of known unknowns is the experimental work of looking for alternative methods or new methods of discovering the harder to detect hybrid threats that are unknown unknowns. This intelligence puzzle literally involves looking for a possible threat whose existence you have not even previously considered. Therefore, you don't know that you don't know this threat. And in this search for unknown unknowns, discovery isn't about pattern recognition or the detection of known patterns. It's about discovering and identifying new patterns. It's a tricky business. But the Finns have been doing some experimentation with this by looking for hybrid threats using this technique by focusing on the detection of anomalies or the detection of harmful and unexplained effects as possible clues of ambiguous hybrid threat activity. There is no list of things that the intelligence analyst is supposed to look for. There can't be because they haven't thought of it yet. However, they can attempt to detect and collect anomalies or deviations from a baseline of what normal looks like, and then investigate whether or not these anomalies have been discovered, are early weak signals of ambiguous hybrid threat activity. And in the Finnish case, this process involves creating a responsibility of subject matter experts across the Finnish whole of government to make note of anomalous events, and then feeding this unstructured data to dedicated counter-hybrid intelligence officers who can determine if more resources need to be spent investigating this activity as a possible hybrid threat. So I think early warning and detection is key when it comes to hybrid warfare, and these are some of the ways warning intelligence is experimenting with addressing this puzzle. And I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cullen, for those remarks. As you said, already figuring out our baseline is a workload, and to think of the unknown unknown.
I can't hear you, Petra. I think you're speaking.
Thank you so much. As I said, you would really think I'll know how to operate this by now. But yes, as I said, thank you so much for those remarks, because in the end of the day, as you said, knowing our baseline is already a massive workload. But to get to know our unknown unknowns is really requiring, as we said, all society approach and kind of really putting all of the brains in one pot and trying to figure out what's happening next. To look into what's happening next, we are going to give the floor to Sophia, who's going to give us her remarks from NATO Shape perspective.
Thank you, Petra, and thank you also for the Atlantic Forum to give me the opportunity to brief you here. And firstly, I would just like to caveat that I am here on a personal capacity, and my views and positions do not necessarily represent the views and positions of NATO as the organization I work for. So also answering the same questions, I would like to start to give you my point of view that what I believe that is the most crucial hybrid warfare challenge that NATO faces today, it's the ambiguous nature of hybrid activities. So in order to address these activities, NATO should be prepared to face any threat at any time and should be ready to deter and, if necessary, defend. So the prepare, deter, and defend, the three things that always come in three that last referred. And I think my presentation will be sort of a wrap-up of what was mentioned by the previous briefers. And so to achieve these preparation, deterrence, and defense, there are three lines of effort that I see as essential. So firstly, it is important to understand our adversaries, their intentions, capabilities, and always their strategic culture. Secondly, it is of utmost importance to maintain alliance cohesion and lastly, a comprehensive approach, whole of government, whole of society, but comprehensively to address these threats. So streamlining this, starting by the nature of hybrid threats, and then I will go through the prepare, deter, and defend. So as you are familiar with, hybrid methods of warfare, such as propaganda, deception, sabotage, and other non-military tactics have been used to destabilize adversaries for a long time now. But what is new about these threats in recent years is their speed, scale, and intensity, which is also facilitated by emerging disruptive technologies and the globalization itself. So I would like you to imagine a graphic and to see how hybrid threats are increasing vertically in intensity and horizontally, spanning through the employment of a wide array of different instruments of power, ranging from diplomatic, informational, military, economic, financial, intelligence, legal operations, as my colleague Rodrigo also briefed this morning here in the conference, and if you wish, the Dymophil spectrum, as we call it. So hybrid threats are designed to remain under the threshold of crisis and conflict, and they combined as not only military means, but also non-military overt covert operations, including disinformation, cyber attacks, economic pressure, and deployment of irregular armed groups, such as private military companies. I'm sure we are all familiar with the Wagner Group, for instance, and their activities. And they also use regular forces. So as Dr. Cullen was mentioning, we cannot disregard that the military instrument of power and military capabilities are also employed as part of a wider hybrid strategy. So these hybrid methods are used to blur the lines between war and peace, which also conveys a certain degree of plausible deniability to the perpetrator, which is something that they always seek. So in order to answer the second question, which encompasses this prepare, deter, and defend, and of course the understanding of the adversary and the whole of the comprehensive approach. So in order to detect hybrid activities, we need to think about detecting them before their effects are felt. So often the hybrid activity is employed, and we only feel their effects months or years later. Or for instance, when in 2014, when Russia started giving passports away for Ukrainian citizens in order to legitimize their actions later on in Crimea. So it is essential to have this comprehensive approach beforehand by analyzing threats throughout these different instruments of power approach. So it is essential to have enhanced situational awareness within NATO and the early warnings, focusing on the known knowns and unknowns, as my fellow panelists also mentioned. So for all of these, what is essential to achieve this deterrence factor, this preparedness factor, it's also tied with the Article 3 of NATO's funding treaty. So the resilience factor, that nations hold primary responsibility to maintain and strengthen their resilience to respond and recover from crisis. So here we notice that individual nations, they play a critical role in countering hybrid threats. And NATO is a construction of these 30 nations, 30 allies. So there is a reliance on elements of national civil preparedness and their resilience to enhance NATO's overall counter-hybrid effort. And this is why it is extremely important to maintain trust amongst allies and ensure unity of effort, and so we can build a shared understanding of the environment and to be efficient in countering hybrid threats. So in parallel to being constantly prepared, NATO must deter, so to demonstrate alliance resolve and communicate that the cost of acting or an action against NATO might outweigh the price of acting against NATO, of not acting against. so for that, we should focus on resilience again, to build strong, not only physical infrastructures, but cognitive infrastructures. For instance, this information focus in disrupting this cognitive side of the society. And that is why it's also important for NATO to keep emphasizing the facts, to show the facts, to keep being transparent, as always is, of course, and to show what is real, which is often disregarded or even distorted by adversaries. So as a crucial element to build resilience, I would also like to highlight civil preparedness and civil-military cooperation, which is where the military instrument of power can assume an active role in supporting the civil society, and on the other hand, how nations can exchange their best practices with NATO as well. And of course, to defend. So if deterrence fail, NATO stands ready to defend against any threat. And before concluding my presentation, I would also like to emphasize the need to focus on ourselves, not only to understand the adversary, but to understand ourselves. So we need to weigh our opportunities, our strengths, and vulnerabilities. And for instance, what I believe that is one of the greatest strengths of the alliance is that we always act in goodwill, in good faith. But this can also be something that can be exploited by our adversaries. So I would like to pose that challenge to the audience as well. So what do you think that can be both a strength and a vulnerability for NATO, and that together we can work to address it as well and to be better? And thank you again for this invitation, and I'm looking forward for the questions and answers and the discussion panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sofia, for your remarks. I'm pleased to introduce our speaker, First Lieutenant Karuski, who's going to give us a legal perspective of hybrid warfare. Josh, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon to many of you, and late morning to my American colleagues. I'm privileged to be speaking with all of you and with this set of distinguished panelists. I have to put out a disclaimer, as Sophia did, that everything that I state today is reflective of my personal opinions and research, and should not be attributed to the United States government, Department of Defense, United States Army, or the United States Army Judge Advocate General Corps. So on that note, I'm also going to provide what in the United States military we call the bottom line up front, which addresses the question that's posed here. And that a crucial challenge that NATO faces with regard to hybrid warfare is how it reconciles with existing use of force and armed attack provisions that are housed in particular documents, including Article 5 of the NATO Treaty, of which we're all familiar, and in the UN Charter, Article 2.4 and Article 51. So on that note, I think the first thing to establish from a legal perspective is our reaction threshold. And I appreciated what Dr. Zokolic brought up earlier as hybrid warfare as a strategic concept. And inherently, this means that it's a policy-making decision as it relates amongst all of the NATO allies and how they respond to hybrid threats. So I will provide sort of the legal framework that exists for how, again, use of force and armed attack provisions, and then in practice, how those have been applied. So again, speaking from Article 5 of NATO, as we're all familiar with, there's a few operative words that as lawyers we like to pick out and understand the meaning and context behind them. So the first operative word is armed attack. That's in Article 5. And what does that mean, and what is its scope? And so particularly the International Court of Justice in its seminal 1986 case, the Republic of Nicaragua versus the United States of America, defined armed attack as the most grave, severe use of force against another state. And as later ICJ cases have broadened that out to non-state actors. And so that's important because that the 1986 decision was distinguishing between armed attack and use of force as it exists, again, in Article 51 and Article 2.4 of the UN Charter. Armed attack, as it relates in Article 5, is directly driven from Article 51, which enshrines that individual or collective right of self-defense. The second operative word that I think is important to focus on as it relates to hybrid warfare in Article 5 is agree. And so the word agree, the parties agree that an armed attack has occurred, is of consequence. And so in particular, in 1949, when they were establishing Article 5 and the rest of the NATO treaty, the UK advisor to the Foreign Office, who was instrumental in the operative language that is in Article 5, Sir Eric Beckett, stated that each party remains the judge of their duty of mutual assistance and whether that has been engaged, unless the treaty otherwise provides. I think this is important, and as we've seen, going now into my second component, in practice, the implications of this. So in practice, Article 5 has only been invoked once, and that was following the 9/11 attacks against the United States, perpetrated by the Al-Qaeda terrorist network. Small note on that is that was a broad interpretation at the time, because Article 5, when it was envisioned in 1949 and throughout the Cold War, was supposed to be, exclusively against a state-on-state conflict. But in this case, it was invoking it against a non-state actor, which provided an array of interpretation. Additionally, I think it's important to note the times where it wasn't invoked, where Article 5 was not invoked, where the member states determined that an armed attack did not occur, such that there should be a collective response from NATO. So first, in 2007, the cyber attack against Estonia, which was mentioned previously in one of the earlier panels, right, where the Russians targeted websites of the Estonian parliament and banks over the disagreement of relocating a Soviet-era monument, the Bronze Soldier of Tallinn. And of course, at that time, whether a cyber attack constituted an armed attack under international law was an open question, and subsequent development in that field, I think, is important, but is left undone. So in particular, I would refer you to the Tallinn Manual for some very informative discussion on that topic. Second, and most recently, recent developments on this is the 2014 explosion of a Czech arms depot, which at the time caused a significant controversy because of the accused GRU intelligence agents that were implicated in that. Again, no collective response from NATO. And then finally, the most recent example would be the 2018 nerve agent attack in the United Kingdom against the Russian agent Sergei Skripal and his daughter, in their death. And so, again, the question becomes, from a NATO alliance perspective, is what actually does constitute an armed attack, such that Article 5 should be invoked. Again, the only clear example that we have is after 9/11, but I would point you to other areas of international humanitarian law that have justified the use of force outside of, again, Article 5 invocation. Couple other key points to note, and I will, again, I'm trying to keep my comments brief because I would like to engage in a very thoughtful discussion and hear more from the distinguished panelists here. So first, acts of aggression. What does that mean under international law, and how does that implicate, again, NATO collective response if that's necessary? Refer you to the 1974 UN General Assembly Resolution 3314 that defines acts of aggression. Important to note about that definition is that it's relegated primarily to states, state-on-state conflict again, an issue that's reoccurring in a lot of the international humanitarian law that we have today. Second is this issue of territorial sovereignty under the Westphalian sovereignty model that continuously faces threats, as many of my panelists have spoken to, across the continuum of conflict. And so most recently, the issue of the migrant and refugee crisis that's hitting Eastern Europe as a result of the Belarusian effort to push migrants and refugees from the Middle East, in particular Iraq, to Eastern Europe, and how that strains at the internal unity of the European Union. And then finally, I would flag the classification of armed conflict under international humanitarian law, and in particular, Common Articles 2 and 3 of the Geneva Convention, which distinguish between international armed conflict and non-international armed conflict. The issue that we've seen and will continue to see is that those two forms of conflict often converge. And in particular, again, in the 1986 case, ICJ case with Nicaragua, you had the issue of the United States funding the Contras against the communist regime of Nicaragua, but you also had the implication of an international armed conflict between the United States and Nicaragua. So again, the development of international law has faced this resurgent and continued challenge, not just, and important to note, not just following Crimea in 2014. As my colleagues have mentioned, hybrid warfare is not something new. It's just has accelerated with the technologies and the pace of today's battlefield and battle space. So to conclude my remarks, I'll just say that NATO needs to understand how hybrid warfare is incorporated in all aspects of national power, and the underlying ambiguities that exist in our current understanding of international humanitarian law, and frankly, how states within NATO reconcile policy-making decisions in response to arguable acts of aggression or an armed attack. And with that, I'll turn it over to our great moderator and for our questions.
Brilliant. Well, so that concludes the beginning of the introductory remarks. Before we go into the discussion, I would love to say thank you. I was vigorously trying to write down everything we spoke about. It was absolutely wonderful to see and hear all of the points raised, from big data and cyber to having an all-encompassing approach, staying together, having a civil and military preparedness. We've covered so many grounds and I can't wait to unpack it all. So if we kind of stay with the last remark that we just listened about, the need of looking into variety and understanding that we are not fighting in a concrete kind of physical way, face to face. We are having completely unconventional. We're changing the battlefield, we're changing the weapon that needs broadening up in its own understanding and implementation of such. Where do you think, because obviously we've had our strategic in 2015, NATO has come across the whole of the tool set, which was expanded this year, but as a panel, just to kind of open it up and see, do you think where we're standing now with this brand new updates into the system, have we covered all the grounds, or we still have grounds to cover? Whoever wants to take that one first, absolutely no hard feelings.
Well, let me try. There's always more to cover. Our adversaries, our challenges are not static. They are not bound by bureaucracy or complexity of a system such as NATO. Decision making is pointed at a single person, single constitutional organizations, which means that the speed of their decision making, we would call it in military the OODA loop, is much faster than the one that we can even theoretically have. So our ability to preempt some of these events is extremely and remains extremely difficult. It doesn't mean that it's impossible to get there. It just means that we have to do more fundamental changes. Working now in the Allied Command transformation, our whole job is to look beyond now, so to look up 20 years ahead to try to identify where are we exactly going, and should we go down the path where we are now, or should we try to create alternate roads? Should we create a different path and shape the environment which will be more suited to our strengths, so we can fight better than where our adversaries are pulling it now? You heard General Polome yesterday mention, right now we're still in that catch and pace. We're very still defensive, and we're not doing very bad about it. Sometimes better, sometimes worse. But in order to actually be able to change the game, change the rules of the game, and you mentioned it both, Sophia and Joshua, this cognitive part of the thinking, like it's not just about what we do, it's how do we think about this, and how do we inflict and deliver our effect across all dimensions, cyber, cognitive, and the physical one, is which needs to be changed. So I would definitely say there is always room for more. Little steps are being made. There's a more and more understanding. NATO strategy on artificial intelligence, about data policies, finally accepted, which means that we finally understand these are the new tools of war and of defense. And as we get comfortable now that we have a legal framework for using it, I think we're going to get even better in applying it in the field. But yeah, definitely always more to do.
Wonderful. So as we said, there's more stuff to do. Where should we start? Because obviously we're looking into, as you said, 10, 20 years from now on. How do we go around it? How do we, because obviously as you said, we are not having a stable one-on-one patterns. So how do we go about it? Should we maybe try to go with wargamings and, as you said, go one step and fail? I think it's obviously if we fail with ourselves, it's kind of easy to recover, and we are then still being proactive rather than reactive, even though we're failing and learning from the mistakes.
Let me try to answer
If I may just add, you're absolutely right, but there's something that Patrick mentioned in his remarks. There's one of the previous chairmen of the military committee said that if you don't know what's coming tomorrow, what do? You kind of like pull back in the most of your forces, most of your resources, get them strengthened, get them trained, build your reserves, and shoot out all of the indicators and warnings and your intelligence. You need basically improve your ability to see what's happening out there, at the same time consolidating and increasing the readiness and responsiveness of your instruments of power. And I think from that perspective, Patrick actually mentioned a really good point. Can we get better in understanding what's happening out there? And the only way we can actually deal with the future is seeing it early, what's rolling behind the hill, same as Sophia mentioned as well. So that is one part that we should not give up. Basically increase all the sensors that we can to see what's happening, and at the same time increase our capabilities, readiness, responsiveness of all our instruments of power, particularly political and the military ones that are strongest in NATO.
If I can just, sorry, if I can just take up on that, I'm sorry, I'll be brief. Exactly thinking about what Joseph just mentioned, that nobody knew what hybrid warfare is. We also need to think about this conceptual cloudiness behind hybrid warfare. Many times in informal discussions, I always hear hybrid is everything and is nothing. Well, yes and no. And taking again on what Dr. Vlasta mentioned, well, we need to think about the strategy that is behind it, and not only in an isolated cyber attack, an isolated kidnap, or whatever you want to include in this hybrid basket. And so we need, and taking this with what to cover, it's also the need that all of us have the same understanding of what is a hybrid warfare, what is hybrid threats, hybrid strategy. So to have a common picture of the threat itself, but of what it means. Because if sometimes, yes, I agree that some definitions or common understandings can be limiting to our analysis. But otherwise, if we don't have a common ground, then we are all going to be studying different kind of events, and we should all be covering the same. And can you please have the floor?
Yeah, thank you. So just to build off of what Sophia just said, these hybrid threats operate kind of under this paradigm that calls these acts short of war. And in particular, I just use the example of the 2016 interference with the U.S. presidential election and Russia's intelligence efforts to influence that election. And I think that one of the things that the United States internally is looking to, but I think that the member states of NATO can also do, is looking at not only the interagency cooperation. One of the components of the investigation into the interference was that the agencies within the United States did not communicate effectively about the threats that were being posed to the United States. And then second is government-private sector partnership. And so in particular, our relationships with social media companies. And I appreciated Dr. Schroeffel's image of the trolls in his PowerPoint slide, and the impact that those type of techniques that our adversaries are utilizing is having an impact on civil society, on our understanding of democracy, and our unity as an alliance. And so I think big picture, we need to increase the cooperation interagency between our respective governments and the partnership with the private sector.
Amazing. Thank you so much for those remarks. I would like to come to Dr. Schroeffel. In your work on and capabilities and information in general, in countering hybrid threats, and how would they be how they could basically be helpful for us to create and enhance resilience in this particular realm by using these particular assets that we have?
I will first a little bit state what Sophia said, yeah, about hybrid threats, yeah. I come to resilience, of course, yeah. Yes, we do our best in hybrid theory to tackle the definition. Even the definition is not so important, yeah. But as you said, Sophia, we must know what we are speaking about, yeah. At the beginning, for example, when I started my work in hybrid theory, some member states mentioned that a ransomware attack against a company inside their country is a hybrid attack. That's not right. A criminal act, yeah, must be covered by the police. That's it. A terror attack inside a country is also a terror attack, and not per se a hybrid attack. Must be covered by the police, etc., etc. But the use of the whole instrumentarium, like use of refugees, use of disinformation campaigns, terror attacks, it's misinfo, etc., etc. The use of the whole instrumentarium, that's the hybrid thing. The main driver, of course, is the cyberspace, because without the cyberspace, it cannot be so fast the whole development. Yeah? And hybrid warfare is not new. I mean, this is 2,000, 3,000 years old. Yeah? We look in the ancient history, Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, etc., all of them were using more or less hybrid warfare. Yeah, tackling deterrence and resilience are one of the possible instruments to tackle hybrid threats. When we know what we are speaking about, resilience as it can be performed by states, by societies. This is very important, but also some kind of deterrence. This is only working together. Maybe I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
You have. Thank you so much for that one. We're having a couple of questions coming in via Slido. We have one two-folded one, and I think it's open for everybody currently on the panel. How would you examine the current state of the NATO-EU cooperation in terms of combating hybrid threats? And could you also give some examples of possible ways to strengthen that cooperation, particularly in the aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic? Dr. Zetkovic, would you like to take that one first?
Yes, so like I said early on, we started working immediately with the EU, and I remember first time the working groups actually from EU and NATO, where we went together to UK, to the south of UK. They locked us down on one of these mansions and said, "Do not come out until you create NATO EU hybrid playbook." So literally, we were like almost locked down for like 3 days, but it really helped us understand and build where are the commonalities, which organization has which strengths that the allies and the shared member states can use. What we identified at that point was this time four, not three pillars of cooperation. So the first one was civil preparedness. Again, understanding that NATO maybe have a clarity of what we need from the civil preparedness, but we have zero tools of enforcing it. Those tools reside in the EU. So this cooperation in the area of civil preparedness was we will help set the requirements, and EU will help allies, member states actually deliver on that. And that relates to military mobility, critical infrastructure protection, and so on. Second pillar was strategic communications. Just like Dr. Schroffel really well put in, understanding what's happened in the media space and who see it first and who is under attack is extremely important. So this big field of cooperation between our counter information, disinformation teams, and at that time, the main fighting force of the EU Stratcom was the Task Force East. In the Stratcom, they really helped follow, detect, track, deliver there's a whole NATO sites in the EU setting the record straight, but we needed to know that we are talking together, that we are seeing where this lies and fake news and disinformation being pushed out. And EU again had some better tools to shut down even the media outlets and the stations that NATO could not. So we could detect. We have amazing information environment assessment tools, so we know what's happening, but we don't have necessarily tools to fight it on the legal side like EU. So that was the second pillar. Third pillar was cyber. And again, one of those areas which both organizations have a cyber capabilities that are of different kinds, but also in different domains. So we do see certain things happening behind the radar in the cyber space, but we see it differently. So talking what we see, what we do, who has ability, and EU was a little bit better on the cyber offense than NATO. Now we're kind of about equaled out, but that was a third big pillar. We need to work together in the cyberspace. And last but not least was intelligence sharing. Like I said, from the start, we don't know what we don't know. We don't know where even to look for baselines. So what EU asks us, you keep on tracking what you know best, and we'll exchange the information showing you what we know best. So these 4 areas, civil preparedness, strategic communications, intelligence, and Stratcom, 4 of them, apologies for that, were actually where we started. And this was then transferred into the joint declarations, 47 strands of work and 240 individual lines of effort. So now it's really broadly spread. I can't really say that I know what is exactly the status of implementation, all of that. Maybe the other panelists can actually support in this, but this is where we started. And these 4 big pillars of cooperation are still ongoing, live and well. That much I do know.
Well, that's plenty to know already. To looking into further, Dr. Cullen, would you like to take it away from the intelligence perspective, maybe?
I just had a couple of comments on that question. I think we've mentioned the Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats in Helsinki, where Joseph is sitting. I think this has been an extremely useful platform to enhance. This sounds like a commercial for you, Joseph. An extremely useful platform to get the EU and NATO people in the same room to sit down and really work through problems through TTX exercises. And because the organization is not formally EU, it's not formally NATO, it's kind of a sort of a safe space to have frank conversations and maybe get around some of the more tricky political aspects of even doing this thing in the first place. And watching that type of cooperation, having people sit and go through these exercises, I think is extremely useful. So there's a lot of room for just building awareness of what we're talking about, with hybrid threats, and then working through more formalized and structured practices where we can see, okay, what do these threats look like? How do we game out what the EU is doing, what it needs to do, and NATO, et cetera? It's extremely useful. And having people from these entities look at the issue from through the lens of other professionals, kind of on the other side of the fence, is really useful. Yeah, that's all. I'll stop there on that point.
Great. So Shrifil, do you want to take next? So no problem. That is always lovely to hear that we answer the question till the end of it. My other question would be to Dr. Zekulic. In one of your articles, you've mentioned that NATO should be more comfortable using all tools that we currently have in our toolbox. Could you possibly expand on that for our patrons and viewers, and just to see how we're going to do that one in your perspective?
So when Patrick said we are primarily military tools, that it's not so correct, because we are alliance of nations and we are first political. And yes, military tool is definitely the biggest, but not the only tool. And in this modern age, military is not necessarily just military. Cyber tools, electronic warfare tools that we have, those can be applied both in military and non-military domains. These are not one-off, only we proclaim war and we can use them. Like I mentioned earlier, like our information environment assessment capability, it's not necessarily military in nature, although it might reside among the military operations, but it's applicable in the civil domains. So one of my big points, like during my work, particularly in operational preparedness in NATO, and so one of the speakers before mentioned, I think it was even you, Petra, like ability to escalate. Well, escalate might not be the right word, but ability to respond in vertical and horizontal. We don't have to go tit for tat. If they are disrupting our economy, we don't have to try to disrupt theirs, but we have to be able to deliver effect that would be just as painful or just as detrimental as they're trying to do to us. So this thinking of how do we deliver the effect to match or to deter or defend against the one being a cause of us, not necessarily in the same domain, it's not something that NATO was or still is fully comfortable with. So what we in operations division at the time, particularly together with the SHAPE colleagues, try to push is NATO should, and our decision makers should, when the attacks happen, when the incidents happen, should not think in terms, so what do we do? But what do we want to achieve? Do we want to punish? Do we want to deter? Do we want to make a point? But what do you want? And based on what do you want as our political masters, then let us as the experts find what is the best tool to deliver on that effect. And this thinking of constantly, so what do we do? Again, just triggers more action. So we are doing stuff, but then they're asking, is this working? Well, we don't know, because we don't know what it is supposed to achieve. So there is this conceptual mindset shift where we try to push very hard our political, like I said, masters, think what you want. If something happens and you tell us punish them, we'll find a way to punish them, but don't go to war. Don't start Third World War, but make them hurt. Yes, sir, we move on. Just warn them that this is going to happen if they move on. Yes, ma'am, we move on. So this is a type of thinking that I was very actively promoting during my work. And in some areas, we're coming closer to it, particularly in the cyber domain. You can't be explicit. You can just say, go this direction. And then, like I say, experts will do it. Doing that means that we as the planners look through the whole instrument of government, all of our cooperation, information, legal, economic, financial, work then with allies. Only 11 allies have a cyber offense capabilities. It means that if alliance says go, one of these 11 will deliver on that. So this is a type of thinking that happens behind the screens, but we cannot do that unless we actually get effect-based decision or guidelines from our decision makers. That was my point in that particular article.
No, I really love that point, because as you said, we have to be able to react. There is no point of just saying, if you do this, we're going to do that, if you don't know exactly what that is. It's quite of a mouthful. But talking about deterrence, and obviously there was a lot of talk about what kind of deterrence would be the best strategy, long-term looking, when it comes to the hybrid warfare. And a lot of the discussions was about deterrence by denial, because obviously that kind of decides the idea already that it doesn't pay off to engage into one. If we are to translate that into hybrid warfare setting, what ways from that all-encompassing toolbox, from societal-wide approaches, we would be actually having to encompassate in it, and would that be the best approach when it comes to deterring hybrid warfare? Leaving to the floor, whoever wants to pick on that one.
If I can just start with that one very, very quickly. So, of course, we have deterrence by punishment, deterrence by denial, and as Dr. Vlasta just mentioned, we do whatever we are told to do, of course. But I believe that what is essential, especially deterrence by denial, so to demonstrate that if somebody tries to attack us, they are going to be actually putting an extra effort that is not going to be good for them. So the best way to build that is to be resilient. So to build that resilience, especially within nations, because and the cognitive and infrastructure. If you have good cyber capacities, for instance, last week in my country, a university was a victim of a cyber attack. If you do not have the good structures enough, well, of course, everything will be disrupted. All students won't be able to go to classes or to access their own websites. So we need to be resilient not only in those kind of infrastructures, but cognitive. So when you have disinformation or misinformation, deep fakes, everything else that is out there now, you need to demonstrate to your own civil societies what is the truth, and you sort of need some also elements to demonstrate that. So and we need to focus on the best ways to do that. Is it through training and education, how to build that within the society, through schools, through government exercises as well, to exercise decision making. So I believe that would be the most important factor for deterrence by denial, which is the resilience.
They become more and more sophisticated, complicated, etc., etc. But we have an increased, a decreased, understanding of the whole system architecture. There are less and less people, they understand what is going on in cyberspace. Yeah? So some kind of deterrence would be, of course, yeah, we are building more and more people, technicians, they understand what is going on. When I look at India, for example, or at China, they have millions, yeah, in the meanwhile. Yeah? I don't know. I mean, I can estimate how many people are in Europe or in Northern America. They understand what is going on. Deterrence for me is also important. I can remember back in 2012, it was first time when some generals of the armed forces of Europe and Northern America came together and spoke about active cyber defense. So what is active cyber defense? These are offensive matters, but nobody spoke about it. Yeah, and to speak about active cyber defense, of course, everybody can say, if I want to defend myself, I must know how to attack, etc. The old argument. But if you speak about active defense, this is also kind of deterrence. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I just want to mention real fast, and echoing my colleagues from the resilience and enablement team. Reality is you cannot protect or defend everything at all times. It's impossible. If you look 30 allies, everything that they have, it's absolutely impossible. So the only thing you can do is apply those measures and build up your system as much as you can to increase the cost of your attack on them and lower the rewards. And that's where technology, blockchains, and everything come into play. So it's just impossible to defend everything to the point where that access will be completely denied. But if you increase the cost, make it very, very pricey for them to get in there, and then once they get in there, to have a minimum rewards because everything is offset, there is enough redundancy, there is enough stability. That's one of the great ways to deter by denial.
If I could just say a couple things on this as well. So first, the inherent issue of hybrid warfare is attribution, and what that means as it relates to the different legal mechanism that we're applying. So is it a state or non-state actor? So first classifying that, because that's going to put it in one bucket of kind of legality. Second, the second question to that would be, well, what happens if they deny that they were involved? So the Russian Federation is notorious for this in stating, well, those weren't our Russian cyber trolls. The Russian Federation, the central government, was not involved in that cyber attack. And so that's something that we really need to grapple with as an alliance, is how do we answer those questions in particular. And second, it's the scale of force. In looking at and defining what is going to provoke a response from the alliance and what type of response. And I think that we need to seriously think about how do we respond to, again, as I referenced in my brief, the 2007 cyber attack in Estonia. What should be NATO's response to that? And third, based on that response, what is the kind of the legal paradigm that you're operating in? And I'll refer to the Israeli experience in this idea of anticipatory self-defense that they've used in the last 2 decades, in particular in Lebanon, to justify airstrikes into Lebanon to prevent terrorist attacks in Israel, and then also their cyber attacks that they, of course, don't attribute to themselves, but their cyber attacks against Iran and shutting down a nuclear reactor. And so these present these interesting questions. That's what hybrid warfare, I think, does. But again, as an alliance, we need to provide very concrete answers to those questions and how we respond, because every response isn't going to be military in nature. And I think that that's something where NATO needs to continuously grow and adapt with the interagency and private sector, and how we respond appropriately to certain actions from aligned actors.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for those remarks. Sorry about the lag as well. So looking into hybrid warfare, right? So we talked about how it's encompassing anything at any given moment. So it can encompass one state, it can encompass multiple states, it can encompass particular segments of the state. It doesn't have any kind of level. It can be vertical or horizontal depending on the given attack. So how can we establish that we have the shared capability, especially in those areas such as European Schengen? Because what we know is that countries are not always as keen on sharing everything when it comes to the intelligence, but it might be just the key in this particular theatre. Patrick, do you want to untangle this one first?
Yeah, no problem. Theory, the way in which we've conceptualized this, I mean, it's intentionally been designed to be open and flexible, to talk about the fact that we're moving away from military centricity, that we're talking about operating in a way where you intentionally problematize the Western philosophical differentiation between war and peace, and how that in and of itself can be manipulated to advantage by an adversary. There are all kinds of things going on there. So I think, at the most abstract level, preparing yourself for hybrid warfare involves creating processes, creating the types of processes, the types of cognitive open-mindedness, the types of institutionalized processes that allow you to create situational awareness. If you don't know where an attack is coming from, because it in principle could come from all different types of tools, hitting all different types of societal sectors, and it can happen in a subtle and ambiguous fashion, well before you're even aware of the earliest moves, or you think you see these moves, but you're not entirely sure what the goal is. You need some type of situational awareness to deal with that, and that means that different actors need to talk to each other, across government, across society, and that is, there are technical ways in which to do that, but first and foremost, after the cognitive shift, or the awareness raising of the need to do this type of thing, there comes just a legal framework. And this is where Finland has been kind of, I think, best in show in terms of breaking down legal barriers to have different governmental departments talk to each other about this type of issue. Stepping a bit back and talking about information sharing and what that means for NATO and the EU. I mean, there's a lot of this, a lot of the tricks in doing this work effectively revolves around the fact that since hybrid warfare is hitting places that are outside of the traditional military domain, but it's the military and defense professionals that think about national security professionally. I mean, people sitting in the Department of Education aren't in the business of thinking about hybrid attacks or child welfare offices, and so there is a relationship where I think defense professionals need to lean into explaining the type of logic of hybrid warfare and getting different institutions and individuals in those institutions to understand that they've got a role to play in terms of early warning and detection, for example, that parliaments have got a role in creating the legal infrastructure for these conversations to take place, and that's kind of where we start in dealing with countering hybrid threats.
Amazing. Thank you so much for those remarks. Would anyone else like to possibly jump onto this one?
I'll just add that, Patrick, everything he said in theory and within the allies is absolutely, individual nation is absolutely right. However, sharing among organizations have a very heavy political dimension. And I don't think nobody will be surprised in this panel or this audience that certain allies or certain member states between the two organizations do not necessarily get along, or are not very open in sharing information. So well, there's this technical, conceptual part, legal part, you're absolutely right. There's also political willingness to do that. And unfortunately, more often than not lately, we see those political diverging views actually blocking cooperation instead of it enabling it. Despite of everything that's already black on white, sealed, delivered, you still need that political willingness. And that's something that nobody else can, unfortunately, control.
Just to, I don't want to take out the last remaining minutes, but very quickly, responding to those points, which I take, it's absolutely accurate. I think, you can do that at the national level. You start there, you start where you can domestically, and then build out to do this transnationally as best you can. And then there are also ways in which you can kind of finesse these things. On Vlasta's point, there are limitations even on what the hybrid analysis branch at NATO and the hybrid fusion cell and the European Union can do, even though they're essentially doing the same thing. But there are limitations on political limitations on cooperation. But there there are grassroots, person-to-person ways in which you can sometimes finesse these limitations too. So I always encourage these guys to do that. Thanks.
I couldn't agree more with both of you. I mean, as we said, we can come up with almost so many ideas and brainstorm as much as we possibly can. But in the end of the day, there needs to be, because we are all in the end of the executioners, and we can be planners, but the decisions in the end of the day are given to us, whether we can proceed or not. There are so many questions and so many other things to unpack, but I'm terribly sorry to say that we are slightly over time already. So I don't want to keep you holding. Looks like 2 hours just simply doesn't do for us. But it's been an absolute pleasure to have you in a panel. And if you'd like to go quickly for some closing remarks, by all means, the floor is yours.
No, thank you. I just want to thank you and Atlantic Forum for hosting us, hosting this topic, and inviting this audience and discussion points. Valuable and brilliant as always. So thank you so much, Petra, and you can always rely on our support in your future engagements. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. This has been great.
Thank you very much, Petra, Atlantic Forum, and also it was a pleasure to share this panel with 4 of you. So I hope to see you again in the future as well.
Thank you.
Second day. Thank you all so much for joining us today in what has been a very long but also very interesting day. I would also like to thank you for your participation and your contribution during the panels. We have looked into some fascinating topics, starting with future of law and war, moving on to a thought-provoking session about the long-term geostrategy in space, further going over to cybersecurity and EDTs, and concluding the day with hybrid warfare. Join us all tomorrow for the keynote address by Assistant Secretary General for Emerging Security Challenges, David Van Wiel, starting at 12:10 Central European Time, following which we're going to have a look into the discontinuities in climate change, and following that panel we're looking into the discontinuities in political institutions and systems. Until then, have a great evening and we will see you tomorrow morning.